Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the evil that men do. Father God, I pray and ask that you help me to have mercy on others the same way I would want you to have mercy on me. Father God, I also ask that you help me to be quick to forgive and slow to get angry. Amen, amen, amen. These young dudes out here don't respect shit until you put the barrel in their ear and let the text spit. I just might catch a case on my next hit, remove their whole face on some special effect shit. So show respect, Drake, or I'ma have a flashback. Digging through the dresser like fuck it, where my mask at? The mash back with the banger and damage shit and say fuck everything I learned in anger management. Hop back on some east side managed shit and push a nigga's top back when I let the cannon spit. Start planning shit, premeditation. I'm in love with the streets again, rededication. Casket or cremation when I shoot you down. I was built for the smoke like a hookah lounge. I keep big shit that sound like the bazooka sound, and I shoot quicker than ain't gotta be a hoop around. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. Ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with the 3 straps. Ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Gun on me, it ain't never for show, homie. I'm far from a bully, but I'm never a hoe. Get out of line, my Beretta will blow. Real talk, we can take the beef wherever we go. I bring it to your front door like I'm Uber Eats. I guarantee you listen up when this Ruger speaks. Plus I maneuver through these streets like a ghost, and I'm handy with the heat. I cook a nigga like a roast. On me, homie, this is not a boast. I will still come through, boy, and stop a nigga's post. Play him close, man, Eric will ease it. Quickly off the waistband, man, and Eric will squeeze it. Leave you niggas laid out dead or paraplegic. Niggas playing in these streets while I'm very strategic. I come to your house dressed like the gas man. Shoot you 9 times, leave you stretched by the trash can. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. Ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with the 3 straps. Ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. I don't put shit on Facebook, I just holler in person. Put the pistol in your mouth while you're hollering in cursing. All that shit you kept rehearsing and put on your live, got your clap with the big 4-5. You bitch nigga, if you tell me to pull up, I'ma do that. That nigga who was whooping first nigga that I shoot at. Ski mask on my face, bystanders be like, who that? I ain't with the talking, bitch boy, I thought you knew that. Leave his brains where my shoe at and bounce like I'm on a trampoline. Leave you laid out, nigga, like you camping on the scene. If you want something sweet, grab a peach or tangerine. Niggas won't smoke, well fuck it, I'ma let them handle steam. AR with the beam, you see the red dot? We'll tug on this trigger, nigga, it'll make your head pop. Blood pouring down to your shoes, call it Red Sox. Your brains hanging all over your shoulders like some dreadlocks. Expect the gang of dead off if they ever cross the line. The Lord said in the Bible, oh, revenge is mine. So I'm just trying to find a righteous path between the two. Before I lose control and do the shit I used to do. This being humble shit is new. I'm trying to turn the other cheek, but I ain't never been a bitch, so watch your mouth when you speak. Your mercy's what I seek, so I pray on bended knees. Don't let me get the K with the extended clip and squeeze. Lord, please. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. Ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. Ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps.
16 to life, brother Eric. Oh man, good brother, funny cat, man, funny cat. If you want to get his music, go to 16tolife.com and pick up his music. He also has gear, yard down gear, and funny brother, good brother, man, good brother, funny cat. All right, y'all. I know I didn't get a haircut. I should have got a haircut, but I had so much truth to tell y'all, man. I didn't have time to stop at the barbershop, man. It's too much truth. It's too much truth to put out there, man. So we here. How's your Sunday morning? Hope everybody's doing great. Hope everybody's doing well. Hope your family's doing well. Hope everybody's doing well in your household and your immediate family. Okay, y'all know how we do it. First we do the news, then we do the hit parade, then we do a new one called Death by Simp, then we do another new one I just made up. What is that? Rescue Black Boys, and then we do the Black History Minute and the job of the week, and then we get into our topics, right? So for right now, let's get started on the news, right? Let's get started with the news, you guys. Deshaun Watson reveals immediate reaction to allegations from 22 women. On Friday, the Cleveland Browns introduced star quarterback Deshaun Watson just a week after trading for him. Most of the introduction was an open forum question and answer session with Watson general manager Andrew Berry and head coach Kevin Stefanski. Reporters asked the trio a series of questions, though Watson was the main subject. During the press conference, a reporter asked Watson if he has any regrets about the situation he finds himself in. The star quarterback then opened up on his immediate reaction to hearing the allegations from over 20 women. I don't have any regrets, Watson said via Sports Illustrated Albert Breer. The things that came up caught me by surprise, like I said, because I didn't do the things people are alleging. 22 different women, all massage therapists, alleged sexual misconduct against the former first-round pick. 2 different grand juries decided not to indict Watson, which means he won't be going to criminal trial. However, there's still a civil lawsuit facing Watson. It's unclear when that will be concluded, but Watson made it clear he doesn't plan to settle. During the press conference on Friday, Watson said he wants to clear his name. All right. Now, you guys, especially you young guys, it's a new day out here, man. People are not, these women are not playing no more. You got to really watch yourself, especially if you have a little piece of money. As Richard Pryor would say, you got to just watch out how you playing yourself out here. These people, man, they don't have no. I mean, everybody's on the come up. Everybody's doing bad. So you never know. I'm not saying he didn't do what he did, but I'm saying they obviously thought it wasn't as serious enough. Well, I mean, 2 grand juries said it wasn't serious enough for them to press forward, and obviously it wasn't. But it is what it is. Just to have your name out there is a lot. Let me just say, I got my brother Truth is favorite in the house. Truth is favorite said, "Whoa, oh yeah, hey, Truth is favorite. Put your seatbelt on, brother. Put your seatbelt on. We're gonna go in. We're gonna go. We're gonna go in. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna talk about some of this stuff, and we're gonna try to figure it out, man. We're gonna figure out maybe what's going on. How come we getting some of this so much bad information out here? So strap in, brother. We're gonna be there. It'll be about maybe an hour or so before I open up the panel, but definitely we're gonna talk. All right, so I got my sister, OG Patrice, in the house. Greetings and salutations. If you see the sister on the street and you know about the drama that's going on, know that this sister was behind the scenes trying to do a lot of stuff and probably got a video with you on it off of a certain YouTuber's page. Shout out to Daryl Long. So, you know what I'm saying? Just because let me tell y'all something. Just because you're looking at somebody and you thinking, man, what do they know? What do they know? No. You never know what's going on behind the scenes. You never know what's going on behind the scenes. You never know what's going on behind the scenes. I learned that working in the corporate America. You never know what's going on behind the scenes. I remember one time I was young dude, man. I was young. I was probably about 18 or so. I had a job working at this corporate company. I just got a job there, I was still living at home. Wasn't no big deal. Saw this beautiful, beautiful woman, man. I mean, sister was beautiful, man. And so I was trying to talk to her. I was like, yeah, you want to go out or whatever? She's like, nah, I'm good. I was like, okay. So back then you could keep asking and keep on asking, right? Because you was being persistent, right? So I saw her I saw her every day, but I approached her maybe 2 weeks later saying, hey, I can get some tickets to this event or whatever. I just was trying to needle my way in there, right? So after seeing me do this for about 3 weeks, one of the older cats came over to me and said, hey, bro, you know who that is? I said, no, who is that? He said, that's so-and-so's girlfriend. I said, what? He said, yeah, that's so-and-so. He way up there. That's his girlfriend. I said, why she didn't tell me? Because she ain't supposed to tell you. You're supposed to know that already. I said, oh, I didn't know. Man, did I leave that girl alone. I never spoke to her again. It got so bad when she was like, hey, you don't know me no more? I was like, no, no. But like I said, don't take it for granted that you see somebody and you think that nothing's happening behind the scenes. This sister OG Patrice doing a lot of stuff behind the scenes. So just give her a thank you, man, and just show her some respect when you see her out there. Put some respect on her name. Shout out OG Sister Patrice. Shout out to Truth is Favorite. All right, y'all. That's Deshaun Watson. Don't get yourself caught up. I told y'all I teach these classes in the corporate arena. No means no. DD sisters, it's a different ball game today. Different ball game today. All right, we got a lot to get to. We started late, y'all. So let me move on to the hit parade. The hit parade. Portsmouth baseball coach charged with SEX assault. Holy smokes. A longtime baseball coach in Portsmouth has been charged with SEX assault. Portsmouth police say that they received a report alleging James McKenzie, 55, of Stratham, SEX assaulted a person under 18 years old. McKenzie turned himself into the Portsmouth police on Wednesday. He has been charged with SEX assault and simple assault and released on bail for appearance in Portsmouth District Court on April 11th. McKenzie was the assistant baseball coach of Portsmouth High School and served as head coach for summer league teams. He also was a former sports editor and columnist for Portsmouth Herald and sports correspondent for Foster's Daily Democrat. McKenzie is no longer employed with Portsmouth Schools. Hope not, said Assistant Superintendent George Shea. Superintendent Stephen Sedrevic said McKenzie was removed from his position as soon as police told officials about the allegations. We have no evidence of any of these allegations relate to his role as assistant baseball coach or occurred on school grounds, Sedrevic said in the email. Nonetheless, we take student safety as our number one priority and will continue to work with police department in any way that would be helpful in their investigation. Why do you do the hit parade, Clarence? Because some of y'all got children that's out there and they doing extracurricular activities, and these type of guys are the coach. These type of guys are the boosters. These type of guys are running around your daughters, your sons out there, and under the name of assistant principal, under the name of coach, under the name of teacher, under the name of tutor. These guys are out there. So you got to keep your eyes open on your children. We're losing so many children, not because they have to be lost. It's because we too busy trying to live our lives. We too busy trying to have a social life instead of having our children. Once children come into your life, a great sacrifice has to be made for your children. That's why everybody's not made to be parents, because the inherent thing in parenthood is sacrifice. It takes sacrifice to be a parent. You got to sacrifice some things. You can't just spend your money on yourself. Now you got to spend your money on your family. You got to make sure they're okay. And the thing about us as men, black men in particular, we don't understand that time, you have to sacrifice time, right? I want to be a high value man, so I'm putting all my time into being a high value man. And you got a child out here on drugs. Not because, but it could have been prevented, or it could have been some roadblocks in the way of that person getting on drugs. But what happened? You working. You working, and this child. We just did a live stream about Dwight Howard's son. That was a sad man. You really want to see something sad? Go and look at our live stream about Dwight Howard's son. It's called Dwight Howard, Nick Cannon, please, Black men, please raise your children. Go check that. Go check out that live stream. It's so sad, man. His son was crying out for his help. He's crying out for him a year before all these allegations, sexual allegations came out about him. Crying out for the man's help. And the man took it personally. That's what's wrong with us as black people. We take everything personally because we got such inflated egos, or we got such hidden issues. We take everything personally. I'm gonna make a video about you, and I disagree with your position. Oh, I gotta give you a copyright strike. I disagree with your position. Hey, let me just show how a show could get away from you. Oh, you making me look bad. Copyright strike, right? We got so many issues, man. But we hidden. But we out here giving advice, right? These people are giving advice to you how to live your life, and they got issues they self. You can't even disagree with them because they think, oh, well, you disagree with me? Oh, my ego is so big that if you disagree with me, I got to strike you down. I ain't never been struck by a lead attorney. I ain't never been struck by the mothership. Shout out to the mothership. Shout out to the lead attorney. I never been struck down by Kwame Brown. Never been struck down by I Am Courtney. Never been struck down by Fresh and Fit. Shout out to all of them. I only got 2 strikes. You guys know that story, right? Everybody else, you can disagree with them, right? But these 2 you can't disagree with, because if you disagree with them, some kind of way, it's a personal attack. You're personally attacking me. You're making me look bad. Oh, okay. So I know you had this kind of mental issue. If I had known you had these mental issues, I would have left you alone. Anyway, Clarence, you're getting off on a whole another topic. Getting off on a whole another topic. Do you see this hit parade? Watch your children. Watch our children. We got to watch our children. Who else is going to watch our children? You know who they got? They already got a plan for your children. It's called the penal system. The penal system is the plan they got for your children. You just don't know it yet. Clarence, you always talking about this black stuff. No, they got the same. They got the same plan for poor whites, poor Latinos. They got the same plan. But since we are half the prison population, they just have so many. We have so many other issues. It's easier to focus on us because they can really hide their hands messing with us, right? They can really hide their hands. But we need to watch our children. That's all I'm gonna say on that. I'm out of order here. What? I'm out of order here. Oh, no, I'm not. No, I'm not. There's a sister named Death by Simp. Okay. There's a sister named Maya Mercado. Let's go into her. Let's read an article about her. Talking about death by simp, right? You're talking about death by simp. What is death by simp? That means that these guys today can't take being told no. They can't be told no, right? Okay. This is horrifying new details in the Maya Mercado case. 19-year-old was found with hands and feet tied with duct tape. Officials shared new horrifying details in the case of 19-year-old Maya Mercado, revealing she was found with her hands and feet duct tape. A body found on October 2nd in a wooded area near Timber Span apartment complex in Orlando, Florida, was positively identified as Mercado on Tuesday. The chief medical examiner for Orange and Osceola County told ABC News. Mercado, a student at Valencia College, had been missing for over a week when her body was found. She was last seen at the Arden Villa Apartments complex in Orlando, where she lived, on September 24th. Orange County Sheriff John Mina shared an update on the case Wednesday, saying Mia was found with black duct tape on her feet and hands, and her mouth was also covered with black duct tape. Nice, pretty little young sister. Marcano was found wearing blue jeans, a bra, and a robe. Mina said her purse was found nearby containing the shirt she was last seen wearing. Mina reiterated that Armando Caballero, Armando Caballero, 27, is the person responsible for her death, and officials are not looking for other suspects. Caballero was a maintenance worker at Ardenville Apartments who was found dead on September 27th, 3 days after Marcano disappeared from an apparent suicide, authorities said. This is him right here in the picture. Authorities previously said Caballero had expressed a romantic interest in Marcano, but she rebuffed his advantage. See, you young guys can't take an L now, right? You guys can't take no L's. You got to know how to take an L, man. Anyway, Caballero possessed a key fob to access apartments, and it was used at Marcano's unit just before her disappearance, authorities said. Holy smokes. There's no indication that there was any SEX assault of any kind, and there's a cause and manner of death that yet to be determined by the medical examiner's office. Being said, he said officials believe that Caballero was waiting for her inside her apartment. Ouch! Yikes! He later murked her and hid her body in the area of the Orlando apartment complex, based off information police have so far. Officials are still trying to determine if she left the apartment alive, whether this was a planned attack. Police announced the discovery of the body Saturday, meaning police were led to Timberskin apartment, and Caballero's phone records showed that he was there on the day Marcano went missing around 8:20 p.m. to 8:40 p.m. Amina said that Caballero once lived at the Timberskin apartments. The investigation is ongoing. Holy smokes. Clarence, why do you do the death by simp? Two reasons. The first reason is I want your daughters. I got a granddaughter, so I'm going to always tell my granddaughter to watch her back. Don't never just trust no dude talking. Or, if you're out there by yourself, always make sure that you are looking, you keeping your eyes open. You gotta be like a deer at the river, right? When deer go to the river, they're always looking around. Any little branch that moves, they turning around, they got their heads moving. That's how you gotta be in this world today, because there's so many wolves out there, right? This guy worked there, and she worked there at the front desk taking money for the payment for the rents, right? She worked at the front desk. The guy that worked her was a maintenance guy, and he kept on trying to ask her out. But she kept telling him, no. He's probably giving her a weird vibe, right? She's like, nah. So he waited in her apartment building. He had a key fob to her spot, waited in her apartment building, and, did what he did. So you need to be watching out. And then, guys, that you got those impulses, you need to go get you some help. Man. Stop playing, because this stuff can lead to some real bad situations. All right, so that was that's it's a lot of simps out here. So you got to be careful out here. You never know who's a simp. You never know. Well, you can tell because they won't take no. Simps don't know how to take an L. A real dude, a G could take a. You don't like me? Cool, I'm gone. But these simps can't take no L. They be like, I'll get her. I'll fix her little wet ragging. I'm gonna sneak into her apartment and get. Man, these simps can't take no L's. That's why you gotta have respect for a man. You say, hey, I'm not interested. You be like, cool, okay, no problem. I get that. Shout out to Brother Be Easy. Appreciate you for stopping through, man. Shout out to Dominique S. Appreciate you, man, for stopping through. I appreciate everybody for hanging in there, man, on a Sunday morning with the old man, with the old fella. But we're gonna get through it. All right, let's see, where were we at? We was on the death by simp. Yeah, you ladies, watch yourself. You need to be, every time you go into a place, you need to be looking for the exits. Where are the emergency exits? What would I do if an active shooter came in here? That's how you gotta think. But I'm with my man. You never know. You know what I'm saying? If your man ain't a proven commodity, then I wouldn't trust him. Trust yourself. Trust yourself. Cause trust me, man, if you trust somebody else, it might not work out. Unless your man is proven that he's willing, he's a proven commodity, then you can trust him. But until then, you're just going out with somebody, you gotta keep your eyes open. You gotta keep your eyes open all the time. Aye, brother Sim, good to see you in the building, man. Shout out to you, brother C. Be careful putting these vids up for folks in these YouTube streets. You see, I didn't put no video up, man. I just read the article, brother. So yeah, I ain't put no videos up, unless without permission. I got permission today to put videos up. Well, the video you see in the beginning, I got permission to do that. Me and that brother trying to do some business, so I got video to use that. But and I got some other video today. I already went back and got permission. So, but thank you, brother Sam. Appreciate you for trying to look out for me. Appreciate you, man. Okay, this is something that's really hard, man. This is really hurtful. But I got to tell y'all. Oh, Clarence, how can we ain't talk about dating? How can we have a dating show? When you gonna have a dating show? Nah, bro. I'll let the rest of them tell you about that. I'll let the rest of them tell you about dating, right? You tell us about dating. When you gonna do a dating show? Nah, I ain't gonna do a dating show, man. I'm gonna tell y'all what we really need. Did I do it again? Doggone it. This is not the one I want. This is the one I want. This is the one I want. Let me get the one I want, y'all. See, because when I start talking about black boys, people start running up out of here. But that's cool. That's no problem. So I'm going to show you something. Okay. This is from a website called The Nation's Report Card. And it is a website that keeps track of test scores for certain grade groups. And you can break it down by race, you can break it down by state, you can break it down by a lot of different things, right? So I wanted to break it down by fourth grade students, right? Fourth grade boys, right? Okay. You see here, average test score, we talk about mathematics, right? A mathematics algebra scale, right? Whites, they got 200, the average score is 250. Hispanic, average score 235. Asian, average score 262. Indian American, Alaskan Native, average score 234, 231. And two or more races, average score 247. Who has the lowest math scores? Black, average 228. Now, why am I pointing this out to you guys? Why am I pointing this out to you guys? Because you know what? And I'm sorry that I had to bring this up to you. But who else is gonna tell you? These other fools is trying to send you on dates. They letting men get to be a bad man and then trying to make high value man out of what's left. And I'm trying to make high value man in the beginning. Third grade. We need to be on these boys on math and science, third grade. Clarence, I don't want to talk about that. Hey, can't you interview somebody that's going to say something that's going to agree with you? No, I'm not. I ain't no hypocrite. I'm not no hypocrite. I'm going to be out here telling you the truth. Black boys I just showed it to you as of 2019. These numbers are from 2019. You go look it up yourself. They have the lowest scores in mathematics nationwide. Black boys. Why is that? There are probably a lot of different reasons, but I know one of the key reasons is black men are not spending enough time pushing mathematics to their sons. But Clarence, I got a child over here. I got a child in Texas. I got a child in Wyoming. I got a child in Arizona. So what? You got to at least pick up the phone. Hey, I sent you this message. Hey, let's go. You got no excuse, man. We don't have no excuse. But you know what we want to do? We want to go on these platforms that's telling you how to have sex with women. I'm in the manosphere. I'm a high value man. And your son is not being prepared for the world that's coming at him. That's our fault as black men. That's our fault. We're not preparing these young men for what's in front of them. Well, man, you know, the women are just bad. The women are bad because they don't have to be good. Most of them. They don't have to be good. There's not a standard in these young men that by the time they get to 18, they already have a mental standard of what they're looking for in themselves and in the person on the other side. You go out there and you do the dating show. I'm going to start at the root. You start at the branch. I'm starting at the root. Black boys need to be pushed. Mathematics, third grade. Third grade. We need to be coming on hard. Third grade. Oh, they're just a boy. They can handle it. You'd be surprised what black boys can handle. You see how much stuff black girls can handle? Black boys need to be pushed science and mathematics third grade. Third grade. They need to be pushed onto them. Clarence, you know what you're talking about. You don't even have a degree. Okay, go get you one of them degree Negroes to prove me wrong. Send one of them degree Negroes over here to prove me wrong. They can't. Look at the numbers. The numbers spell it out. Fourth grade, these numbers here, fourth grade. Fourth grade numbers here. These are students in the boys nationwide. Fourth grade mathematics scores. Blacks have the lowest. The lowest. They even have lower than Native Americans, and they on reservations, quote unquote. They supposedly have the worst help from the government, and they doing better than us. No. See, everybody's out there trying to have a social life. I got a social life. I'm on social media. I got a social life. Yeah, I know you got a social life, but you got a responsibility to these children. You got a responsibility. I want to hear that, Clarence. I want to hear that. Can't you teach me 6 different ways to talk about how black women are the scourge of the black community? Can't you teach me how average is at best? I don't want to hear that, Clarence. I don't want to hear about me having to talk about, I don't want to hear about black boys. I know y'all don't. That's why y'all don't want to listen to me, but I'm just telling you the truth. We got a responsibility to these boys. I know you got people out there that said, F the black community. I'm talking about black people. We got black men out there right now saying, F the black community, F them, F the women, F the children, F everybody. Why? Because they're secret white supremacists. They're pushing the white supremacy program. What's the white supremacy program? For those of them that are in the elitist and supremacist mindset, that is, we need a constant string of prisoners. If they care about each other, they're not going to assault each other. If they care about each other, they're not going to ARP each other. If they think highly of each other, they're going to try to help each other. We can't have that. We're building too many private prisons. Do you know how many private prisons are out there? That industry is exploding in America, the private prison industry. Guess who they have projections of going straight in there? Guess who? Third grade. Third grade. Hit these boys and girls, but especially the boys. Third grade. They need to start introducing algebraic type of, once you get them down with math, with multiplication, addition, subtraction, and multiplication and division. Once they got that down, you need to start breaking algebra down to them. Introducing algebra and the sciences and science to them. Third grade. If not, we see what's happening. This is fourth grade numbers based on, and we have the lowest. We got the lowest. We got the lowest comprehension. We got the lowest math scores. These Negroes are telling you about how to find a girlfriend, and our children are dying in the classroom. They dying in the classroom. F going to get a date. You need to go get a book and sit down with your child, especially your male children. If we fix the male children, that will fix the female children. How, Clarence? Because the female children will have to step the game up just to be selected. Just to be able to enter into the selection process, they're going to have to step their game up. Oh, okay. See, feminism is not going. Feminism has a leak in the boat. It has a lot of good things that it tried to do for women, but one of the things that it did was it said women don't have to. It showed us women especially, but ultimately the family structure was unnecessary. It showed women that the family nuclear structure was unnecessary to have children get to 18 and go further. And they right. But the most successful of them is from the nuclear family. That's statistically the most successful situation. But guess what? Most of us ain't focusing on these boys. Most of us are not focusing on these young men. And they're going into the wayside. They actually come out here thinking, oh, if I just pay my child support, that's good enough. I see my child one day a week, or one day a year, or one day every 6 months. That's good enough. No, it ain't. No, it ain't. Why? Because I gotta get busy, right? I gotta put it down, because that's what masculinity in the black in the manosphere has devolved to. It devolved to how many women you can sleep with. That's what masculinity in the black community. Masculinity used to mean how many women you could protect, how many young people you could teach, how many people you could help go the right way. The black community has almost totally devolved into a rat's nest. Why? Because of the number one reason most of these guys don't want to sacrifice when they make these children. What about the women? You ain't been accountable to the women, class. They're a sidebar conversation. You want to talk to me about women? Okay, let's get done with this manhood conversation first, and then we can talk about them. Don't bring them up while I'm talking about you. No, let's finish talking about you first. I showed you the numbers. I don't believe it, Clay. Okay, go on there. Go to their website yourself. Go to the website yourself and see for yourself. I'm not playing around. This is some serious stuff. Black boys are the reason why the failure of us to teach and push black boys into math and sciences by the third grade is the reason why one of the main reasons why the black community is in shambles. By the time they get to 18, they're so far behind in mathematics and science, they just say, forget it. They jump in the street and they go hustle in the street. Why? Because they're so far behind. By the time they get to 18, they've been screwing around in school so long, trying to get a handle on mathematics and science looks like trying to climb Mount Everest to them. Why should I do that? I can just go around this mountain and go sell something on the street and make some money. Our black boys are dying. And when black boys die, black girls die. Why? Because the selection process gets altered. Now, the best and most fittest don't get selected on either side. The most attractive get selected. Not the best mate, the most attractive person. Those are two different things, two totally different things. What do I know? I just been married 33 years. What do I know? What do I know? I'm just an old fart, right? Why look at me? I've been living and working in the black community all my life. What do I know? What do I know? Clarence, you don't have no degree. I don't. I've been to college, but I don't have a degree. No, I don't. And you especially don't have a degree in education. I don't. But I need a degree in education to look at test scores and see who's doing the worst. Do I need a degree for that? I can do enough. I can do multiplication and addition. I can addition and subtraction. I can see. I know which score is the lowest, and it's us. So this is my plea to black men. This is my plea, 3rd grade. Please get in there with your sons. Listen to me. Listen to me. Men, this is for the men out there. If you spend 1 hour a week, just 1 hour a week on math and science skills with your son, forget that. Let's say 1 hour a day. 1 hour a day. That's 350 days. That's 350 hours a year you spending on your son's future. I can't do that, Claire. I got a date. Oh, you got a date, huh? And so you rather spend the time that you could be spending with your son, just 1 hour. That's going to stop you from getting online? That's going to stop you from, no, brother. See, parenthood is a sacrifice. It's a sacrifice. We all have to sacrifice. I signed my oldest boy up for football. Guess what? They said, we don't have no coach. I said, I'll do it. Okay, go do it. Sign them up for basketball. We don't got no coach. I'll do it. I mean, you got to do it. Sometimes we got to sacrifice. And my wife was, the one that brought the what do you call it, the drinks and all that. My wife did that too. It is what it is. It's a sacrifice. Y'all don't hear me though. I'm preaching, right? I'm preaching. Hey, go out to your favorite boss lady and go learn how to get a date. That's what you need. That's what's more important. You learning how to date somebody as opposed to getting these children math and science scores up and getting them strong in math and science, getting these black boys math and science skills up. That's what's more important. You going out there and getting a date. Going out there. But hey, don't say nobody doing nothing, because a lot of us brothers out here that's doing something, that's trying to do something for this, to make this happen. Right? Anyway, let me stop. Let me get some of these chats. Sister Eddie, hey, Brother C, how you doing? Hey, I'm doing fine, Sister Eddie. Good to see you. Brother Nup, good to see you, brother. Glad to have y'all in the building. And of course, my brother Big Rig. Shout out to you, Brother Clarence. Shout out to the people in the chat. Good to see you, my brother. Good to see you. Hey, I'm telling y'all, if I said anything that's wrong, please, anybody that's in the bushes listening, if I said something wrong, the kosher clinician, come on in here and show me that I'm wrong. Here's the numbers for yourself. You go out and dispute these numbers. But in my opinion, 3rd grade, 4th grade is too late. As you can see right here, 3rd grade, we need to be on these black boys and the girls, but especially the boys. The boys have black boys have so many issues. Black boys are the only boys that I know that have this issue. By the time they hit 3rd and 4th grade, see, at 3rd grade, that's when the pack starts separating. 3rd grade and 4th grade and 5th grade and 6th grade, that's when they start getting teased for doing well in school. Am I lying, fellas? Am I lying? That's when they start teasing. They actually start ostracizing good students. So a lot of our boys say, well, I can't be a good student. I'll get ostracized by my peers. They get the peer pressure of it. Why? Because their peers don't know what the F they're doing. They're so far behind. They see anybody doing well in the classroom, they get jealous and envious of them, and so they project their jealousy and envy as ridicule and they ridicule that person that's doing good. Especially, I'm really talking about the boys. Oh, Clarence, you don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, let's get these black boys together. Third grade, please, please. My suggestion for us as men, you know what? I know you want to date. I know you want a social life. I get that. I'm not saying you shouldn't have a social life, but your social life shouldn't outweigh these boys. But that's what's happening right now. That's what's happening right now. Your social life is outweighing the importance of these black boys. See, if we get the boys together, the girls are going to have to get together because of the selection process. They're going to be left out of the selection process, which they don't want to be left out of the selection process. See, feminism has told women that the selection process is unimportant. You can take care of yourself, therefore you don't need to be selected by no man. That's what feminism has told the women. But in reality, in most of their hearts, they want to be selected. They want to be selected. How are they going to be selected? They're only going to be selected by people that have a certain mentality. So they got to bring their game up. No more love and hip hop type people. We won't be having that person because they'll be dinosaurs. Nobody will be selecting a woman like that. Nobody will be selecting no housewife of Atlanta type woman. No one will be selecting no real estate of Atlanta type woman. Nobody will be selecting women like that. They will just be left out in the cold and they will die off. They'll have their cats and their buzz cuts and their, you know what I'm saying, and their sweatpants and their kitty litter. Shout out to the feminists. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, I push on too harsh. I push on too harsh. All right, y'all. Let's keep moving because we got a lot to get to. We started late. All right. Oh my gosh, sorry. 1:30, 1:19. Oh, smokes. All right. Let's see. We did the Rescue Black Boys. How about this? Let's do the Black History Minute because we got to get moving. We got to get moving. Something cut myself. I'm sorry about that, y'all. My camera went out on. Black people in the United States. Was it the Emancipation Proclamation? Was it the 13th Amendment? Let's take a look at it. Let's see what actually happened. The Black History Emancipation Proclamation. On September 22nd, 1862, President Abraham Lincoln issued the preliminary Emancipation Proclamation, which declared that as of January 1, 1863, all enslaved people in the states currently engaged in rebellion against the Union shall be thenceforward and forever free. Lincoln did not actually free all of the approximately 4 million men, women, and children held in slavery in the United States when he signed the formal Emancipation Proclamation the following January. The document only applied to enslaved people in the Confederacy and not to those in the border states that remained loyal to the Union. But although it was presented chiefly as a military issue, the proclamation marked a crucial shift in Lincoln's views on slavery. Emancipation would redefine the Civil War, turning it from a struggle to preserve the Union to one focused on ending slavery and set a decisive course for how the nation would be reshaped after that historical conflict. Hey, let me tell you why Lincoln freed the slaves, or quote unquote freed the slaves. Had nothing to do with keeping the Union together. Well, it did a little bit have something to do with keeping the Union together, but it was a political and financial move. The South was getting rich with cotton. Cotton was the crack of at the time. The South was getting rich. They were getting ready to make their own money. They were getting ready to do their own, have their own government. They were getting ready to do all this stuff. Lincoln didn't free the slaves because he was like, oh, well, I'm an abolitionist. No, it was really to destabilize the economy of the South. Once you take 4 million free workers out of the loop. Now, you know what I'm saying? They don't have the money to do all of the stuff that they were doing, that they were getting ready to do. They were trying to secede from the Union, and they could do it. They could do it because they was making some money off of cotton. Tobacco right behind it. Sugar right behind that. But cotton was the Eli Whitney, a black dude. Eli Whitney was the one who invented the cotton gin. He's the one that put slavery on turbo blast. I mean the profits on turbo blast for the South, because now the cotton gin could do the work of 20 people at one time. Their profits just exploded. So Lincoln said, hey, let me tell you how they gonna win if I take 4 million people out of 4 million free workers off their payroll. Now what? Now how they gonna do this? How they gonna leave now? That was the purpose of doing it. Anyway, let's get back to it. Abe Lincoln's developing views on slavery. Sectional tensions over slavery in the United States have been building for decades. By 1854, when Congress passes the Kansas-Nebraska Act, open territory that had been previously closed to slavery, according to the Missouri Compromise. Right? Remember we talked about the Dred Scott case, right? What was the Dred Scott case? A slave, Dred Scott, went with his master into this Missouri, into a territory that had been claimed by the U.S. Under the Missouri Compromise. It was never defined that slavery was permitted there, and it actually wasn't permitted there. That was a part of the Missouri Compromise. Slavery wasn't permitted there. So Dred Scott was taken over there by his master, and then decided to fight being a slave on the way back. He said, in this territory, I'm not a slave. Therefore, if I'm not a slave, you can't take me back. I'm not your property. You can't take me back. Tried to fight it in court and lost. Of course, said you are property. Basically said that whatever agreement they made in the Missouri Compromise, you still his property. Because he tried to fight it, right? Anyway, opposition to the act led to the formation of the Republican Party in 1854 and revived the falling political career of an Illinois lawyer named Abraham Lincoln, who rose from obscurity to national prominence and claimed the Republican nomination for president in 1860. We're just doing history, y'all. Maybe we want to go somewhere and learn how to date. Lincoln personally hated slavery. Well, we don't have no facts on that, but if he did, cool. And considered it immoral. If the Negro is a man, why then my ancient faith teaches me that all men were created equal, and that there can be no moral right in connection with one man taking a slave of another. He said now in famous speech in Peoria, Illinois in 1854. But Lincoln didn't believe that the Constitution gave the federal government the power to abolish it in the states where it already existed. Only to prevent its establishment to new Western territories that would eventually become states. In his first inaugural address in 1861, he declared that he had no purpose, directly or indirectly, to interfere with slavery in the states where it exists. By that time, however, 7 southern states had already seceded from the Union. Ouch. See, the cotton gin, man, these people was making money. I mean, they was making money hand over fist. Shout out to Eli Whitney. By that time, it's forming the Confederate States of America and setting the stage for civil war. All right, well, we ain't gonna go into civil war. We ain't gonna go to civil war. Let's jump right into the 13th Amendment, right? And then we're gonna be done, y'all. I promise y'all, we're gonna be done. 13th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, abolition of slavery, 1865. Let's see. Passed by Congress January 31, 1865, and ratified on December 6, 18. Damn, took a whole year. December 6, 1865. The 13th Amendment abolished slavery in the United States. In 1863, President Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation declaring all persons held free in any state, the people as slaves within any state or designated part of the state, the people shall be then be in rebellion against the United States, shall thenceforth be free. Nonetheless, the Emancipation Proclamation did not end slavery. The nation, since it only applies to areas of the Confederacy currently in the state of a rebellion. Okay, so I basically did that, but basically, the 13th Amendment is actually what ended slavery in the United States as a business, right? All right, but hey, don't take my word for it. I'm not like these other people. I'm not like your favorite uncle or your favorite boss lady. I don't know everything. Go out there and check for yourself. Go out there and check for yourself. Dig that. Dig that. That's the Black History Minute. And why do you, Clarence, why you keep doing the Black History Minute? We're all Americans. Yeah, we all Americans, but we have different origins. Just like you look in DC Comics, right? Sometimes you want to know the origin of a character. You want to know their origin, see how they got the way they got to. Well, what's wrong with us knowing our origin? If shout out to the white people, but if white people can know their origin, they tell you, oh yeah, I'm from England, I'm from Italy, I'm from this. They tell you their origin. They can even get on a boat and go see their relatives. What about you? What's wrong with you knowing your origin? What's wrong with you knowing about the things that your people did to contribute to American society? What's wrong with that? There ain't nothing wrong with that as far as I can see. If they got Mount Rushmore. White people won't even let you forget it about them. They put their faces on mountains. What's wrong with me telling you about your people, man? What's wrong with them telling you? What's wrong with me telling you about your people? Shout out to the white people, man. Rock out. But hey, don't get mad at us for trying to rock out too. We all put something in this stew. We all put something in this pot. Don't try to act like we didn't put nothing in this pot. We put something in this pot too. Let me get to some of these chats, y'all. Susan Q say facts. What's going on, Susan Q? I haven't seen you in a long time, sister. Glad to have you in the building. Brother Rorschach. Greetings, Brother Clarence. Hope you're having a relaxed and happy Sunday. I'm trying, brother. I'm trying. I hope you gonna stop by because we're gonna do a little talking about your compadre over here, Kevin Sanders, in a minute. So hope you're around for that, man. JP, Inspired Matriarch. If you haven't already subscribed to JP, the Inspired Matriarch, go on over there, check it out, subscribe, see if that's the kind of content you want to have. You subscribe to. Peace and joy. Let's talk about it like that. See how your spirit. I'm good, JP. So far, so good. A little thirsty. I might get up and go get me some water, but I'm good. All right, we got one more thing, and then we're gonna get to the meat. We're gonna get to the meat. Let's see. One more thing. Oh, STEM job of the week. Operation room nurse. I think I got that here. Okay. Job of the week, registered nurse, operating room. Average base salary, $151,000 a year annually. Who else is telling you about these jobs? Every week. Who else? They're telling you how to be a high value man. I'm a high value man. I'm a high value man. When you're a high value man, in my opinion, you don't have to say it out your mouth. Everybody else will know it. But that's me. What do I know? I'm just a Negro out here in the black community trying to help the black community stand up. What do I know? What is the operating room nurse? The preoperative or OR nurse is an individual who works with the patient being prepared for surgery, their family, and as a member of the interdisciplinary care team. The OR nurse helps to evaluate the patient, then plan and implement various steps during and beyond surgery. Nurses who enjoy direct patient care and a good deal of change may enjoy spending time in the OR. What are the education requirements for an operating nurse? Nurse positions require that the applicant have an RN license in good standing. This can be achieved at minimum by completing a 2-year associate's degree in nursing ADN program. A BSN is not required for all operating room nurse positions, although it is preferred by employers. Some employers may require that an applicant agrees to complete his or her bachelor's degree within a certain time frame after hire. OR nursing positions are typically open to new graduate RNs who have successfully completed an internship program, as well as to experienced nurses with at least 1 year of bedside experience. Oh boy. And it just talks about the roles and duties of an operating nurse and stuff that you could do. But I mean, that's a job. Oh, there ain't no jobs out here, Clarence. There ain't no jobs. Ain't no jobs for black people. Man, there's jobs out here. There's jobs out here. What we got to do is get ourselves around this whole, it's the white man putting a monkey wrench in my plan situation. I understand. I'm not trying to say racism doesn't exist, but it doesn't have the power and influence that it used to have because of the demands of the marketplace. Period. The end. It's just not able to. It's just not able to handle the demands of the marketplace. The marketplace is just, the demands are too great to allow quote unquote racism to run free like it used to could. It just can't do it anymore. It can't sustain itself. All right, y'all. But that's the job of the week. Operation Room Nurse, $151K a year. Holy smokes. Holy smokes. I mean, D-Zam. Is there any place, anybody else showing you guys how to make that kind of money? I don't think so. If they are, go listen to them. Go listen to them. But as far as I can see, no, they're not. No, they're not, man. No, they're not. Hold on, y'all. Let's get it straight here. We try to get some stuff straight here. How's y'all Saturday going? I hope y'all, Sunday, excuse me, Saturday. How's y'all Sunday going? Is y'all Sunday going good? Wait, let me tell you something. If you're able to hear my voice, then your Sunday is going good, right? You're not in the hospital. You're not, you're not getting anything. You're not on the operating table, right? You're not. What the heck? I'm trying to do something, y'all, and it's not working. Hold on. Okay, let's do that. Oh, there we go. Okay. Yeah, you're not on the operating table. Did you thank God this morning? Did you get up and thank God? No, I was too busy saying, dang, I want this what I want. Oh, but you didn't thank God. How you gonna have a day as beautiful as it is outside of out here and not thank God? What's wrong with us, man? What is really wrong with us, man? What is really wrong with us? All right, y'all, let's get into our first topic. Our first topic is the lead attorney, right? And oh yeah, I got permission. Oh yeah, I learned. They taught me, right? The hypocrites taught me, man. They taught me, hey, go get permission. Okay. Especially when I'm dealing with the Negro sector, I will definitely get permission. I will definitely get permission, man. Let's see. That's not what I need. This is what I need. Oh, okay. Here, okay, this is what I need. Right here. Let me do this. Y'all, hang in there with your little brother. Hang in there. I remember, I'm old, y'all. I'm old. It might take me a minute to get there, but I'm going to get there, God dog it. I'm going to get there. All right. All right. All right. Now, this is a video. This is a video by my brother, the lead attorney, right? He's using this footage. I wonder if the hypocrites are going to go and say, lead attorney, did you get permission for this? Did you get permission? You know you have to get permission, lead attorney. You have to get permission. Because we told Clarence, you got to get permission in these streets. You got to get permission. We'll see if the hypocrites hit him up. I doubt it. But anyway, so lead attorney made this video talking about, Kanye. Well, actually, it was Kanye talking about how the courts are against men. So let's see. Let's talk about it.
Custody with in society today. That's not even. It always leans towards the mom.
Preach. Now Kanye preaching.
Okay. So the lead attorney said, "You preaching, Kanye?" Kanye said, "Hey, it always leads toward the mom." Why? Why does it always lead toward the mom? Because you guys leave. You guys leave. I've said it before, and I'm going to say it again. You guys leave. You guys leave the children at the house. What you telling the court, what you showing the court when you leave is you showing the court, hey, I think this person is the better parent, so I'm going to leave the children with them. Then, when you try to play catch up, you basically got to show this, you got to have pictures of this lady on crack cocaine before the court say, why should I rip the children out of there? Their bikes are there. Their clothes are there. The washing machine is there. Their friends are there. Their school is there. Why should I rip the children out of this environment for you? You, the one that left, and you even showed that you trust this lady with these children. So they say there's 7 words that break your heart. Let's just leave it like it is. Let's just leave it like it is. Why? Because they don't care nothing about the mother. They don't care nothing about the father. All they care about is those children. Their bike is there. Their cars, their clothes are there. Their friends are there. Their school is there. Their favorite restaurants are there. Why should we now yank them out of that situation and try to give them to you when you haven't proved that you're the best parent? Oh, Clarence, you caping for the women. I'm not caping for nobody. I'm telling you how the court, I'm pulling the eyeballs out the court and putting them in your eyeballs so you can see how the court looks at it when you walk away from your children. That's why I always tell you guys, if you're even thinking about divorce, if you're thinking about leaving your children, don't. If you can avoid it at all costs. Move into the attic, move into the basement, but don't leave. Then the court has to do its job and figure out who's the best parent. Then they got to figure out who's the best parent. They got to put some work into it. But you guys leave. Why? Why you leave? So you can have your own apartment, so you can smash all these girls in your own apartment. And then you want to play dad when you want to play dad. But then you already shown the court by leaving the residence that the woman is the best parent. Not necessarily, Clarence, not necessarily. Well, I'm sharing with you how the court looks at it. Why would you leave these children with her? If she was such a bad parent, why did you leave these children with her? That makes your judgment questionable. If you thought she was such a bad parent, why did you leave them with her? I'm ahead of y'all. Y'all ain't even hear me. Let's finish up. Let's finish up. Because Kanye preaching, according to my buddy, the lead attorney.
Now Kanye preaching. What is he saying? There's no such thing as 50-50 custody. That's a little bit strong of a statement. But he says that these courts lean in favor of the mom. It's true. It is true.
And I'm telling you why they lean in turn to the mom. Because usually the mom stays at the property. Usually the mom stays at the property. Right? Because these women are smart, a lot of them. They already, man, you think they've already had this discussion before you even pull the trigger. Girl, you stay, girl. Don't let him take those children and you stay in the house. They already, but we ain't educating each other. We run around here saying the court's a bit more for the women, so don't get married. Don't get married. No. I mean, don't get married if you don't want to get married. But what I'm saying is the courts are looking out for the children. That's what their main objective is the children. Not the mother, not the father. Because if the mother leaves, and Rico came up here and told you his wife left him, and she was a nut. She was trying to get the children back from him. And the court was like, you crazy. You left. You out. Whoever leaves the children, you stuck. You playing catch up after that. Brother Big Rig, absolutely, Brother Clarence. I should have never left. Preach the gospel, that's facts. Hey, Big Rig, thank you, brother. We're trying to help these young guys. We're trying to help these men out here, man. For real. When you want to go get dates, then you can go out here to your favorite boss or your favorite uncle. But you trying to make money, go to your favorite uncle. You want your life to really work out for real? Come on here, because we're going to tell you the truth. The truth is, if you leave, you're putting yourself behind the 8 ball. You showing the court that you trust this lady with these children. You think she's a better parent. That's why you left them there. Just telling you how the court looks at it. But see, you not knowing how to play the game. So you out here saying, oh, that's wrong. They shouldn't be doing that. Maybe they shouldn't. But that's how it goes. The court looks at it just for the children. But let's go ahead. Let's dissect it a little more.
You need to know this before the billions. You need to know this, Jonathan Barronville. You need to know this, you young bucks.
Sorry, y'all.
You went into nursing to make a difference in people's lives. Only
I need to get premium. I know. You guys gonna beat me up.
You 20-somethings. Kanye's got $1 billion and is putting up with this. You're not going to be able to escape.
Okay, so what is that telling us? What is that telling us? Just because you got money, that doesn't mean you're going to be able to get the children. If you leave, you are up Ish Creek. Whoever leaves, I don't care if it's the woman or the man, whoever leaves, they're up Ish Creek. You're not getting those children back. You're not. Period. The person that's actually there and stayed in the house and is there with the school and the bikes and the friends and they're the person that's gonna probably win out. Unless they got you in 4K, snorting cocaine. It's an uphill battle. How can you prove that this is a bad parent when you left those children there? You are even worse parent for leaving them there. If this person's so bad, but you guys don't see it. You guys don't see it. And a lot of these lawyers ain't gonna tell you. They're just gonna they got beamer payments to make. They're gonna tell you, let's go back to court again. Let's go back to court again. And they charge you $750 an hour or $350 an hour to go to court and have it postponed to another date. Man, I mean, I'm just telling you the game. I'm telling you the game. The lead attorney can't tell you the game because he's in the game. He's part of the frat. I'm not part of the frat. I'm just telling you how to survive this stuff. I'm just trying to tell you how to survive. Shout out to the lead attorney.
Okay, Mr. Palmer will tell you this. I will tell you this. There are people on YouTube that will tell you this. I'm only using Before the Billions and Jonathan because they're young bucks, right? If you're 50 years old, you already know the deal. Women have the advantage. If you want better odds of getting custody of your child, what do you need to do? He already said, men don't have custody. What do you need to do? You can.
Don't leave the house. Don't leave. If you can avoid it at all costs. Do not leave. Make the court actually do some work to try to figure out who the best parent is. Once you leave, you've shown the court who the best parent is. This person. Why are you saying this person is the best parent? You left the children there. You obviously wouldn't have left them there if the person wasn't a good parent. And if you really think they're such a bad parent, why did you leave them there in the first place? You worse than her. See, you playing a game you can't win. Playing a game you can't win.
You could have a child with a woman who's in prison.
So the attorney said, I agree with that. If the woman's in prison, probably gonna get the child. But if you don't leave the residence on the breakup, court got to do more work. The court has to do its job and try to decide and try to figure out who's the best parent. When you sign that birth certificate, you know what that birth certificate authorizes the state to do? You're logging your child into the state and you're agreeing that the state has the right to step in if you and the person you had this child with cannot do the work in the best interest of this child, the state, you are authorizing the state to be able to step in and do what they think is best for the child. Now, most of the states are going to say whoever is still at the house with the child, that's probably the best parent, because the other parent wouldn't have left that child, those children there, if they thought they were such a bad parent. Now you got to come back and try to prove that this person is not a good parent. That's very hard to do. Very, very difficult to do. You got a better chance of getting your children if you stay. Maybe you guys can't sleep in the same bed, can't sleep in the same room. But you know what? You leaving the property, whoever leaves the property, and women know this already. Girl, don't leave. Girl, don't let him take them children with him. They know already. They're passing this information to each other. But we like dummies. I'm going to leave because I want to be able to smash my girlfriend. Okay, go smash your girlfriend. But remember, you just gave up your children by going to go do that. See, there's sacrifice in being a parent. There's sacrifice in being a parent. But y'all want to be a parent when y'all want to be. I want to leave, and then I want the children, and then I want to be able to do everything I want to do. And it don't work that way. Not in today's world. Maybe in the 30s it worked like that. You could leave and then come back and get your children and scoop them up or whatever, and the woman has to just deal with it. But not now. Not now. No. Whoever leaves, the children, they pretty much giving up a lot of their rights. All right, or they're giving a lot of their leverage. I won't say their rights, but their leverage.
If you somehow get a woman knocked up in prison, and you're not in prison, you're at home making your $75,000 a year. Maybe she got out on parole and she went back in. You're going to get that child. If she's got to go upstate, you're going to get the child.
I got permission, by the way. I got permission. Shout out to the lead attorney. I hit him up and said, "Hey, bro, I want to use one of your videos, man. I want to push back on it a little bit. 160 something subscribers. I'm thinking, well, he'll probably, get back to me late." The dude got back to me just like that. Probably within 10 minutes, got right back to me. But Clarence, go ahead, man. Handle your business. Shout out to the lead attorney. Shout out to him. And I told him, I said, "Hey, I'm going to push back on this a little bit." Yeah, no problem. No problem. Go ahead, Clarence. Salute to you. Salute to you. See, that's standing tall. See, it takes heart. It takes heart. Shout out to the lead attorney. It takes heart. Shout out to the mothership. It takes heart. Shout out to Jen on the block. It takes heart to have somebody go over your material and criticize it and put their remarks on it and say, "I'm pushing back on you against it," and you still let them do it. That takes heart. Shout out to all of them, because they could have struck me, all of them, and they didn't. Anyway, I wonder if this Kanye West footage is by permission, lead attorney. Because, some of your people came over here and told me I got to get permission when I use footage. I don't know if they're telling you got to do the same thing. I don't know. I'm just asking, brother. I'm just asking. Anyway, let's get back to Kanye West and how men are getting destroyed in the family court.
Congratulations. How else can you get a child? Maybe she's sexually child. It happens. You guys will never hear it. The media.
Okay, so he's talking about the extremes, right? He's talking about extremes. I'm talking about a regular situation. He's talking about extremes. Vitamin Q, glad to have you in the building, sis. I never heard of that. Well, I mean, it's the reality. It's the whoever leaves, they put their leverage out there. Brother Warshak, leaving the house out of frustration should not disqualify you for eligibility of a primary custodian of the child. Brother, what you're doing when you leave the house is you're showing the court you trust this lady with the child. That's what you're doing. The fact in itself cannot be used to determine who the primary custodian. It should not be, but you make it easy for them. They say to themselves, "Hey, if he thought so much of these children, he would have took them with him, or she would have took them with her." But he left them there. Obviously, he don't think they're in a bad situation because he left them there. Come on, Rorschach. Put your thinking cap on, brother. Put your thinking cap on. Rorschach, the courts are not operating with the parameters of sound logic. Yes, they are. The logic they're using is for the children. They don't care nothing about the father. They don't care nothing about the mother. They have an obligation. Their obligation is not to the mother. It's not to the father. Their obligation is to the child. That's what you sign that birth certificate. Their obligation is to the child. The statement would make much more sense if it were qualified with a reasonable time frame. It's not a reasonable time frame. Whoever leaves, you left. You left. You showed this court that you think this is a good environment for them. There's no problem there because you left them there. If you really thought these children were in serious harm, you would have took them with you. That's how the court looks at it. Anyway, Brother Rilla, shout out. Waiting for your call yesterday, Brother Rilla. Didn't hear from you, but I was waiting for it. Shout out. Shout out to Chicago Rilla. Ronnie F., good to see you in the building. Good to see you in the building too, Rilla. Permission granted. Love that. Hey, man, I'm just telling the truth. I'm just telling the truth, brother. Brother Truth is favorite. At the Better Black Life. What's going on, Brother C? I appreciate you, Brother Truth. I'm just out here doing what I do, man. Trying to tell the truth. That's all I'm trying to do. See, these lawyers and the manosphere, they're not going to tell you the truth. They're going to keep telling you the courts are all against you as men. Instead of telling them the reality is whoever leaves the house gives up a lot of leverage. Period. But they've been singing this song so long. You got cats like Rorschach. Shout out to Rorschach. But you got cats like that's all they bopping their head to is the courts are against men. The courts are against men. They're against whoever leaves the house. If you want custody of them children, you got to stay and make the court. I'm not saying the court going to automatically give them to the men, but you're going to make the court work to try to figure out who's the best parent. Sister Vitamin Q said that makes sense. I mean, doesn't it? That's just simple. That's simple logic, sis. That's simple logic. Brother Choose a favor. Let's talk about Black Life. What do you mean left? I mean, when a breakup happens, Brother Truth, whoever leaves the house, usually it's the man, right? Because women know. They know if their girlfriends already put them up on the game. Don't leave, girl. You keep them. You make sure he don't take them kids with him. They already put each other up on the game. But you and me, men, we get mad. And the woman know how to push your buttons and make you mad enough when you leave. She know what she's doing. Most cases. They know what they're doing. They make you so mad you just take your stuff and leave. And then you say, I'm glad I left. You got you another apartment over there so you can bring your girlfriend through there, right? And you think you win it. But then you do like Kanye West and you start missing your children. And you say, man, I want my children with me. You already left them. Now you basically got to show, you got to have this woman on crack cocaine in 4K before anybody's going to even think about ripping those children out of there for you. Brother Rorschach says, because men are at much higher risk of being punished in the event of domestic dispute, it stands to reason that they would vacate the premises. Leaving the home does not disqualify you. I didn't say it disqualified you. I say it gives you, it takes a lot of leverage away from you. I don't care if you're the man or the woman. If you do leave because of domestic DV, you better have some paperwork. You better show, because a woman is definitely going to, if a woman has to leave because of DV and have to leave the house, you better believe the woman's going to go get some paperwork to show that you were a threat to her. She's definitely going to show that. Brother West said, Brother Clarence, what you're saying is not logical. How? This is why you guys get clobbered. You guys want to fight. You want to fight the situation. They've been singing this. The men are getting clobbed. The men are in a bad situation in the court system for you. They've been singing that song so long for you. That's all you got rocking in your head. Do. But I'm telling you the reality. What am I saying that's not logical? Everything I'm saying is logical. Both parents have been co-parenting in cohabitation capacity. Therefore, it is mutual trust between the two parties. But one person left. One person left. If the person that leaves, the court looks at it like this. You think this person is a good caregiver because you left these children with them. And their bikes are there. Their friends are there. Their school is there. Their favorite restaurants are there. They know everything what's going on in that neighborhood. Why should we rip them out of there to give them to you? That's not fair to them, the children. Why should I take them away from their school and they're all comfortable? The divorce itself is going to be a blow to them. Why should we uproot them anymore just because now you got homesick for your children? No, you go get fit up. Rochette, they got a big piece of paper with all these different dates on it that you got to fill out. Who's going to have a child on that date? That's what you got to do. This is a reality. But truth. Men normally don't leave. We get kicked out. No. Go get you some paperwork showing you got kicked out. That way you can go to the court saying, hey, I didn't leave. I was put in a position to leave. So you got to know how to play the game. You got to know how to play the game. But see, y'all come in playing checkers. These women are playing chess, and y'all playing checkers. And y'all trying to get the checkers rules put into the chess game. And this is a chess game. That's why they destroy you guys. They destroy you because you will not accept the reality of what's going on. I'm just telling you the truth, brother. I'm just telling you the truth. Brother, Truth is Favorite. Drop the link because I have a couple questions that need clarifying. I will, brother. I will. I got a couple other things I got to talk about, and then I will drop it. Clarify type when I help. Write them down, brother. Write them down, please. Please, Brother Truth. Suffer me this just a little bit because I gotta get to Kevin Samuels, and I got some other stuff I gotta get to. Maybe I'll drop the link when I get to Kevin Samuels. Brother Sim, actually, Brother C, is logical. The rules are already written, so complaining about it is emotional. It's not about right and wrong. It's about the rules they have. Yeah, the rules they have. And the rules they have, Brother Sim, is for the children. They don't care about the parent. They don't care about the parents. It's not about the parents. You guys already decided what you're going to do. They only concerned about the child. Why? Give me a good reason. See, they're going to say to you, give me a good reason. This child's clothes are there. Their friends are there. Everything that can support them throughout this major crisis in their life is right there. Give me a reason why I should rip them up and give them to you. Shout out. Why should I do that? See, but the fellas come in there saying, well, I'm a dad and I'm paying child support, so I should be. Okay, yeah, you should have access to your children. I'm not saying you shouldn't, but I'm just telling you how the court looks at it. Who's going to be the custodial parent? The person you left them with. You left them there. If you thought they were such a bad parent, why did you leave them there? So you're going to have to explain yourself on so many different levels. And a lot of times they ain't even going to ask you. You know what they're going to say? They're going to say them 7 words to break your heart. Let's just leave it like it is. Let's just leave it like it is. Why should we rip the children up when you and your wife is the one that had the problem? Their friends are here. Everything that they may need to help them get over this tragic event in their life is right there. Their school is there. Their friends are there. Their bikes are there. Their house is there. Everything that they're familiar with is right there. But y'all that's why y'all get clobbered in family court. Not because the courts are against you. It's because you don't know how to play the game. The women know how to play the game, and they pass on good information to each other. You think they're in there just getting their hair done? They're just getting extensions done? No, they're passing on good information to each other. How to win. You think they're just in there getting their nails done? No, they're passing on good information to each other. Y'all out here saying, I'm a high value man. I'm a high value man. I deserve my children. I'm a high value man. I'm a high value man. High value man. And you're a high value man and you get clobbered. And these attorneys ain't telling you that, hey, if you leave, you done. You basically got to show this woman on crack cocaine. Anyway, who watches The Watchmen? Salute to you, Mr. Real Estate. Queen vitamin Q. Unfortunately, men never seem to think about the actual lifestyle of the child. It's generally about them and their logic, aka their feelings. The women too, vitamin Q. Women too do the same thing. But women have a purpose in what they're doing, because they can leverage this. They can leverage custody of the children into a monetary situation. They can leverage that. So they have other reasons outside of caring about the children. They can leverage it. The men don't understand that. The men are out there trying to prove a point. So it always turns into a pissing contest for the men. Brother Rorschach, even if the man remains in the home, normative gender dynamics would be used to justify the woman as a primary custodian. Prove it. Prove it. Go show me where the man stayed in the home and automatically the woman was given custody. Prove it. Prove it. See, you just talking. It's a conjecture, brother. And I got to take your word with a grain of salt, because you don't have any children. You've never been married. I got to take your word. I got to take it with a little grain of salt, Rorschach, all due respect. This is what's called logic in philosophy, and I'm standing on a basis for prejudice. There is no prejudice, because you can't prove the prejudice. Prove it. Go get something that shows when men stay in the house that women are automatically given custody. If you can do that, I'll back off. Excuse me. If the lead attorney, if you out there and you listening, you got some proof that if the man stays in the house, the woman is still automatically gonna get the children, I'll back off. But don't just argue with me just because you won't feel your feelings. No, don't do that. You make yourself look crazy. All right, let's get back to the lead attorney, and he's telling you how the different ways you can get custody as a man. If you, different ways you can get custody.
Media will never let you hear about these mothers, these women who are touching these children. It happens. You will get your child if the mother is touching your child. How else can you get your child? Is your mother doing meth? Is the mom doing meth? Well, she's smoking weed. I know, but it's weed. It's still illegal in Georgia. I know it's still illegal in Georgia. Judges don't care about weed, even though it's but meth. Is she using cocaine? Well, is it the good kind or crack rock? Well, certainly if it's crack rock.
We all agreed, right? Drug use absolutely is going to disqualify you as being a good parent. But we're assuming, we're going on based on the normal scale, that there's no drug use. There's just a disagreement in, how to run the household or whatever, and irreconcilable differences. And there's no threat of violence. It's just people tempers flaring, and unfortunately, there's no way to be in a marriage situation anymore. Should you leave the house? Not unless you absolutely have to, and you should go get some documentation to prove why you had to. That way the court can say, okay, this man didn't just leave. He didn't leave. He didn't want to leave. He tried to stay there with his children. Okay, so is he really the best parent, right? Am I right? No, Clarence. See? No, Clarence. You don't know what you're talking about. I'm very unemotional about this, Brother Rorschach says. And I like this brother, so I don't think me and this brother have nothing. I like him pushing back on me, but I gotta tell him, I'm very unemotional about this situation. I do not date or reproduce with women from a pool where women are 80% single mothers. The Korean Jew women are not discussing that. JS. Hey, Brother Rorschach. It doesn't matter what nationality you go. According to you, the women are going to get the child, right? If you break up with her, the woman go get the child automatically, right? Because she's a woman, right? She got a vagina. They're going to automatically say, "Oh, you got a vagina? Here you go. Here you go." And I'm trying to tell you that's not the case. That's not the case. Y'all got to make the court do the work to figure out who's a better parent, right? You got to make them work. The woman found a baby. Woman finds a baby. takes the king, and then King Solomon, it takes King Solomon and said, "This is my baby. This is my child." Woman that was looking for her child had lost it. Said, "No, no, no. That's my child. That's my child." See? They make Solomon have to do the work. So Solomon, he's smart. He said, "Wait a minute. There's no child that can have two mothers, right? Except in America, right?" But the average at that time, ain't no child gonna have two mothers. Somebody's lying. So they made Solomon do the work. So Solomon said, "Hey, look, this is what we're gonna do. This is what we're gonna do." He played him. He said, "I can't figure out whose child this is. I can't figure it out. So tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna give you half of this child, and I'm gonna give you half of this child." He said, "We're just gonna cut this child down the middle, and I'll give you half, and I'll give you half." The lady that actually had found the baby said, "Cool," because her ego was so high. Her ego was so high. She said, "Cool, give me my half, because I know I ain't lying. I ain't lying," right? She up and puffing her chest off. Her ego was so big. She said, "Cool." But the other lady said, "You know what? She's right. That's not my child. You ain't got to cut him down. You ain't got to cut him in half. Give him to her. Give him to her." See, her ego wasn't that big. Solomon was smart. He said, "You know what? You're the real mother." She said, "How you know?" He said, "Because you didn't want me to cut that child, kill that child just to prove a point." Paraphrasing. I'm paraphrasing. But basically, this other lady was willing to let me kill this child just for her ego. And you put down your ego and your desire to have the child, but the safety of the child became more important to you than your ego. That's how I knew it was your child. I'm paraphrasing Solomon, paraphrasing. But what's the point? The point is, Rick already sent you a link. I don't know what you're doing, why you ain't on here. I called you this morning. You must have been sleeping off one of those libation. Shout out to Rico Young. But what's the point? They made Solomon do the work because both people had to claim. Both people had to claim. How could Solomon tell? He couldn't tell. He didn't know. Hey, both you guys go do a DNA swab. You think they was DNA swabbing back then? Wasn't no DNA swabs. So how could he know? He had to threaten to murk the baby to see which one of them cared enough about the baby to say, "No, you the mother. I was just talking crazy. You the real mother." But make these people do their work. See, but when you leave, what if the real mother would have said, "Okay, that's your baby, cool, I'm out. I will go to Solomon later and fight him. I'll go later." They're going to say, "You already left her with her. You left the baby with her. You could have came to me right then. We was right there. We could have dealt with it right there." But you guys as men, that's why you guys get creamed, because you guys will not accept the reality of how these things work. And I understand, because the Manosphere have been singing these songs to y'all for so long. We're gonna get into Kevin Samuel's trick bag in a minute. They've been singing so many songs to y'all don't know. Y'all don't know what y'all doing. That boy Will, shout out to have you in the building, brother. Thank you for stopping by on a Sunday. I never fully thought about it until just now. When I was 13 years old, my dad and my mom divorced. My mom left and got an apartment, but my brothers and I stayed with my dad. Holy smokes! Thank you, that boy Will. I appreciate you, man. Because see, these cats to be out here thinking I'm just I don't know what I'm talking about, man. I'm just out here talking. Do the math, do the logic. But y'all drunk off these off these manosphere cats, man. They got you drunk off these songs they singing to you. Oh man, men will never get men are always behind the scene. Why? Because you leave. You're the one to leave. So you can have a spot where you can smash your girlfriend or your mistress or whoever you smashing over there. You want a spot to smash your mistress. So that's more important to you than your children. And of course, see that. Shout out to brother Dat Boy Will. Shout out, brother. Shout out to you. Appreciate you, man. Salute to brother Clarence on Sunday afternoon. Rico, what are you doing, man? I already sent you the link, man. You're supposed to be up here. I called you this morning. You didn't answer. I know you probably are like, oh, I need a day, brother Clarence. I need a day to get this off. Okay. All right, brother. But I hope you get up here. I hope you can work it out so you can get up here soon. Brother Warshak, brother, in every state, primary caretaker of the child is going to be given preferential treatment. How does this person become the primary caregiver unless you leave? Your absence creates the vacuum that presents this person as the primary caregiver. Come on, man, let's just do the math. Just do the math here. Therefore, given normal gender dynamic, it's 9-10 the mom. No, brother, it's not. They're working out there. They're out there working too. There's no such thing as a primary caregiver anymore until the divorce comes up. Yeah, but see, you Rorschach, you're so drunk off of this garbage they out here selling you, and nobody's telling you the real. Nobody's telling you the real. I bet this is Rico telling me. Oh man, Rico, come on, man. Thank you for the cash up, Rico, man. I mean, that was totally unnecessary. I appreciate you, brother. I should be paying you for what you coming up here doing. Rico Young just sent me a cash app. Shout out to you, Rico Young, man. Shout out to you, brother. But Rico, I sent you the link, man. I hope you got it. If not, let me know, man, and I'll get you the link. Let's see. Vitamin Q. I reverted that story often as well. Yeah, man. I mean, it's just simple logic, sis. Simple logic. Rorschach says, if you enter into a normal, heteronormative relationship with the mother of the child, is going to be assumed primary custodian of the child. Prove it. You're saying a lot of stuff. You're saying a lot of manosphere garbage, bro. Prove it. Give me a link or something that proves that. All you're gonna prove is men that leave, the women are automatically, because you made them already. You made them primary custody of primary caregiver because you left. What you ain't seeing about this? Manosphere got you gone, bro. They got you gone. Shout out to the Manosphere, but sometimes they give out some really bad information, especially when it comes to divorce and custody. They give you guys horrible information. And you guys go out, take that information out to these lawyers. These lawyers are making $350, $400 an hour on you. They're not going to tell you either. The women ain't going to tell you. Nobody's going to tell you except me and some other brothers. They're going to tell you that you lose when you walk out the door. But I want to be with my girlfriend. Okay. Just know you put your parental, your custody rights in jeopardy by doing that. Just know that. Don't come back crying and talk about, well, men's supposed to be this, men's supposed to be that. Men's supposed to do this. Shout out to Rico Young. Maybe this is him trying to tell me he needs to. Shout out to Rico Young, man. Shout out to Rico Young. Very generous. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you, man. The law may not be lexical prejudice, but in effect, man, you cannot prove nothing you saying, brother. Nothing. But nice try. Vitamin Q. Come to think of it, there was a movie about back in the day, Kramer vs. Kramer. The mom had to prove herself for this very reason. She wound up giving up. See, this is what I'm saying. It ain't a slam dunk for the mother. We make it a slam dunk by leaving. Same thing with the mother. If the mother leaves, do you think they're gonna just turn around? Rorschach, show me where a mother left and the court just turned around and gave the children to her. She's going to have to prove that man is a detriment or dangerous for those children. Ay. Ay, ay, ay. Big Rigs, there's an ay, ay, ay for you, brother. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. Kristinette DM Johnson, glad to have you in the building, says, do you have documentation confirming what you're saying? We got the document, we got the inverse proportion documentation confirming what I'm saying. Go out there and do the street test and ask 10 guys that got divorced that did not have custody of their children, whether they left or not, and you will see instantly that I'm telling the truth. Otherwise, you're no better than the men you're talking about. No, I'm just telling you the logic. I'm just telling you the logic. Follow the logic. Don't follow me. Follow the logic. See, they don't have no proof of what they're saying, and I don't have no proof of what I'm saying. But which ones logically make sense? What they're talking about? Oh, the courts are just against me because I have a penis. Or what logically makes sense? The court is in the court because you signed that birth certificate. The court has an obligation to the child. Which one makes more logical sense? But see, the manosphere been putting so much sugar in that song, that coffee, that all these young guys are drinking that coffee. They're not questioning what they're being told. They're not questioning it. Rorschach, there's a primary caretaker if you're dealing with a young child and you enumerate caretaking behavior like packing lunches to the hospital. You telling me that only women do that? Now you're really talking crazy, Rorschach. I love you, brother, but you're talking real crazy, man. You're talking real crazy. You know, I mean, I used to pack lunches. I used to cook meals. I used to do all that stuff. Man, they would, my sons would sneak around there and see, are you cooking tonight? Are you cooking a certain dish? Certain dishes they wanted me to cook. Shout out to Brother Marcus. Brother Marcus and Brother Rico. They are vets. We want to honor our vets. We want to honor our vets. Appreciate you, Brother Marcus. Shout out to you, brother. Brother Rico says, my old ass is sore from helping a friend move yesterday. Old Negrosaurus got the rest of his old muscles and bones. Shout out to Rico Young. I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you. I appreciate you, man. Every time you come on the program, man. I appreciate you, man. One day, man, maybe the people will appreciate us enough, man, to support us, man, in a big way. But I appreciate you, brother. Truth is never favorite. At Marcus, what up, little Bill? Let's see. Kristinette DM Johnson. As a 67-year-old female, I know for a fact, okay, whenever somebody say they know for a fact, but they don't have no data or documentation, you need to watch what they're saying. Take it with a grain of salt. I don't even know what you're about to say, Crinette, but when somebody says they know for a fact, I don't see no link. I don't see nothing else. Yikes. But anyway, Kevin Samuels talking and TLA are speaking a lot of facts. When did I say they weren't? Did I say they weren't? I have witnessed some things they have mentioned. I have not said, wait a minute. Now I know you have to be a black person. I know you're a black person now. Because the comprehension is so poor in the black community. Because I'm saying that one issue, one item that the lead attorney is speaking on is not being presented in its full totality to these young men. Now, you think you have to come in here and defend their other talking points. Why? I think lead attorney has done a lot of good things, man. Helped a lot of people. I'm sure Kevin Samuels has helped some people. This has got nothing to do with that. I'm talking about one particular issue. But because the logic of what I'm saying is making too much sense, now you got to move on to something else, right? You got to move on to something else. You got to move to football, right? You're like what's the girl that moves the football whenever Charlie Brown comes to kick it? Right? Now you got to move to football. I never said I had an issue with everything Kevin Samuels said. I never said I had an issue with everything the lead attorney said. I can't disagree with him on one thing. Now I know you're a black person, Crinette. Welcome to the black community where up is down and down is up. Appreciate you. K95 Blues, you is gone. Goodbye. Let's see. Brother Marcus, but the majority of the time, gentlemen, of course, do favor the women, but expectation anomalies don't make the majority rule, Brother Clarence. Why do they majority of the time favor the women? Because the majority of the time, the man moves out. What is so hard for everybody to realize that? What is so hard for people? See, this is why you guys get clobbered. This is why you guys get clobbered. Because you guys are playing with one checker playing chess. The woman has all her chess players, all her chess things right there. You trying to play chess against her with one checker. And you just getting blown off the board. You're getting blown off the board because you will not accept the reality of the situation or test my theory. Test it. Go out and test the logic that I'm using, because I'm using the court's logic. Oh, Clarence, no, we've seen too many men get you've seen too many men get struck down? Why? Why are they getting struck down? That's the question you need to ask yourself. Why? See, but the manosphere keep telling y'all, oh, if you have a penis, it's all over for you. No, it's not. No, it's not. You just need to know what kind of moves to make. That's all. That's all. You need to know how to do a prenup. This man right here done told you how to do a prenup. You need to know how to do a prenup so that it's going to be protected and scrutinized well, and so that the judge will accept it and operate off of it. See, you didn't know this stuff, but see, you don't know this stuff. The manosphere have been singing this song to you. Oh, man, court system is against men. Court system is against men. Yeah, it's against you because 99% of the time, you guys leave the residence. You left there with the children. You left there with the vehicles. You left there with the house. You left there with all of these different things. You left there with all the insurance documents. You left there with all these documents. You left all that stuff in her care. But y'all just will not accept it, right? But Big Rick, Christianette, they have some proof. What proof? I don't know what you're talking about, but shout out. Brother Rico Young, thanks, man. Anytime we have AI alternate view, we have to provide proof. While they never produce any, right? They just keep saying it, right? They just keep saying it and saying it and saying it and saying it and saying it. They don't even have to, it don't even have to be logical, right? You think about it. Is it logical that a court system just said, oh, you have a vagina? Automatically the kids go to you. That's not even logical. But instead of logically breaking down what's actually happening, oh, this thing, their bikes are there, their clothes are there, their washing machine's there, their friends are there, their bikes are there, their favorite restaurants are there, their schools are there. Everything is right there where you left them. Court don't have an obligation to you. The court don't have an obligation to her. The court has an obligation to the child. When are y'all gonna get that through y'all head? But see, it's easier for y'all to just say, the courts are for the women. The courts are for the women. When you put yourself behind the 8 ball and then you try to play catch up. No, make them work. Remember the story about Solomon I told you. Make them do the real mother made him do the work. The real mother of that baby made him do the work and saved that baby's life behind it. Anyway, shout out to Brother Rico. Appreciate you, man. Big Riggs, Marcus, what's up, Pimpin? Thanks for answering me. Oh yeah, anytime. I ain't scared of nobody. And hey, if I didn't answer you, good. Go find one of these Negroes with a degree and bring them up here. They won't come, but go find it. It's plenty of Negroes out there with a degree in the manosphere. I got a degree. I'm a high value man. A high value man. A high value man. A high value man. Okay, you're a high value man. Bring them up here. I will blow them out of the water. Not me, excuse me, the logic. It's just a simple truth of just blow them out of the water. But thank you for presenting that, because I know a lot of people thought that way, Cornette. Appreciate you. Let's see. Rorschach, Brother Clarence, you are attempting to make the statement absolute in order to use exceptions. No, I did not make nothing absolute. It's always exceptions. I'm not disqualifying the majority. I'm telling you, that's how the court looks at it in view of the child. They don't care about the mother. They don't care about the father. Their obligation is to the child. That's their main obligation, is to the child. Once you guys have committed to yourself to the fact that it's not going to work anymore, their primary situation is for the child. But you don't hear me. So you ain't been through a gut wrenching divorce, brother. You have no idea what you're talking about. You never been through a gut wrenching, scratch your eye out crying divorce, where you see grown men sitting out there on the steps crying their eyes out because they can't have their children, and they can't see their children unless the woman lets them see them, because the woman has set them up so bad. They have made them mad and made them come and attack them, and then they go get these restraining orders on them, and now they got all these restraining orders, so now they can't have nothing but supervised visits. These women set them up. I'm not saying every woman does that. I'm not. I'm just saying women know the game more. You think they're just getting their hair done and their nails done. No, they passing the game along to each other. Meanwhile, we sit in the barbershop talking about how bad women are. And you get destroyed in a family court. You get destroyed because you go in there trying to play checkers and they playing chess up in there. What do I know? What do I know? I just seen so many. I got so many friends that got divorced. What do I know? I seen this stuff firsthand. But what do I know? Young guy like you saying all Kevin Samuels talking points, you probably know better than me, right? This is bad argumentation. Women are more likely to be caretakers. It's not the point. The point is whoever leaves gives up their leverage and custody. Who cares who's the caregiver? Who cares? Maybe the woman did make all the sandwiches, but if she leaves, she gives up her leverage. Because the court's going to ask her, if you thought this man was such a bad person, why did you leave those children with him? I was, and so you think the court ain't gonna break her heart too? Ask Britney Spears. Ask Halle Berry. The court just told them, hey, just pay your child support. I don't want to hear it. You left them there. I don't want to hear it. Oh man. Anyway, Mr. T, got to have you in the building, brother. I know a couple of where mama was closeted addict, and the state made daddy go through classes, therapists, and drug tests just to have full custody. Yeah, it's a lot of work, but you got a better chance if they're on drugs. But that ain't even a layup. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna have to work just to prove it. You're gonna have to work just to prove it. Let's see. JP said, "Oh dang, let's talk about like the whole community lacks comprehension based on one comment. Perhaps this just his accolades lack comprehension skills. Acolytes. Oh, okay. No, what I'm saying, JP, is on average in the black community, comprehension is really low. When comprehension is real low, that's when you got all these beefs and you got people that strike other people because they think it's just a criticism of their work is a personal attack. It's a personal attack. You trying to make me look bad. I can't look bad in front of my people. So I can't look bad in front of my people. You trying to make me look bad. Right? They got all these personal issues starting from pride and ego, right? I can't look bad. I can't look bad because my pride. I got my followers, my subscribers. They look bad for me. So I can't have you out there making me look bad. Okay, I'm not trying to make nobody look bad. I mean, I just tell the truth, right? But that's what I say when I say comprehension is low, because we don't have good comprehension. We take criticism for personal attacks, and then we respond like we have knee-jerk responses. Right? But then when I say hypocrites, I mean, we just saw where he played, the lead attorney played a video of Kanye West. I know he didn't get permission to do it. But guess what? Is his friends out there going to tell him? Is this little Patreon group going to go to him and say, hey, lead attorney, what you doing? You're supposed to get permission. No, they'll come to me. They'll come to me and strike me down. They won't even open a conversation with me. Hey, Clarence, can you just pull this down? No, they won't even do that. They'll go straight nuclear. Boom. They go straight to the red phone. DEFCON 5, right? That's what I mean when I say lack of comprehension skills. Of course, not everybody has a lack of comprehension skills in the Black community. I'm just saying we as a people, we so damaged mentally a lot of times that most of us respond like that with emotion instead of simple logic. If a significant amount of divorces are happening with children whom are under 10 years old, then whom do you think is likely to be the hands-on parent thereof, the caretaker? Whoever stays in the house. Whoever stays in the house. I don't care who. What are you talking about? I fix my granddaughter lunch and dinner. Not as much anymore. They kind of retired me from all of that behavior. But I used to make lunches. I used to have, man, let me tell you something. Let me tell you how cold I was. One time my wife was like, it's a lot of work what I'm doing. See, you don't understand. Because I got mad at her one time because the dinner wasn't ready when I came to the house. She said, you don't understand. It's a lot of work chasing 3 boys around all day. I said, oh, okay. I said, okay, I'll do your work for a week. Let me tell you, man. I have a thing called Food Saver. Best thing they ever invented was a Food Saver. I made about 3 or 4 meals in one night. I stayed up to about 11, 12 o'clock, making all kinds of different meals, making everybody's plate, putting them in the refrigerator with the Food Saver, everything. I made all the meals, lunches, dinners, everything. I did it all. So don't tell me. And these guys were all under 10 years old. I did it all. There's men out there doing it. Ask Rico. Next time you talk to Rico, ask Rico. Who you think gonna do it if the woman ain't there? See, man, you just talking. The manosphere got your mind messed up, brother. Brother Rorschach. Simply reiterating that one parent has vacated the domicile for an unspecified period of time does not make sense, whatever. I'm just telling you how the court looks at it. If you left them there, you left them there. This situation is contentious. You left them there. Obviously, you feel like that's a safe environment for them because you left them there. This is how the court looks at it. Who cares how you look at it? This is how the court looks at it. Because they got an obligation to the children. Poor Rorschach, man. We're going to pray for you, brother. We're going to pray for you. Oh, please, God. Well, let me do it. Let me do it like Richard Pryor. Let me do it like Richard Pryor. I wish I had one. I mean, I got a glove around here somewhere, man. I pray for you with my platinum healing glove, like Richard Pryor. I'll pray for you with my platinum healing glove, Brother Rorschach. Put your head on the screen. I'll pray for you. Please, God, help heal Brother Rorschach so he can come out of the stupor that he's in from the manosphere that put him in this stupor. It's hypnosis that they have him in. Hallelujah, in Jesus' name. Did it work, Rorschach? Did it work? Well, I'll keep praying for you, brother. I'll keep praying for you. JP, I told you I ain't got no sense, man. Y'all know that. JP, the inspired maniac. The courts are neither for the child nor the parents. It's for both sides. Pay to get the ish sorted out because folks couldn't get their act right. No, JP, when you sign that birth certificate, you're giving the state the authority to step in. That's why you have to have a birth certificate. They gotta have be on notice that there's a child that they need to keep their eye out. They can keep their eye open for. If this child ever goes into the court system, they know to step in and make sure it's going right for the child. That's what they're supposed to be doing. They're not making no ton of money off this court system situation. They're making money off of it, but they're not. It's not set up where one person can just take this money and go to Vegas without embezzling. JP, show me where you have to involve them in the process to get the best outcome for the child or parent. I didn't say that. So I'm talking about comprehension. I never said that. What I said is, this is how the court looks at it. This is how the court looks at it. Is this the best outcome? Where is the child likely to have the least amount of impact in their daily life? If we rip her out of where their friends are, their clothes are, their school is, everything, and we send them over to the father who already left them with the mother. He obviously thought the mother was the best parent because he left them with her. They just look at it like, where's it going to be the least impact on the child? Oh, you already left them there. Their clothes are there. Their friends are there. Their school is there. They ain't got to. On top of having to go through a divorce, now you want to uproot them and bring them with you. Should have thought about that when you left the house. Y'all need to learn how to make the woman walk out of the door. OG Patrice, for Clarence, you are so right on these points. My son is still going through the heel of what my ex-daughter-in-law is putting him through. I hear you, sis. You know, same thing. My son is going through the same thing. My son is going through the same thing. Thank God we was able to get custody of her. But you know how many things that we had to go and prove? We had to prove that she was smoking. We had to prove that she wouldn't put the baby in the car seat. We had to prove that she was, smoking other stuff that she wasn't supposed to be smoking. We had to prove that she was living a lifestyle. I mean, we had to prove so many different things. We had to do like 4 or 5 things. We had to go into court and show her as a danger to this child before we could get her. But before that, guess what? It was 50-50, 50-50, 50-50. Right off the tip, it was 50-50. But they singing this song, Patrice. That's what I'm saying. And you sending these young men, and you telling these young men that if they get married or they have a child with somebody, they automatically lost. No, they're not. OG Patrice said they putting their son through hell. I know. I can only imagine. I can't imagine being away from my granddaughter for that many years, Sister Patrice. But I understand. Trust me, I do understand how the game can be played on your children. Let's see. Anything? Let's see. Is there anything at me? Let's see. Some similar. Isn't that the point that I'm making? Yeah, I'm making that point. Brother Big Riggs, you're cooking today. When you drop that link, conversation, get ready. It's going to get real good. Yeah, I'm going to bring this young brother Rorschach up, and I'm going to let him try to explain it. So I ain't even got started on the Kevin Samuel stuff yet. I'm going to jump into that right now, too. Ronnie F. Is Kanye West going to be the poster child for men not getting full custody of kids during a divorce? That may be problematic, in my opinion. Well, Kanye West left. He left. So how's he going to get them children back? He wants to say all this stuff, but he left. And the court's going to look at it and say, okay, good. You left from there. So he did one good thing. But most of you guys, how many of you guys going to be able to do what he did? Buy the house right across the street. At least he's close to the schools. He's right there with the friends. Shout out to Kanye for that. Somebody must have gotten his ear and said, hey, you got a better chance if you're right there. How many of you guys can buy the house across the street from your quote-unquote soon-to-be ex-wife? You'd be lucky if you can buy a cheeseburger from McDonald's after she gets done with you. Right? Big Riggs. I see an all-star panel in the chat. It's coming, brother. It's coming, Big Riggs. Absolutely. No more parents in the home. That's out. No more single parents home. That's out. All right, y'all. So let me get back to the lead attorney. Let me finish up the lead attorney.
If she's using the good kind, some of these judges are using the good kind. It's just expensive, but it makes you feel good. It gives you a stomach ache. Y'all know, whatever. The mothers need to be in a bad way. All right. It can't be that the mother's just a mediocre mom average at best, and she's going to lose custody. Shout out to Kevin Samuels. Average at best moms don't lose custody. I don't know what to tell you.
Okay, there it is. There it is. What do you guys think? Am I right? Is the lead attorney right? Is the lead attorney right? We'll see. We'll see. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Okay, y'all. Okay, y'all. I did this already, right? Now let's do the second topic. Kevin Samuels. Kevin Samuels has a lot of talking points, right? One of his talking points is women control access to sex, men control access to marriage. Is this accurate? In my opinion, no. Men control everything. Men control access to sex. Men control access to marriage. Men control everything. It's the man's decision whether it's going to go forward or not. But women control access to sex, Clarence. Don't you understand that? No, they don't. You as a man, you control. A woman don't control access to having sex with her. They don't control access to sex. They control access to sex with her. You can go right on the corner and meet another young lady and have sex if that's what you're interested in. So no, I don't believe that. I don't believe that. Now you guys can come up here and discuss that with me. Matter of fact, you know what? Let me do this. Let me put the chat. Let me put the link out there because I got a couple of them that I want to go through, and then we're gonna talk about Tommy. So, why don't I believe that women have control to access to sex? Because they don't. Show me where a woman can make you have sex with her, or if she don't want to have sex with you, you can't go out and go around the corner and have sex with somebody else. Show me that situation. But I'm married, Clarence. I'm married, so that ain't gonna stop you. The morality of it, if you really want to have sex, the morality of it ain't gonna stop you. So show me. Oh, that's not morally right to do that. I know. Your buddy Kevin Samuels is saying that it's a woman should accept that fate. If they're dealing with a high value man, you're dealing with a high value man, adultery should be accepted, right? Should be accepted. I'm a high value man. 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 Okay. You're a high value man, brother. Well, what does that mean? That means that, remember that old cartoon? I am Elmer J. Fudd, millionaire. I own a mansion and a yacht. Say it again. I am Elmer J. Fudd, millionaire. I own a mansion and a yacht. Again. I am Elmer J. Fudd. Remember they tried to make Bugs Bunny? They tried to make Bugs Bunny think he was Elmer Fudd. So they sent him to that shrink, and the shrink told him, swallow this pill. He swallowed the pill. He said, now, you are Elmer J. Fudd, millionaire. You own a mansion and a yacht. Repeat that. I am Elmer J. Fudd, millionaire. I own a mansion and a yacht. Again. I am Elmer J. Fudd, millionaire. I own a mansion and a yacht. They kept making him repeat it until he finally accepted it. That's the manosphere. The court system is so against men. There again. Say it again. The court system is against men. Say it again. The court system is against men. Again. The court system, they just make you repeat it. Oh, Sister Vitamin Q, they're not going to like this. No, probably not. Probably not Vitamin Q. But stick around. You know what I mean? I may need some help. I may need somebody to come up on the stage and help me out. Brother Big Rig, you just gave the real game with that statement. I'm trying, brother. I'm trying. All I want is the truth out here, brother. You know what, Big Rig? A lot of people don't know what we know. They ain't been through this stuff. I ain't personally been through the divorce situation, but I've been through the custody situation. I'm walking right through it with my son right now. And I got friends that have been through it. So I know it's tough. It's tough. JP is Fire Major. High value hero. High value hero! It's high value man! I'm high value man. I'm here to save you from being not high value. How you gonna do that, high value man? I'm gonna charge you a bunch of money. When I charge you all this money, then you're gonna be a high value man. You're gonna be a high value man. And I get you to be able to sleep with a bunch of different women. When I get you to sleep with a bunch of different women, now you're a high value man. Yay, I'm high value. I'm high value. What makes you high value, brother? Oh, these other people said I was high value, so now I must be high value. I'm high value. I'm high value. Oh, you high value because somebody else said you high value. Yeah. Oh, okay. But the big rig said I. High value man. High value man. High value man. Maybe we should have had Rico on here after all, huh? even if it's being sore, we should have had Rico up here after all, right? But she said, "Here I come to save the day." That's Underdog, Patrice. You too young to know about Underdog. Here I come to save the day. No, that's Mighty Mouse. I'm sorry, not Underdog. That's Mighty Mouse. Here I come to save the day. To know that Kevin Samuel's on his way. Oh boy, when there is a woman to put down, you know that Kevin Samuels will be around. Holy smokes. I ain't got no sense today, y'all. Shout out to my sister Patrice. Ay. Big rig, brother, big rigs. Right, they got all this money, but they demand money from the subscriber. Absolutely mind-boggling. You know what I'm saying, brother? And I don't have no problem with people having courses and classes. I don't have no problem with that at all. Really, I don't. But the problem I have is with the people that's doing it. They're saying, you know, I'm a better person because I got more money than you. Then I got an issue with that. If you're telling me you're a better person because you got more money than me, no. We just sacrifice for different things. My granddaughter. Maybe I can't work 80 hours a week because I got a granddaughter that's sitting there waiting for me to come home so we can watch Chuck Chicken. Chuck Chicken. Chuck Chicken. Chuck Chicken. Chuck Chicken. Chuck Chicken. I have to sacrifice for this baby. This baby is expecting me to come in the house and sit down next to me in my either in the couch or the recliner that I got. Yeah, my wife bought me a recliner. She bought me a recliner, and me and my granddaughter could sit in this recliner, and we just elbow each other, laughing at Chuck Chicken. We don't even say anything to each other. We just laugh and smile at each other. I'm looking at her. She looking at me. She looking up at me, laughing. I'm looking up at her, laughing. She elbow me. I elbow her. Which one of us is a high-value man? If you ask my granddaughter, she would say me. You gave her your bank statement, and she looked at me. She would say, that's a high-value man right there. So, like beauty, value is in the eye of the beholder. Oh, man, Brother Clarence, you talking too much now. You talking too much now. Cadet, glad to you laughing. JP, Brother C, feeling good on a Sunday. I am. I had a good talk with a good friend of mine, and we was chopping it up, and we had a laugh. We had a blast. So I'm pumped up. Big Rigs. Oh man, the bag. Laugh out loud. Church, Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. My sister OG Patrice. Shout out to OG Patrice. Shout out to JP. All my people that help me do this stuff behind the scenes. Vitamin Q. Oh, that's wonderful. Yeah, Vitamin Q. Beauty and value is in the eye of the beholder. If you took all your millions of dollars and set it in front of my daughter, and you sat me sitting in front of my recliner watching Chuck Chicken in front of my granddaughter would run and jump in my chair in a heartbeat. She'll say, Pop, can I sit next to you? Of course you can, sweetheart. Have a seat. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do, chuck chicken. Do-do-do-do-do-do, chuck chicken. Do-do-do-do-do-do, chuck chicken. Hey, and guess what? Guess what? We've seen every episode. I'm so bored. I'm so tired of chuck chicken, but guess what? She's not. She's not. So I have to sacrifice what I want to watch. I got to turn off the stuff that's cussing. I'll be watching you guys on all these different panels. I got to turn all that off because she comes in and she wants to watch Chuck Chicken. I say, we saw this one already, sweetheart. I know, but I want to see it again. Come on, let's watch it. Yay, pop up. Can we put a price on that? But I'm not a high value man because I don't have the money. Depends on who you ask, right? Depends on who you ask. All right, y'all. Let's get back to business. Talking point number 1: women control access to sex. Men control access to marriage. I believe men control access to the sex and the marriage. Women control access to their bodies. I agree with that. Women do control access to their body, but they don't control access to sex because sex can be had anywhere. So they don't control access to sex. So I disagree on that statement. And if it was meant another way, it should have been qualified another way. Women control access to sex to them, with them. Maybe if that was qualified like that, maybe I wouldn't disagree. But the way it's set up, it's not accurate in my opinion. And I wanted Kevin's subscribers. I think he makes a lot of sense, a lot of things he said, but sometimes he don't. I'm just calling it out. Shout out to Kevin Samuels. I've used this content without asking his permission. Shout out to Kevin. Men control access to the marriage. I believe that's true, because I don't care how beautiful of a woman you are. If the man don't want to sign on that dotted line, then ain't nothing happening. Ain't nothing happening. So I do believe that. But like I said, that's my first Kevin Samuels talking point. If you disagree, questions, concerns, hit me up. I'll put the link out there. Number 2, Kevin Samuels talking point number 2. High value men don't cheat. They exercise options. Okay. To me, and Rico was up here the other day. We were talking to Rorschach, and we were talking to JB, as a matter of fact. Shout out to JB. Shout out to Be Easy. We had those brothers up here, and with those brothers, we was talking about the semantics. High value men don't cheat. They exercise options. Okay, let's take the first half of that situation. High value men don't cheat. Okay, so what that statement says is that they don't have sex with different women outside of their wife, right? If we just put a period right there instead of a comma, that statement would say high value men don't cheat. They don't sleep with other women in a monogamous relationship, right? We're making the assumption that high value men are in the high value man. We talk about cheating. Cheating involves giving your word to a person typically in a monogamous relationship, that you're not going to be sexually or getting up in relationships with other people, right? Well, the first part of the statement says high value men don't cheat. That's an absolute, right? But now they gave us a qualifier. They put the comma there to qualify something. They give us an exception. They don't cheat. They exercise options. What does that mean? What does that mean? What does exercising options mean? What do we mean by exercising options? Well, he made it very clear that he meant by exercising options that they should be permitted by the wife to, or not permitted, but acceptable. The wife should accept the fact that they will, from time to time, if they so choose, be able, that they will have romantic encounters with other women outside of the marriage. And it should be accepted based on the level of income that this man has. How did that go for Jeff Bezos? How did that go for Bill Gates? How did that go for Elon Musk? Telling you, man, these cats in the manosphere, some of them are setting you up for failure, man. What is? Let me share something with you. What happens to a woman's brain when you ask her to accept something like that? I'm not saying. See, there's some women out there that come into the game and they accept that, and you can have that discussion with them up front, and they will say, "Okay, no problem. I understand that." And they will at least attempt to live that lifestyle. But what about a woman that really doesn't want to do that? And you have to you have to convince this person. So once you convince them, now what? What you're doing is creating an enemy for you in your household. Because it's only so long before a woman will accept so much disrespect. And if you told them that you're only going to be with them, and then you will try to sit them down and explain to them, hey, I'm going to be with other women, the average woman ain't going to want to deal with that for 10, 15, 20 years. The average woman is not going to want to deal with that. There's some women out there that will put up with that for at least as long as they can. But even their patience going to run out. And so what you're doing is setting an enemy for yourself up in your own home. Remember, I keep telling you guys about Star Wars. What was the whole point of the first movie? What was the whole point? Find the rebel base and destroy it. Why? Because those are the people that was going to give them the most pushback. The Empire wanted to set up a whole new world order, a whole new order for ruling the galaxy. But they knew that the rebels were well armed, and they knew that they could cause a problem. So they wanted to get to them before they got to them. They wanted to get to the rebels before the rebels got to the Death Star. Same thing in relationships, man. Relationships, you got to find out where the rebels are. If you got rebels in your relationship, what do you think a woman's going to teach your children? If you showing her the utmost disrespect, is this woman really going to teach your program to your children? Or is she going to breed rebels? Is she going to breed rebels that one day you're going to turn around and you're going to be encompassed by rebels? But Clarence, I'm just telling you the truth. I'm just telling you the truth. Why would you want to have a woman just so you can go out there and do what you want to do? If you want to sleep with other women, don't get married. That's so simple. Why would you get married when you want to? If you know in your heart you want to sleep with other women, just go sleep with other women. I'm not saying that's good, but hey, it's better than telling somebody you want to be with just them and then going out and sleep with other people. That's better than that, in my opinion. Anyway, let's talk about it, y'all. Let's talk about it. Kenneth says, I'm good. I don't have any problem. I listen because I have sons. Thank you, Kenneth. Bounce around what I'm saying to them. And if any one of them are even close to going through a divorce, tell them do not leave that house. If you have to leave that house because you think it's going to be a violent situation, go get some documentation. Because a woman will do it in a heartbeat. The average woman will go into court and they got all their ducks in a row. Don't be like, the manosphere got some good points, but on the when they start talking about the family court, do not listen to them. They don't know what they're talking about. When it comes to relationships and the family court, they do not know what they're talking about. Take it from somebody who knows. I've been all over the family court. I've been all over relationships. I've been married for 33 years. I know what I'm talking about. I've been up and down, sideways and in between. See this gray hair? That didn't get there from no accident. That was me surviving a whole bunch of drama. Skills BB Distraction. Hey, man, glad to have you in the building, man. Says, great Sunday. Let's talk to Better Black Life. Just been recommended your channel. This is great content. I appreciate it. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you, man. Hope you stay, man. Hope you stay around, man. Appreciate you, man. Thanks for stopping by. Ronnie F. Sounds like an open relationship. No, I mean, why have an open relationship, Ronnie? You know, why not just, you know, stay single. If you're not ready to be in a marriage, stay single. That's the best thing. Don't tell somebody you're ready to do something and then don't do it. That's the worst way to lose credibility. Listen, I was getting ready to do business with this person one time, and the person said, "I'm going to call you on this day." I said, "Okay." The person never called me. Almost a week went by, and then they sent me a text saying, "Oh, I couldn't call you because this and this was going on." I said, "Okay." They said in the text, they said, "But I'll call you for sure on this day." I said, "Okay." They never called me on that day. I said, "Okay. Do I really want to do business with somebody?" And I like this person. I said, "Why don't I keep the friendship? Why don't I do like, what's that dude, Rick Rubin over at Def Jam? Let's don't do business." Like Rick Rubin told Russell Simmons, let's don't do business no more because our friendship is suffering over it. Let's split this up and let's just be friends. That's the way I looked at that person. I said, I don't have no problem with this person, but I can already see if they can't just call me when they say they're going to call me, why would I get into business with them? I said, no, thank you. So I decided to keep our friendliness instead of entering into the business with them. Who wants to be around with somebody who you can't trust? Can you really trust somebody that is telling you? I mean, don't get me wrong. I appreciate the honesty, but you got a decision you got to make for yourself. If a woman came, if I was married to I'm married to my wife, but I'm saying if my wife came to me and said, hey, you know, I would like to have this type of relationship, I would say, okay, well, you can have it. I just won't be here. I appreciate that. I appreciate you being honest with me because you could have just went out and did it and let me find out the hard way. That's even worse. It's better when they just come and tell you up front. But one thing, when somebody shows you they don't respect you enough to honor what they're supposed to be honoring, listen to them. Listen to them. Don't get them. Oh well, and I make mistakes. No, it's not about whether you make mistakes. When it comes to business and relationships, your word is everything. Your word is everything. If I can't depend on you, if my wife can't depend on me, what good am I? I can't depend on her, what good am I? Right? If I can't call her up and say, hey, I want this particular type of meal. Can you please make it for me? Have it ready for me. I'll be there at this time. If she don't do it, what is that telling me? She don't look at me as who she could, right? Let's talk to Blood Black Life. I beg to differ with that statement. Okay, Patrice. Patrice, come on, push back on me. Let me know what I did wrong, Patrice. Patrice will let me know what I did wrong. Shout out to Patrice. DM Johnson. I put my sons on the game, and I have their wives on the game. Me and my husband don't play, and they are happily married for the time being. Holy smokes. Good for you. Good for you. But you know how that happily married thing can work. I've been married 33 years. Sometimes it's happily, sometimes not so much. But, you know, as long as everybody's willing to sit down at the table and try to work out the problems, then you got a good chance. The problem comes when things hit the rocky point and only one person wants to go and only one person wants to make things right. That's when you got a problem. But Skill said, trauma then drama. Yeah, absolutely. OG Patrice said, I agree, Brother Clarence. Don't get married. Unless it's agreed you both are going to have an open marriage. I mean, if you agree to that up front, cool. But if you don't, you know what I'm saying? If the person See, but Patrice, these men ain't talking about having an open marriage. They want it to just be only them having sex with different women. They don't want the woman having sex with nobody. That's what I'm saying. That's what most of them are not talking about that. When the Kevin Samuels camp, they're not talking about the woman going out and having sex with other people. They're talking about just the man. I'm making the money, so I get to go out and have sex with different people. That's what I don't like that, and I think that I feel that disrespect produces contempt, and contempt can lead to people getting hurt. See, a woman may stay in a situation where because you're making $200,000-$300,000 a year, and you feel like you can go on these business trips with your secretary and all these different things, and they go through your they can go online and look at your credit card statement. They know where you stayed. They know you ordered 2 dinners. They know they can see all that, right? How many years are they gonna sit there and let it happen before they strike back? Before they feel like, man, I'm just sitting here. Yeah, I got a nice car, nice house, nice everything. But what am I getting out of this deal? I'm getting the leftovers of this man. That's why, do you really want a high value man? High value men, most of those guys on the real side, most of those guys are working, what, 60, 70 hours a week? High value guys making $200,000 and $300,000 a year, those guys are not going to work at 8 o'clock and getting off at 5 and having their feet under the table to eat dinner at 6 o'clock. Those guys are not. They're at the office till 8. They get to the office at 6 in the morning. They get back home at 8 o'clock at night. They're tired. They could barely do anything. They got just enough time to eat something, and they're still working when they're at home. Do you really want a guy like that? Yeah, okay. Well, know what you're getting into. Know what you're getting into. Those kind of guys, they flying all over the country all the time. Do you really want that? Do you really want to deal with that? And most of the time, they're like Tupac. You know, they only got one night in town. They get on those dating apps and they do what they do. And they out. Now, if you're a woman that goes for that, cool. I say the average woman will not put up with that for an extended length of time. She may try because of the goodies sitting in front of her, but eventually somebody will come along in her life that will explain to her how to get those goodies off from under that man. So you just fight the uphill battle. Vitamin Q, always focus on the wrong things. Semantics, taking advantage, leverage. I know. And that's the thing about marriage that men are not told. Men are not told that marriage, you're only supposed to use your veto power in extreme situations. They think they got to go around vetoing everything and then, and having this sense of, power over everything, right? And I get it. It's good to stroke a man's ego. You're gonna have a man that is stroked at home don't need to leave the house to get stroked. So I get that. But you don't want to be. Nobody wants to be taken advantage of. Nobody wants to be taken advantage of. Not even for some goodies. Nobody wants to be taken advantage of because you look stupid driving around in your big old SUV, and your husband is out there plowing through everything moving, right? You look like an idiot. You look stupid. Who wants to look stupid? You know what I'm saying? Your friends get tired of coming over and talking to you because they don't want to hear you crying about it no more. And they keep telling you, man, leave or do something about it. And you keep saying, no, but they get tired of you. You look like an idiot to them. So they just leave you alone. They don't answer your call no more. They don't come over no more. Nobody wants to sit with you with that mess. So women, you setting yourself up, man. You setting yourself up by disrespecting your woman like that. Like I said, if they agree to it from the jump, you got a better chance of making it happen. But if you spring it on them, or you just tell them, hey, look, I'll tell the woman, hey, I make all this money, so therefore, you got to just deal with it. I think some women might try, but ultimately they're going to feel like Why am I putting up with this? I don't have to do that. Especially if they got some kind of skill they can use on the open market to get paid. Vitamin Q says some people can't be satisfied unless they get another person to give up their own dignity for sake. Yeah, some people can, but men are not being trained to understand that women have a self-worth too that they want. Now, back in the day, women's self-worth was just about raising her children. That's not the case today. Feminism has brought in another set of standards by which a woman can consider herself self-worth, right? Are you working? Are you pushing the feminist agenda? Are you rolling with the car? They got a bunch of different things where now you have to use those things are the standard by which you can say, have a self-worth. Feminism removed taking care of children. They made taking care of children and taking care of your family a derogatory institution. They made that derogatory, right? So most women are running from something like that, right? They're looking for a man that's going to pay somebody to do all this stuff. All they got to do is run around looking cute. Not all women. Please don't think I'm talking about all women. I'm talking about the women that are looking for something like a high value man or stuff like that. Those type of women don't really understand the marketplace and what they're going to be asked to give up to deal with a high value man. High value man, a hard person to be with. That's hard. A guy working 60, 70 hours a week. Guy's not getting a lot of sleep, not eating a lot of good food. Guy's going to be in a bad mood all the time. What do I know? I've seen so many men, but what do I know? Skill says, I am a woman. Oh, shout out to you, sir. It is okay. This happens to be my name. I'm creating another channel under my name, Sylvia, Healing Words, being supported to your content. Appreciate you. If you can get it out to the women, hey, cool. I mean, we talking to the men in particular, but hey, I don't want to see nobody disrespected. Not nobody. Shout out OG Patrice. I'm saying I beg to differ with KA's statement. Oh. Yeah, me too, Patrice. I mean that it's awful. It's awful to me, and I don't see how you're gonna make that work over the long term. But maybe the goal ain't to be in a long term. It's to be in a forever marriage. Maybe the goal is just to be with a right now marriage. I marry you for 4 or 5 years, get what I can get out of you, and then I move on. Right? Maybe that's what the goal is. But he doesn't qualify none of these statements, so we don't know what the actual goal is. And he'd never come over here and sit down and talk to me, because I wouldn't let him just come over and just take over the show. So he wouldn't come here. He'd have to go someplace like the mothership, where they hand him the keys as soon as he walks in the door. Here you go. Especially the sage. Oh my God, man. Not only do they hand him the keys over there, they let him run people over there, and then they go tell the person that got run over, it's your fault. Shout out to Sway. Brother Chris, salute to you, sir. They say that because most men aren't having their fun the way that women do when they are young. Well, I don't know in particular what you said, but what you exactly mean by that, Chris. But I think that Kevin Samuels is definitely trying to make up for lost time. You know what I'm saying? Where he was probably the butt of a lot of jokes and stuff like that. I don't know for sure, but he probably had some, because we all as men, right? We've all been rejected as men. Women, when they're younger, they blow us out of the water, man. I had a woman tell me one time, hey, she said, we were driving, and I said, pull over. So she pulls over, and I'm walking up to her. I'm a young dude, man. I don't know no better. I'm walking up to her. She's walking up to me. We both young. She's probably about maybe 5 or 6 years older than me. So she's probably in her mid-20s, maybe early 20s. And I said, I was like, wow, you're a very nice looking lady. And first thing out of her mouth was, you short. Now I'm 5'10". But she said, "You're short. I thought you were taller than that." And she turned around and walked away. Right? Now I said to myself, wow. I mean, that's the first thing out of her mouth. That could have been like some of these other dudes. Oh no, I'm gonna be mad. And she turned around and walked away from me. I could have jumped on her from behind, right? But what good would that have proved? What good would that? So my point is, yeah, we've all been rejected. We all been rejected, but so what? But see, these dudes, because the fathers are not spending as much time with the sons that they need to, these fathers can teach you how to take an L. Take an L and put it in your pocket. Sometimes an L is good for you. When I get rejected nowadays, I enjoy it. I'm so happy. Let me tell y'all something. Rejection is God's intervention into your affairs, man. That's God stepping in because He see you too weak to break it off yourself. God, and if you connect with this person, you're gonna be too weak to break it apart once the thing really get bad. That's God's preemptive striking to make sure you don't get involved with something you don't need to. That's what rejection is. But you got to look at it the right way. You got to context it the right way. If you context it like this, I don't want to take no L, then you're going to be all messed up. But if you look at it like, hey, God is stepping in there for me. Thanks, God. Appreciate you. Because if I would have connected with this person and I would have been all caught up with them, and then I would have found out how really bad of a person they was, because I would have got the sexual tension out of my eyes so I could see clearly. I see this person as really not a good person. But I'm too involved with them now to just walk away. No. It's God stepping in saying, I got you, homeboy. I'm gonna take care of this for you. Because you can't do it. I'm gonna let her do it. There it is. There it is. Skill says, we need to listen to men teaching school and talking to men, especially for true healing to our community. We trying. Some of us are trying. Some people out there, they promoting, dating, and we try to make high value men at the third grade level. The third grade level, that's when you need to be teaching black boys mathematics and science. Third grade. We try to take people and make them high value men at the third grade level. Then they can decide, they can place their value on whatever it is about them that they want to call high value. Me, I call myself a high value man because my granddaughter wants to watch Chuck Chicken with me. If you ask me, brother, will you take this $2 million check and you could never watch Chuck Chicken with your granddaughter again? You won't be able to see her again till she turns 20 or 30 years old. I would not take that money. Some of y'all might. I wouldn't. I wouldn't take that money. To me, my presence in her life is, there's no price on that. There's no price on that, to me. And I believe she would look at it like that as well. Skills, huh? She turned around and walked away. Rejection, preemptive strike from God. Yeah. Y'all got to start thinking like that, man. Y'all got to start thinking like, you know what? Maybe this is God's way of telling me this ain't supposed to go like this. Right? Y'all got to start thinking like that, man. Because if you think rejection, see, if you take it personally, you'll be all blown out of proportion, right? You won't know how to handle it. You just think everybody's trying to get you because you got this, you got this ego that's so big. You think anybody disagreeing with you is a threat. I'm proving that, right? I just disagree with 2 people. They gave me 2 copyright strikes. Didn't disrespect them. Didn't make no money off of them. Wasn't trying to make them look bad. Just disagreed with them. And they come over and they say word to me, hey, you gotta get permission to use content over here. I said, really? Are you going to tell that to your boy, the lead attorney? Hypocrites. 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 And if y'all out there, I know y'all in the bushes, if y'all out there and y'all do it, tell me. I will apologize for calling you hypocrites if you out there telling the lead attorney to use only content that he gets permission for. I will apologize to the whole crew. But they know who I'm talking to. The people know who I'm talking to. But I'm not giving nobody no run on my channel no more. I'm glad they gave me copyright strikes. I'm glad. I'm glad, man. You know what I'm saying? I don't need to have that garbage on my platform anyway. Salute to y'all. Salute to y'all. Appreciate y'all. I don't know what I was thinking having that garbage on my platform. Now I got my platform. I'm going to clean it off. I got to get that junk from Chaotic off of here, and then I'll be pretty much rolling in a good direction here. Well, I put the link out there with the High Value Man Don't Cheat. The exercise option. Let's go to the next one. Let's go to the next one, y'all. Let's go to the next Kevin Samuels talking point. Black women are less beautiful than other nationalities because of the facial symmetry. He says that you guys don't have good facial symmetry. That's why you're not as selected as other women. I disagree totally. But hey, what do I know? I seen some black women that needed help, and I need some black women that didn't need no help. Well, let me say it like this. I've seen women, I've dropped it a bunch of times, true. That's the second time I dropped it. I've seen some women that needed some help that didn't need no help. And I've seen women that did need help of all races. So I don't know what this black women in particular have this facial symmetry issue. I don't know. But hey, you know what I'm saying? Let's talk about it. Y'all want to talk about it? Let's talk about it. I'll bring it up to the stage. My brother Truth is favorite. What's going on, brother Truth?
Good afternoon, brother. How you doing today?
I'm doing fantastic, brother. How you doing?
I'm well, thank you for asking.
Let me stop right there. You see how this brother came up and he asked me how I was doing first? He didn't get into it. He didn't come running at me. That's so we got to learn how to respect each other like that, man. We think enough of each other just to say, how was your day, man? How you doing? I appreciate you for that, brother Truth. I wanted to acknowledge you for that. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you, man. All right, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead, brother.
No, you ain't likewise. This is what I think we talked about this last week, brother Clarence. I mean, about common decency and respect. It don't take much. It don't take much. Why am I going to require it of you if I'm not going to give it?
That's it. Man, shout out to that. Shout out to you, Truth. What's on your mind, brother?
Nothing. As usual, you having great conversations, and just wanted if you could grace me and to be able to participate with you. I wanted some clarity about the situation when you were saying, as far as when men abandon the home.
Okay.
Are you talking about on both premises where they're either mandatory and by themselves actually leaving the home, or actually forcefully either by the wife, or if she actually gets law enforcement involved where they actually come and excavate you from the home? Are you using both sides?
No, those are extremes, and I'm not using that extreme. I'm talking about the average situation, because the average situation is there's no law enforcement involved. You just not getting along, and you decide, hey, we're going to just pack it in, right? So those are extreme situations. So extreme situations are going to take a little more evaluation than just the average situation. The average situation, in my opinion, brother Truth, is, hey, me and her just not getting along, right? For whatever reason, maybe she caught me doing something I wasn't supposed to do. Maybe I caught her doing something she wasn't supposed to do. And so we just can't work it out. We go into counseling, that ain't working. Nothing's working. So we don't, it's not going to work. Okay. So now we realize that we can't live together in one place. And so the man leaves. I'm going to get my own place. Okay. So he goes and gets his own place. Now he got his own place. But the problem is you left the children there. And that's the issue. The court looks at it like, okay, well, you left them there. Okay, you must thought that she was qualified to keep them. You left them, or you wouldn't have left them there, right?
Right.
So
okay.
That's
All right. So I have 2 questions.
Yes, sir.
All right. So the first one is, in previous relationship, because you're currently married right now, right?
Correct.
All right. And that's a blessing. Congratulations to you, brother. Thank you for your example and everything that you're setting for us.
All right, man.
The first thing, in previous relationships, were you the one leaving them, or was it a situation where it was a situation where you were being forced to actually? Yes.
No, I've never been forced out of a situation. I've been confronted with the truth that, hey, I'm not feeling this relationship. I've been confronted with that truth, but most of the time it was kind of a mutual thing.
Okay, so for you, it was okay. So it was mutually, and then also, were you the party that was leaving?
Well, I mean, I didn't live together until I left with my wife, so I was never in a household with somebody. I wasn't going out with people. I was going out with people before my wife, but I wasn't like, old enough to be out living with people and stuff like that.
Right. So the reason why I asked you these is because this is important to understand when you're currently living with an individual. I've allowed women to come stay with me in my own place, and I've actually went to live with. Stay with her. It's not that I got rid of my own place because I didn't know what was going to happen, but I actually went to live with an individual and begin to pay bills there for her. So the thing about this is, when situations come up about when we're talking about, do men actually leave their environment which they have claimed? So where basically the old term, wherever a man lay his hat, that's his home. Right. Usually, men don't leave their environment unless it's something that is going to forcefully excavate them from it, like domestic violence, whether it's another party that they had to fight with, police officer, where she's saying either get out or I'm gonna bust you in your head, or I'm going to get the police involved, or stuff like that.
I disagree.
My previous. So you think on the let me. I'm just make this plain and clear. You think majority of men, because this actually speaks about the nature of a man. So you saying the majority of men are basically creatures of abandonment. They abandon their responsibilities. They abandon situations that they create. Basically, yes. Fight or flight.
Yes, I believe that the woman who knows how to that this woman has lived with them long enough and knows how to push their buttons good enough to where they have an emotional reaction to the woman pushing their buttons, and they just say forget you, and they walk out the door because they don't want to get pushed to a point where something physical may happen. So they leave.
Now you just added an extra caveat, because that matters though. That matters, because that's not simple abandonment. That's saying I'm leaving a situation before it goes into domestic violence.
But the onus is on the man. You don't have to push people. Let it go there.
No, but this is you keep saying you don't have to let it go there. I mean, I don't know how many women you have dealt with, but I've dealt with a lot of them, and some of them you don't have to say nothing. They will keep pushing on. You can be quiet as a mouse, and you can allow them to emasculate you, call you all types of bees, sit there with you, and just the fact that you simply won't react, it makes them go even higher. And then they get very volatile and explosive. I've met women like this.
Yeah.
So that's why I said it depends on the premise of what you're talking about. It's a difference between abandonment and elopement versus I'm fleeing a situation before it gets volatile. Those are two different things. One is a coward is leaving a situation because it's not comfortable for him. Another situation, the man is saying, hey, I'm going to be man enough to leave before I either be put into a bad light or a situation where I am harmed or I get into the mode where I have to protect myself from another individual. Those are completely two different things. You can't just cut and dry it like, okay, this is still abandonment if he don't want to get his tail whipped.
Well, I'm not saying
because he can't touch it.
I use the word abandonment because that was the only option you gave me on the table. If you were to give me those other options, I would have said it a different way. But you gave me the abandonment option. That was the only option that I was given to use. But if you want to use another term and say, well, this is no, I'm not saying that men are abandoning a situation with that. But that was the term I was given to use. So I'll use it. Let me rephrase it and let me use another term. What I mean by that, Brother Truth, is that men leave the situation typically because the woman is able to provoke them into getting upset, where the anger is so high in them that they feel like, hey, this may turn into something violent. Let me leave. That's what a lot of guys do. I'm not saying all guys do that, but a lot of guys do that, right? And so what I'm saying is, what can we do? Can we control that a woman's going to do that? No. But what we can control is how we respond.
Okay, that was my second question. Now, here we go. This is now the clock's on you, my brother. You're in a situation. Yeah, because I'm coming with it. Right. I love these conversations because there's a lot of different variables. Okay, so you in here with your girlfriend. You're not saying nothing to her. She just upset the fact that she thought you was on the phone with somebody that you wasn't even on the phone. You just got off a long conversation with your boss in reference to moving to a new location and everything like that. You stressed out about that. You ain't want her knowing the situation because it means that she would have to move, which will cause even more stress and things like that. She thinks there's something else going on involved, probably another female, because you've been at the office for late hours and such, trying to work on your career. She's going off, cursing, everything like that. She has tendencies where she has had actually pushed you, got in your face, confronted you, and things of this sort. Y'all have a child, okay? So, my brother, since you said the best course of action to that point is not to leave the situation, please tell me at the midst of, because this is a woman that can get volatile, and the fact that you're not responding is lighting her fuse to another level, and she's about to bust you in your head with something. Please tell me what to do now.
What you do is you go to the police station and you get a police report. You get some kind of police report saying this person is assaulting me, and then you go ahead and press the charges. I mean, if you know you're not going to be there, press the charges.
No, hold on. Okay, press charges. Now, after you press charges, then what?
Well, I'm sure the case will probably be dropped because typically, unless they're doing something real egregious, they'll probably negotiate something with them or just drop the charges, right? But you got that piece of paper to show a judge, I had to leave because of this. I wanted to stay with my children, but I had to leave because of this.
Okay.
More
now,
leverage.
This is the reason why I'm asking you these things. Okay, so you have a piece of paper. After you get the piece of paper, now what?
Well, you try to see if you can live there. If you can't, if it's not going to work, then you have to move. But the paper is showing that, hey, I didn't want to leave my children there. I was forced to leave them there. Right. And I tried to take them with me, but I couldn't take them with me because it was an altercation. So the police told me to just leave them there. Okay, the police told me to leave them there. Okay, so now you got all that documentation. Now you got, you're gonna make them work more. Because see, if nothing happens and you don't go out there and show why you left. They're gonna think you left just because you leave.
Yeah, no, not before that situation, because this is a thing. I know people who ever actually has, they still got a restraining order right now to this day. And the fact that the problem is, what you know what the restraining order says? You can't be in 50 feet of that person, my brother. You gotta go.
Yeah.
You got to go. So this is the reason why I wanted to go down this route with you, is because you're going to excavate the premises regardless, because they're going to ask you if you're in a situation which is problematic for you, your safety, and the well-being of your children by you being there. They're going to tell you, why are you there unless you're the one contributing to this problem situation, which means that paper is going to be non-effect, because they're going to always ask you, why you aren't leaving when you have the chance to leave? Why? Why would you stay there and contribute to that garbage? Why would you entertain it? Why would you go back and forth and argue and create an even worse situation for your child? Why would you cause emotional stress for your child? Watch your child crying while their mother and father is arguing, going back and forth, and everything. Why would you continuously stay on the premise of this problematic situation? What would you answer? What would be your answer to that?
Well, if I was asked that in court, I'd have the documentation that would show, and I don't want to leave my children. I don't believe this person is stable mentally enough for me to leave them there. And so I would try to have documentation of all the different arguments and fights and different things they said that kind of support my argument. That's why I tell my son all the time. I say, write down when she call you this, and write down when she say that to you. Write it down, because these people want to see pieces of paper. They don't want to hear you talking. They want to see pieces of paper with names, dates, and places, right? So write it down. The more you have documented, usually whoever has the most documentation is going to win the fight. So if you got all the documentation, hey, this is the sheriff's. They made me leave. I want custody. I wanted custody. I wanted to keep them, but they told me that the best thing for me to do was to leave. And then you fight from there. But see, if you don't have no paper, you have nothing. You just leave.
Okay, so now this is where I see, now you see how you went down the lower avenue instead of absolutely, hey, don't leave. You stated that go and do a paperwork process to have a paper trail, which may basically constitute your reasoning for leaving, versus when you initially talked about this.
What you gave me, Truth, it was based on the scenario you gave me.
Yeah, I because I'm giving you a scenario. I'm giving you a scenario because maybe you know a whole bunch of cowards. I don't. And I don't know a lot of men that has left their woman unless it got violator on any premises. Most guys, even if they're cheating with a woman, unless they're a coward and they just want to leave, just think that, oh, this grass is greener on the other side, so I'm gonna go move. I don't know too many men like that. Most men, if they got their woman at home, this is what we usually do. We got our baby mother at home. We stay with our baby mother. We sling out here, get some tail on the side every now and then, but we will never leave home, because this is where home is. We protect home. We take care of home regardless of the dirt that I'm doing. My constitution and my all and my will goes into the house where my baby lays her head at. I don't know too many cowards like that. It's not to say that there aren't. I just don't know too many cowardly men that just leave the woman just because they argued or something like that, or and just left their child just like, oh, you're fussing at me today. I'm leaving today because you're fussing, and I'm leaving my child with you, and I'm going to get in no house. No, it's usually because, hey, you're in my face. I'm still a man. My child is watching you come to me and be so combative that they're scared and crying and upset. And this is not conducive for the child. The thing is, it's what's best for the child. You being there and creating a problematic situation, that's not best for the child. That's creating trauma and emotional stress for the child. The child is watching a mother, basically whether it's a boy or a girl, watching a woman, how she treats a man, and that's teaching that child, whether it's a boy, hey, this is how a woman is supposed to talk to you. If it's a girl, this is how you're supposed to talk to men. So it's not a good situation.
True.
You feel what I'm saying?
I hear you, but if
do you understand where I'm coming from?
I understand where you're coming from, but I'm coming from the court.
I'm coming from the court system too.
No. Listen, if
I'm coming from that. This is what I'm saying. If you don't understand, I'm coming from the court system, then you didn't. Because this is the reason why I asked you about. Because I know how restraining orders work, and you can't go to the courthouse, get a restraining order, and then go back on the premises. It don't work like that, brother. It would be a violation.
I'm not telling nobody to do nothing like that, brother.
No, but listen what you do. Listen, this is what I'm saying. Earlier when you talk, this is why I listen to people. Go back to the beginning. I listen carefully because this is why I came on.
Okay.
You didn't say go to the courts, get the paper trail, then leave. You kept harping on the fact that if you leave your child there, that it's going to go in her favor because they're going to ask you, why are you leaving a child? And you kept making it seem like there are no cases. Not saying that you meant it that way. I'm not saying, but you didn't give examples like I did. You feel what I'm saying?
I didn't qualify it.
I'm gonna give variables in real life events that actually happen when these type of situations, when it's called for a man to just leave, not just, oh, hey, you're fussing at me today, I'm going to leave. Bye. Keep my child. I know you're unstable. I'm leaving out here. Go get another house. That doesn't happen.
You oversimplify it, brother. I think you oversimplify it. All I'm saying is
I simplify it because I make it exactly what it is. Majority of the time, men only leave the situation, their environment. If they got their clothes there, they got their shoes there. This is where the location from where they go to work at. This is where their car is at. Hold on, brother. You got let me get this out so you can hear what I'm saying, so then you can properly address me. No guy with all their life, they've been living here for, let's say, a year. This ain't some relationship that just happened, some fling, some side shit. This is the actual child's mother this is the house that they grew up in. Majority of men is not going to leave that environment, the area, the people that they know, the neighbors, all this type of stuff, the corner store where they go get their beer or their sick. It's certain things. Nobody is comfortable moving like that. Nobody moves like that unless it's a situation, hey, I'm probably going to get locked up. So I got to get out of here. This is not good for my child. So I got to get out of here. This is a situation where it might make me look more, put me in a situation where I'm feminine and I'm not present myself as a man and everything like that. And I'm arguing with a female. I've got to get out of here. It's not cut and dry. Oh, you leave, you're abandoning it. Abandonment versus a situation of leaving a volatile situation. Those are two different things. And that's what I was saying. You didn't name that. You just kept saying a guy's leaving. You're not going to get the children if you go to the courthouse. Of course, any person that just leaves a situation for no apparent reason, why would you get your child? But we're talking about in actual real life. This is not happening. I actually know people that's going through this right now. That's what I'm saying.
I'm going through it with my son. Yeah,
you see what I'm saying? And where if it's a situation, so are you okay? This could be a prime example. So are you saying your son is and listen, I'm prefacing my comments. I'm asking you, are you saying your son is one of these guys that he's in a cowardly mode, that he's going to leave his children like that in his environment?
No,
okay,
left.
So she left. Now, when she left, did he tell her to get out?
No, she just said, I'm leaving.
Okay, now, is that conducive of a woman? Is that the norm?
No, I don't think that's the norm. I don't think that's the norm.
That's all I have. Go ahead, brother.
Okay, but so let's see if we can agree on a couple of things. So are we agreed that in a situation where, because I get your whole point, like you're saying that like your difference with me is I'm saying that most of the time that men leave, most of the time that there's not a serious threat of violence most of the time. Yes, there are some times where there, but that's what I'm saying. You're saying the opposite. You're saying that most of the time men leave, it's a serious threat of violence. That's why they leave. Correct?
No, I gave you three examples. Not okay. Just it's abuse. It's Put it like this: it's physical, emotional abuse going on, and mental abuse. They will leave. They start if they're smart. If they're smart. Now, most of the time, they won't leave, and they will actually argue to the point when it gets fighting. Because this is why domestic violence is really prevalent in our community.
Did you hear me say when I was making this statement up front? I said, I'm not talking about you staying in a situation where violence can occur. I'm not talking about that. So that's the extreme situation where I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the average situation where the average guy leaves because he just can't get along with the woman, and he gets so frustrated with her that he just leaves. That's the average situation.
All right, so I'm gonna ask you a question, bro. Is domestic violence prevalent in our community?
It is definitely prevalent.
Okay, so now when you say something average doesn't mean majority. Because if something's prevalent in our community, that means people are staying in a horrible environment. So what you're talking about is the minority. People are staying, people are fighting. Most of the time, arguing, abusive language, these type of things are going on before somebody leaves. Next happens is guys are starting to get smarter because they don't want to get locked up. The majority of people are not leaving a situation without arguing. That's not happening. We're not up here mentally right for that.
But I didn't say that, Truth. What I'm saying is, if you're in a situation, I'm saying, okay, this is the game. These are the rules. Now, if you want to be upset that these are the rules, not you personally, but I'm saying if men want to be upset that these are the rules, what can I do? I'm just telling you how the game is played. You'll have more success if you document everything. Let's say you're right. Let's say it's not necessarily physical abuse, but it's emotional abuse, right? And you don't want the children to see all of that situation. So you figure, well, I must leave because I don't want them to see this situation, right? Okay, I can dig that, but what I'm saying is, you still got to get some documentation that that's going on. That way, when you go to court, you can explain why you're not there. I'm talking about the guys that just get pissed off and leave. There's guys out there that do that, and I look at it like most guys that do that, that's what they do. That's most of the guys. Yeah, there's some guys that there's a threat of violence, there's a threat of this or that, but that's not, to me, the average. The average guys that leave typically because they just can't get along with the woman. Okay, it's too hard to try to just ignore her or step out or try to stay living there. It's just too difficult, and that's why they leave. Okay, so if you feel that way, then you're gonna have to get some documentation because it's not me, it's not my rules. This is the rules of the game. So people can say what they want to say. You could say, well, you jump me with this king. Oh, well, that's because that's the rules of the game. They can jump you. So to stop that, you got to put yourself in a position where you can't get jumped. And how do you do that? You go get as much documentation as you can possible. You write everything down. You show these courts that, hell, I want to be there, but this situation was going on. See, I got the paperwork to prove it, but I wanted to be there. Because when they look at it, they're going to look at it, well, who's got the children now? Oh, you do? Okay, so you got them. They left them there with you. Everything's cool. No problem. Let's just leave it like that. That's all I'm saying. We got to figure out a way to play the game where we can win. But for us to just get mad and say, well, most guys ain't going to leave because it's something. Yeah, okay, maybe that might even be right. But that proves my point even more. Go get you some documentation. However you got to do it. If you got to use your cell phone, if you got to use whatever to record whatever's going on, you got to do that because that's going to play a major part later. My son has so many text messages of this girl calling him a BAN and just a bunch of different stuff. She was so crazy. When we went into court, we didn't even need all that stuff because the judge asked her so many questions, and she got frustrated with the judge just because that's the kind of person she is. But I had to look at my son and say, you picked this person. You can get mad all you want, but you picked her. That's your doings. So what do you learn from this? You got to do better at the vetting. That's my point. That's my point. If you guys want to win, not you personally, but if we want to win more in court, We got to play the game. See, these women know they know already to run you out of the house, saying anything they can to get you upset enough where you run out of the house. Why? Because they in the nail shop and they in the hairdresser and they telling them, girl, don't leave. Girl, don't leave. Don't let him take them children with him.
Yeah. So, Brother Clarence, I'm not in disagreement about the documentation. Okay. I'm not in disagreement about planning on doing things the right way. The only problem I said, because the wording that you're saying, it's just like now, you just did it again. You saying they running you out of the house like it's just nothing.
Let me say it another way and see if you agree with this. Let me see if you agree with this, Brother Truth, and I'll let you finish rocking. But let me say it another way. Okay. When I say running you out of the house, what I mean is they get your emotions to a certain level where you don't feel like you are safe in that environment anymore. You don't feel you can't. You're saying to yourself, I don't know what I may do if this person keep pushing me or keep saying things to me. So let me just leave. But you got to think about your children. Okay, I can't just leave. I gotta be able to somehow document this. Maybe I can I can record it on my cell phone, or I can do. You got to document whatever you're saying, because if you don't, your children gonna pay for it. They may pay for it. They may pay for it. So that's all I'm saying when I say run you out of the house. I mean, they know to push your buttons. A woman that knows you truth, they know what you're going to get mad at. They know what's going to make you smile. They know.
Oh,
okay,
yeah.
They know you, so they put pressure on you because they already been told in the bar, in the hairdresser and in the nail shop to get you out of that house. Because once they got you out of that house, the chance of you getting those children drop by 50 or 60%. It doesn't matter whether you're a good father or not. That's irrelevant, because they're going to look at with the children.
All right. So again, this is the thing you're saying. This is the only thing you're saying. Getting you out the house. The way you're saying it is like, and I'm trying, because this is how I'm hearing it. So I know other people are hearing it like this, Brother Clarence. The way you're saying it is like, you have an option versus an unruly woman to when she gets, the world is in favor of them. You're not going to win that regardless. So the best thing to do
Agreed.
As a man.
Wait a minute. What are you not going to win, Truth?
Yeah. All right. All right. So I'm gonna start it over. Just the basic. This is before you even get to the courthouse. Okay. The basic premise of an environment: if a woman's there, she basically owns that environment, wherever you the husband, wherever your name is on that title, regardless. When it comes to domesticated disputes, they will rule in her favor. I have seen it happen so many times. I am a child of this that have witnessed this. Of me, of this, of my.
Never happened. I'm just saying.
No. Hold on for a minute.
Okay.
Hold on for a minute. Okay. Yeah, I'm not going to say 100% because nothing's absolute. I'm saying majority of the time, we can go. Oh, we can. This how many people in here? We can just ask how many people have a cop ruled in the favor of a woman without the courts being involved, and even when it gets to the courts, have they still ruled in her favor? Even if you have documentation, you got the text messages, anything like that, unless you prove the fact that she hurt that child. This is how it is. She can bust you in the head. Y'all can go to jail for fighting and all that. If she didn't harm that child and they have no bruises on that, they don't care whether it's a guy in the house selling drugs that she's sleeping with or anything like that. They're not removing that child from that mother unless you show actual physical abuse to that child where that child is being harmed. That's the only way. If she show that the child has a room, is clean and things like that, and the child is at least managed and nourished and getting fed, regardless if you was the one feeding the daggone child while you was there, you probably was one feeding it, bathing it, all that type of stuff, and she was there. Regardless, if they see the child in good standing right now, until months later, unless that child lose weight, unless they see that the child's dirty, roaches or anything like that, it's not taken care of. Even with the roaches, I can give you so many examples where I can show you a person's house where a woman's house is destroyed, and they will not give that child to the father at all. at all.
But brother,
Even with the documentation, he's taking pictures, pots, mold, all this disgusting stuff, and they won't do it.
I
They
can't
won't
verify
do it.
that, but I believe you. But
So this is an example that the reason why I'm saying this, the way you were saying it was like it was an absolute turn if you go down this method.
True, nothing's absolute. You know that.
Okay, the reason why I know that, but I'm saying that's what I'm hearing. The way you were saying it, okay, if you allow her to run you out the house, well, most guys are not running out the house. It is something that's pushing up. I can't have you in my face all the time, and my child is right there in the daggone bassinet or in the walker watching this with the daggone pacifier with tears running down their eyes. I can't stand there. It's first of all, my child is crying, so now I'm really getting pissed off. My baby is being affected. So I have to leave. I'm not going to win that. So if you're saying leave, go to the courthouse, fill out the paperwork and stuff like that, that's cool. I asked you after the paperwork, where do you go from there?
Or then you got your own place. Now you got your own place.
No. Listen what I said. Listen to the scenario. The situation happened, so you don't have your own place. You went down to the courthouse to file. Because this has been something that has been happening. You got documentation, you got text messages, everything. We're doing it how you say do it. Go down to circuit court, file the paperwork, everything like that. Get it notarized and everything. Come in, go through the security, take about all that type of stuff. You already know the workings of going down circuit court and everything like that. Do it like that. Where do he go after you file that paperwork? Because he don't have nowhere to stay. And where is he taking his child at?
I got a brother that very close to me. He lived he lived in his car for 2 months.
So he left the house, right?
Yeah, he left the house because she got a restraining order on him. She beat him to the punch. She got a restraining order on him.
I understand that. Did he leave? Okay, so this is what I'm asking. Where after you fill out the paperwork, and that was your place of staying, where do you go after you fill out the restraining order?
Okay, it's true. You gotta let me answer. So I'm saying you gotta go wherever you can. You go where you can go. I mean, if you ain't got no place to go, then
okay, that's my point. So you're going to leave. So you're leaving the environment anyway. Because once you file that, you can't be around them, brother.
But that's my point. You got the paperwork. So when you go into court, it don't look like you just left because you got a girlfriend or whatever. You got documentation showing why you left. It's not about I was chasing.
So she didn't. Okay, so this is what I'm saying. The guys aren't leaving. The only thing I think you're misconstruing is I'm not debating the fact that it's a systematic way to handle things. Okay. We need to be cognizant of. That's not the debate. We don't have a problem. That's go to the courthouse, handle your business. The fact that I'm talking about you're going to leave the house anyway. You're leaving that child with them. You're leaving that child. You're leaving that child with them. You're leaving that child with them, how long it takes you to get a house anyway.
But my point is, you got leverage now. See, if you just leave because you got pissed, then you don't have no leverage because you left them there. Now you got something in your hand that says, I didn't leave voluntarily. There was an issue there that had me leave. Because the court doesn't say, we're just going to assume that you had an issue. The court's not going to do that. You're going to have to present the reason why you left and left the children with them if you have a custody dispute. That's my point. My point ain't that, the court's not going to sit like me and you talking. I know what you're saying and you know what I'm saying. We know that what you're talking about. Yeah, a lot of guys, they get pushed out. I would say a lot of guys, they just get so upset. They leave because they get frustrated, right? And then there's a certain number higher than that leave because they feel like, hey, I don't know if I'm going to be able to control myself the way this person's going, so let me just get out of here now. See, yeah, there's a lot of, and I say leave. I'm saying leave in that situation. But there are some people that they just don't get along. They don't argue. They're not having these major blow-ups. They might argue, but they're not having these major blow-ups. They're just not feeling each other no more. And they just want to get out of the situation. That's what I'm saying.
I'm not disagreeing with the systematic things, the way to handle things. Basically, what I'm saying, Brother Clarence, and again, I have somebody that's going through the situation, and
okay, let me ask you a question, Truth. Do you think the court would understand? Do you think the court would understand that most men are getting pushed out, or are they leaving because of some type of irritation that's going on at the house? Do you think the court are going to look at that, or do you think the court's going to just say, "Hey, who's got the child now?"
All right, I got your answer. Let me be a little frank. Can I get
Please, brother.
put it like that? Well, no, I'm still act tactful. They don't give a foul up.
Right.
That's what I believe. I believe regardless of anything, my brother, you can have all the stuff you want. I've seen it too many daggone times. Unless you're going to leave that child, if that mother's unstable, unless they see that child is malnourished, they're harming, the documentation from the hospital. So I know this for a fact. Documentation from the hospital, you need that. Because it produces, see if the child's nutrition is good, if they're being bruised or broken up or anything like that, anything detrimental to their health, psychological appointments, therapist appointments, things like that. It has to be something to that level to get you away, get that child out of that house with that woman. Is that no matter how many documents you want?
I agree. I'm just saying it's better for your leverage to have something than nothing. Nothing means that, like you said, you're going to have to basically have a video of them on crack cocaine to try to even at least get them to open the door to hold on. Let me let Jake chime in.
Yeah, and this is the last thing I'd say about the
I'm going to go ahead, Truth. Go ahead, Truth.
No, this is it. When I think of leverage, I think that gives you an advantage. I'm sorry, brother. I don't look at it as having an advantage. I just look at us. Some of us had good luck that day, and I'm not a person of luck. I'm a person of faith. But the way the system is set up, you got to have some daggone lucky charms for that day to get that child to you in favor, unless she is out of control and you can prove that child is in significant danger. That's all I got to say, brother.
Which is very hard to prove. Yep. Like, I mean, what you're saying is true. I mean, there's so much I want to say on this, like too much, to be honest. On the thing that he just ended it on, yes, you have to go through hell and fire to figure out if this woman is just flat out crazy, a psychopath, for you to get custody of your kids. If you're an average dude, whatever. Now, if you're a high value dude or whatever, I hate to have to bring that term here. Like Dwayne Wade got custody of his kids, yeah, you can get it done. Same thing with Ludacris, got custody of his daughter. It's his daughter. They can do it. You can get the best lawyers and they can prove it. If you're a regular joke small on the street who has like a shitty public defender and is poor, you wouldn't get anything. You wouldn't get your kids. To be honest, you wouldn't. Now, when it comes to like, you guys said, like, she raising her voice and stuff like this. I did a whole part, and I think Truth, you might notice too. Brother Clarence, I need you to notice too. I did a whole topic session on should women put hands on men, and what can the men do to remove themselves and get themselves out of the situation. We went through multiple scenarios, and I remember us saying that, like, literally just walking out. What you guys been talking about? We've been saying just walk the freak out. If you don't have any kids, get the frick out of the situation. Simple enough. Kids are involved, you still have to kind of remove yourself, because let's be real. And I'm gonna say this here. I don't want nobody to get it twisted, guys. I'm a benevolent man. I do my best on my piece, but I got a threshold like every other in out there. You put hands on me. The only thing that is protecting you right now, don't stopping me. That law isn't there to protect you from me. That law is to protect me from you. You want to know why? Because if that law isn't there, you get one-shotted like every other dude on the street. So trust me, if that law ever got uplifted and say, yo, from now on, if a woman, we ain't talking about like you beat her to where she can't breathe. We're talking about just one hit quitter the bitch. Pardon my French. But they gotta learn. And this needs to be a lesson. You do not put your hands on anybody. If you have a disagreement, then you need to sell it otherwise. Now, Brother Clemens, I know what you're going to kind of try to say. Brother, what if they just don't have reason and they just put hands on you anyway? You handle it accordingly. This is what you do. She put hands on you, you laugh, you walk it off. If she come at you with a weapon, then you knock her face off. That's when she has a weapon, is what I said. You one hit her, enough to get the point across, leave, call the police, let her know what happened, such and such, and you've already recorded. And you've already had the situation recorded of what she did to you because she got a knife in your hands. It don't matter. I don't care. Listen, I don't care. That is your livelihood, regardless of your kids or not. Your life is your kids should not be able. Your kids should not live in a world without their dad, without the daddy. I don't give a damn. Ain't no matter what excuse you give me. No. So you deal with that accordingly, and then once that's done, then that's when the courts and all that see the information, see all the evidence that transpired on that little situation that y'all had. And then it most likely, the most you'll probably get is a fine for knocking her out, but you probably shouldn't get fined at all. Like, you'll be able to walk away with that situation. You just got to probably pay something, because you put hands on her. But at the same time, she had a weapon coming at you. So I personally think you shouldn't get charged anything, but you're not going to go to jail for that. If it was just, you hit her first, then yeah, you're going to jail regardless. But if she came attacking you, you're more likely going to be able to walk away from that situation without getting in jail. You're going to be put in there for probably like a day and to know actual question what went down and the information. Yes, but what do you do afterwards when it comes to the kids? Because I want to get to that. It's in your best interest never to show violence in front of your kids, because your kids are precious and important to you. I don't have any kids right now. Truth as kids, I don't. So I can speak on just me personally. If kids were ever involved in any situation, because I'm not gonna pick a woman that's gonna think she can put hands on me or just be violent before I even think of her utilizing my own seat against me. But I would do my utmost to never show violence in front of my kids ever. Let them know, like, no, we ain't gonna do this. Or if we have a disagreement, I'll make sure the kids are far away from the situation if we just having a conversation or it's a heated conversation. Because I tell her, because the first thing I would tell her when we vet girls is like, listen, don't get stupid with me. We have a conversation. Be civilized and be civilized. Have a conversation like a civilized ass person. It's not freaking difficult for anybody nowadays. But apparently with our ladies, sometimes it is. So you gotta understand. Sometimes these men don't have any other place to go, and let's be real. Some cats might clown on them for this, and they really shouldn't. The boy had to go back to his parents, or stay with his parents for a couple of weeks, until the situation stuff cools down, until he finds another place for himself, so he can still see his kids and everything. Then that's what he might have to do, and it sucks, but the court system is literally set up in place so that the women technically always win. And I know what you said, like, have evidence and have recordings, but you got to be smart and you got to be very detailed. For me, and no woman would have probably agreed to it if they stay with me. I'm gonna have cameras in my freaking house. Want to know why? Because in case something pop off and you do something stupid, I'm gonna make sure they know I didn't put hands on this chick, but they're gonna see how crazy you act. Ain't nobody gonna use you. Ain't nobody, like I said, ain't nobody gonna try to use the system what helps you indefinitely, and just me not do anything, me not retaliate against you and not trying to defend myself or try to help get me out of a situation that could be lethal to my life or you ruining me. Because I ain't gonna lie to this, because I tell my friend, listen, that's why I said some of these cats are tripping with that shit. Pardon my French again, because girls are some of the most fickle freaking humans on this damn planet. They can change their mind like whatever. Oh, I don't feel it with this dude, so therefore I'm just divorce him and take all his money because things aren't going well, or at least for me, but it's going well for him. But once again, but Brother Clarence, you did say you got to take better care of vetting these women. I heard you say that multiple times, and I don't disagree with vetting. And I think Truth gets what you're saying. He gets that too. Yes, actually, first, I think any man gets this. You can't just, if it's just some chick you smashing every night, then that's probably a poor example. That's a poor excuse. So yes, that's on you. But also on the other end, the woman could also be at fault for choosing to birth this guy's kid because he's not ready to take care. He's not ready to take care of kids. I've always said that too. But you're focusing on us, correct? Right? The guys,
Correct.
not the woman, right?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah. Okay. Because I won't bring up a woman situation again.
Yeah.
This is gonna be us.
And I agree with you on that, brother Clarence, about when.
True. Hold on. Give me just 1 second.
Mhm.
Let me shout out a few people, man. Dr. Hood, glad to have you in the building, man. Shout out
Dr.
to you.
Hood.
Rita Neal, glad to have you in the building. Okay,
that.
True. Go ahead, rock out, man.
No. Real quick, I was just saying, so they won't get misconstrued. I 100% agree. When you said the choices was in our hands, as far as choosing that woman, I have never made an excuse about anything that has happened to me in relationships because I should have never chose that. I 100% agree with that. And that's why I'm taking so long now. People want to know why I'm not in a relationship. That's why. Not because I can't. It's so easy. But I'm being careful now because unlike most people, I don't repeat the same mistakes. I'm not insane. Okay?
First statement, brother. I mean, I agree. Even like I said, the girl my ex I talked about, she's not a bad girl. She just needs to she needs to seek professional help. That's all it is. I have nothing negative to say about that girl. She's like I said, she's a nice person. She just comes with her own little quirks. Quirks are fine, but when it just like stuff that hasn't been fixed or like been dealt with, like trauma and things like that, she's got to get that checked out. That's all. Because there's nothing I can do to help her. Like I said, you can say and do as much as you can, but if you feel like nothing's going down, not just feel, but you see nothing is really helping, then what? Like you're trying to make yourself in charge of something that a professional should be doing. I came to that realization without somebody having to tell me that. Yeah.
Okay, I got a couple questions for you guys. Hold on 1 second. Let me shout out. Quantum, good to see you in the building. Peace to you.
That's a nice name. Quantum.
All right. So if what I'm saying makes sense, what is the pushback that you guys have for what I'm saying? Because it sounds like we all agreed. It just
we agree.
Talking about certain scenarios that might fall a little bit outside of the maybe the average situation. Those are the situations where we probably are having a little bit of differences. But for the most part, sounds like we agree. We agree that if there's an issue, you shouldn't stay. Now, I'm saying
Right.
If you leave, it doesn't matter if you leave or the woman leaves, whoever leaves, they're losing a lot of leverage trying to get the children back. You basically have to prove that the parent you left the children with is some type of way a danger to the children. That's basically what you're going to have to have happen, no matter if it's a man or the woman. I don't agree with the fact that, well, just because she's a woman, it's more to her. I will say, in a case where men are not pursuing having the children as much, and the women are not pursuing the children as much, I believe that's the only time I would say it probably will go in favor of the woman. Meaning that if both people are not going out chasing, trying to show that they're the best parent, and they're just like whatever. Yeah, I believe that whoever, typically it'll be the woman, but whoever is the children have been left with, they're probably it's a slam dunk for them. It's pretty much a slam dunk for them.
So that's the only problem we disagree with. The way you was talking about handle it, 100% agree with you, bro, Clarence. The vetting, our fault, 100% agree. You need to get paper trail documentation, do it the systematic way, do it lawfully, 100% agree. We not have no discrepancy there. The discrepancy is, again, where you're saying that if a guy do these things, that is going to give him leverage. And then you said it again, whoever's in favor of leaving the house. I'm saying 95% of the time, the guy is going to leave the house willfully or forcefully, regardless. So it's automatically going to be in favor of her because he's got to leave the house to go even. Okay, let's say they're going to do it your way, Brother Clarence. He's got to leave the house just to go to the courthouse now. And then after the courthouse, he's got to leave the premises.
Wait a minute. What do you mean why he's got to leave to go to the courthouse?
No, I said he's got to file for the restraining order and get the paperwork and all these type of stuff.
Okay, yeah.
So once he does that, because we're doing it how you say, which I totally agree. Once he does that, he now has to leave the premises because that's part of the restraining order.
Wait a minute. Well, why does he have to leave? If I get a restraining order on her, why do I have to leave? She got to leave.
No, that's it. And that's what I'm saying. It don't work that way, brother. It don't work that way. I'm trying to. No, it doesn't, because first thing they're going to do is do this. They're going to say until you go to the court, they automatically rule the mother in favor, because this is what they're going to do. I'm going to show you. You thinking about file a paperwork and go back to the house, because that's the only way you can whistle it. They're not going to kick the mother out the house. They're not going to kick her out of the house.
I've seen it happen. It happened to my neighbor. They kicked her out of the house. The sheriff.
What was the after he filed the paperwork? They kicked her out.
Yes, because she kept going.
Was that her child?
Huh?
I would need to know. I would need to know.
No. Let me qualify what I'm saying. True.
Yeah, please do.
There wasn't no children involved in this situation.
Okay, so stop. So that has nothing to do with what we're talking about right now, because we're talking about children.
Take her out of the house if there are children. I mean, if she's gone, she's gone. If you file the paperwork,
no,
she's
Brother
gone.
Clarence, this is the problem. You're convoluting two different scenarios. You're talking about a man and a woman and a woman that kicked out of a house versus a man and a woman and children involved. Those are two different scenarios.
Put out of the house for that. If whoever files the restraining order, I've seen the woman put out. But
okay,
like you
hold
said,
on. You did. Now you switch it. Hold on for a minute. Now you're switching it up, because the first example you gave me. Listen. Again, I listened very carefully, Brother Clarence. The first example you gave me was a man and a woman and no child present.
Right.
That she got evacuated. That's right. Easy, because that's one-on-one. Right. That probably wasn't even her daggone house. Was it her house?
It was both of their house.
Both?
Who name was on that? Because this is the reason why. Both names on the and they kicked. Hold on. Both names on the mortgage, and they kicked the woman out the house.
Yes.
Okay, so all right. So again, so if he had proper documentation, show that he had bodily harm or something like that, or whatever. No, I said no. If he had that, then it's possible. Okay, now we're going to the scenario that you gave us before with children being involved. So the child is living in the household.
Okay.
Majority of the time, I'm not saying it has never happened, but I guarantee it won't be no 80% of the time that they kicking the mother out if a father go and file for a restraining order. Because if it was that, let me tell you something. Even though a lot of men don't want to go to the courts, but if it was that easy to get that daggone fool out that house, trust me, we would be doing it.
I'd be doing that.
Even the daggone fools, even the idiots that don't know no better, they be running their tail down there. Hold up, I got this. Hold up, you see this? Come get her out of here. I can show you the small. I can show you.
You assuming most people think like you.
No. I'm not assuming. Listen what I said. I said earlier. I said, even though the fools don't want to go down to court, because that's what's the name. I said, if we knew that 85 to 90% of the time that they was going to equally rule in favor of getting that woman out the house, that them fools, even though they don't know no better, they would just run down there just for the sake of the fact that you can't kick me out of my house. They would do that. Just so you can't kick me out of my house? I ain't got to leave in the cold and it's snowing outside or it's raining, and I ain't got to go out here and go to a hotel or something or go sleep in my car. We on equal playing field? Come on, man. You must be out. No. If it was 85 to 90% of the chance that it was going to be equally in favor, whoever got the proper documentation, whoever got this, whoever got that, it'll be fools making up stuff just for a chance to show, hey, guess what? The police came and kicked that B out. And so we can go laugh with our boys about that. They would do that. It would not it won't happen, brother Clarence, regardless of anything, because at the end of the day, not saying that it has never happened. Regardless of anything, they look at the child, especially if it's in infant stages. Let's say infant to we're going to say to 10 years old. Infant to 10 years old, they rule for the child to be with the mother because of the nurturing state that they believe women incoherently and innately have, which we know that not all women have that nurturing aspect, but they're thinking about it because of the fact that you got to feed them, you got to bathe them, you got to clothe them, and all this type of stuff. They think that women innately have all that, and not all women have all that. So they're going.
I can't prove it, brother, because it's a lot of guys that's fathers like yourself, and they're out there doing that stuff.
No. That's what I'm saying. We're saying the same thing. I'm saying the courts believe that. We know I'm hands on.
Right.
People would look at me like, hold up, man. Like you up here changing diapers and walking the baby in strollers and got the little harness, and when you're cooking and all. Yeah, I did all that stuff. You feel what I'm saying? It didn't change me from being masculine about nothing. I don't think anybody would confuse me with anything. They'd probably say I've been called overly masculine or toxic masculine. I don't think anybody ever confused me with femininity or anything like that. So, but regardless of these things that I've heard people say that's not manly, I did those things because I'm very hands-on and affectionate with my children. I didn't need for my children's mom because they went to work in the mornings. I went to work in the evenings in graveyard shift. I worked 2 jobs, one in the evening and one at night. So most of the time, the children are up during the day until like between 5 and 6. That's when they start going down and everything like that. So I was there changing them and everything like that, walking them, making sure they play, making sure they scribbling, writing, all this type of stuff, watching Mickey Mouse Clubhouse, all this type of stuff. So I was very hands-on with that type of stuff. Even with that, even if the mother would actually openly say that, hey, he really did that, they're still going to say, okay, why couldn't you do that? Oh, I could do that. Okay, so since you can do that, what does the father have more than you? Nothing. Then they're going to always rule in favor, like Jay said, unless you're Dwayne Wade, Ludacris, somebody that has an extra type of lifestyle that you can provide, that it looks good on paper, unless it goes that route, and unless she's complete trash, and you can prove that she's trash, it's not going to go in your favor, even with that paperwork, because some of the high value men, they still have lost cases to the daggone trash baby mother. And they can provide it, but brother Clarence, that's the only thing. I'm not debating about about how to handle things properly. 100% vetting, 100%. It's just that the way you're saying is like it puts us in a leveraged position, means an advantage. Like we can, like it would go more in our favor if we do it this way.
The person that stays in the house has the advantage. I'm not saying you have an advantage when you leave. You don't have an advantage. You just have a screwdriver to try to get the door open.
That's where we're debating that. I'm not talking about leaving even. You saying stay in the house. How? Okay, so again, give me a scenario where he doesn't. You listen what you're saying. You can't have it both ways. You can't have him stay in the house and go file for the paperwork.
No. That was a case in which there was a threat of violence happening.
Okay. So she's cussing. So listen, she's cussing them out. So let me get this straight. Here we go. Another scenario. No physical violence, but she's in his face calling them BANs consistently. And the child is watching this and crying. She's cursing, screaming, got neighbors beating on the door. All they say, he's not getting his tail whipped, but he's supposed to stay there and endure this, when if he leaves, this can actually subside with the child, but the child's supposed to stay crying. That's what you're saying?
Oh, yeah, I see the way you laced it, but I
have to put it that way because that's what's going to
Yes.
happen.
Let me answer.
I have to put it that way, brother Clarence, because it's not like, oh, F you B-A-A-N, and then it's quiet for the rest of the night. It don't work that way.
You gotta let me answer the question.
It don't.
Okay. I'm not saying you should take abuse. And I said from the beginning that abuse is the fringe situation. That is not the situation that I'm speaking of. Most cases, abuse is not the norm. In most divorce cases, abuse is not the norm. The normal situation is, if for whatever reason, you guys just can't get along. Trust issue, money issue, whatever, you can't get along. That's not a high degree of abuse is not usually the issue. Okay, so those are the situations I'm talking about. In the abuse situation, that has to be looked at more case by case basis. And if you need to leave, then there's some other ways to try to mitigate that situation. I'm just telling you how the court looks at it. If you leave, the court's going to look at it like you felt this person was the safest parent, the best parent. That's why you left them there. Okay? Or if you leave, take them with you. But if you leave, just know that you already putting yourself behind the 8 ball. So you need to have you some paperwork to at least try to leverage yourself back in there. I'm not saying it's going to work every time, because like we said, there's no absolutes. That's just like saying every woman is going to, like people say, well, a woman's just going to get the kids every time. No, she's not. There's no absolutes out there. She's going to probably get them most of the time because most of the guys leave.
That's not the thing. You keep saying, and that's where we're going to bump heads. It's not because most guys, brother Clarence, you keep. That's the only problem we have, because you keep going back to the fact that people leave it, and it's not majority of men don't leave the house. Man, we could do a poll if you want. We can do a poll. I guarantee majority of the guys have never abandoned a relationship or a house. They have actually got kicked out by that girl. The girl said, "I don't want to be with you," and kicked out.
Whether they got kicked out or not is not the issue. The issue is they're gone. That's the issue.
You can't stop that. You say you can stop that.
Okay, hold on. Let me be the moderator.
Hold on.
Go ahead, Brother Clarence.
If they leave, do you think the court is going to look at it like, oh, well, most guys leave because they just no, they're not. The court is going to look at one thing: that child. Okay, her bike's there.
What choice do you have if she's telling you to get the heck out?
You got a choice. You can go down to the court and say, hey,
you just left.
I'm being threatened. Or whatever you got to tell them, whatever, it's just so you can get that piece.
Okay, you just left. You said, okay, so you keep, all right, listen. I said it that way, and then now you talk. I said, where do you go? After you go to the courthouse, I said, where do you go? You go find a place to stay. So you left either way. That's what I'm trying to get to you, my brother.
My point
is leaving.
If you leave with no paperwork or no documentation, that your request is going to probably be you're not even going to have a standard chance, at least with a piece of paper saying, this is why I left. I didn't just leave because I got a girlfriend waiting for me. I left. I had to leave my children because this was the situation. See, that at least gives you an opportunity to go back and have a chance at
you got too much faith in the justice system, my brother. And that's where you got too much faith in the justice system.
True. I don't have faith in the justice system. It's just the logic in it, man. If you're gonna go and if I leave, I better have something substantiating why I left if I'm going to now ask for custody. That's all I'm saying. It may work, it may not work. But I'm saying most of the time that men lose custody, they outright lose it, is because they left. The court looks at it like, you left these children. You obviously trust this lady with these children. It was obviously cool for you to leave them there. They don't be thinking about, oh, well, most guys leave because they getting pushed out of the house. You think the court is going to say that to you out loud? They're not going to say that stuff. They're going to be like, okay, well, hell, you left. You ain't got nothing to show me why you shouldn't have left or you had to leave. Okay, everything's cool. Their bike's there. Their clothes are there. Their friends are there. The school is there. Let's leave them there. That's what they're going to do. In my opinion.
Clarence, I know you keep saying you don't trust in it, but okay. Okay, I'm gonna have to be a little what's the right word? Because you're saying you don't, but you're doing what's called contradicting yourself. When somebody doesn't trust in something, they don't go above and beyond with something. When you have faith in something, you're going to go the extra mile because you believe that there's going to be a significant amount of change that's going to happen. So if I believe in a justice system, I'm going to go to the courthouse. I'm going to do the paperwork. I'm going to get the lawyer because I believe the letter of the law and the justice is going to play in my favor if I do the right thing. You said you don't believe in a justice system. So if you don't believe in the fact that they're going to play in your favor, if you have all the proper documentation, if you do it the right way, like how you're saying it, then why even do it?
Because you give yourself the opportunity. When I say I don't believe in the court system, I don't believe 100% of nothing. I don't know what they're going to do. But if your children are worth it to you, what steps are too high to take to get your children? If you got to go get a piece of paper to give yourself an opportunity to get your children from this lady that you can't get along with, what steps are too high? What's too hard? What's too far to go? Even if you don't know if it's going to work or not, but are you willing to take the chance that it may? That's my point.
And from this point, and this is what I gotta say on this end, my brother, you sound more of coming from a female standpoint because this is usually what they tell us. They tell us, why don't you fight so hard for your children? We know no, seriously, this is what they say. They say you don't fight so hard for you. What if the roles were reversed?
Let me ask you a question, Truth.
What if roles reversed?
I had a boss one time, and he used to ask this all the time. I'm gonna ask it to you, brother Truth. What is your option? What's your option? Let's say you do leave. Let's say because she was doing something and you left. Now you try to go back and get the children with no paperwork, no nothing. What's your option? What's the option?
You just look. See, this is the way you look. Okay, I play sports. You feel what I'm saying? And I'm gonna put this in the basement. I'm a winner. So the one thing I don't do is go into a situation which is called being delusional, wherever think I'm going to win at something that I'm not. I'm going to be prepared. I'm going to do everything that's necessary to put me in a winning factor. Like you said, give me leverage. So I'm going to work out harder. I'm going to run faster. I'm going to eat right. I'm going to study plays. I'm going to do all that because that constitutes to me 90% of the time. If I'm the most well prepared, I'm the most person putting in the work 90% of the time, I'm going to be successful. In this factor, in this instance, when it comes to other people having a say-so in business that really shouldn't be on them, but this is the power that we have given to the government, that's a whole nother conversation. When you give somebody that power to look into your life and basically decide between this person and that person, and the only way the power will swing, the only way you can have documentation ever since the child was born, it could be 11 years old. Just like even with child support, you can have all the receipts. They're going to look at this. Oh, that's good. You've been paying it. So why can't you pay this amount? You actually been paying more. So this law, if you've been paying this amount of much this whole time, we're giving you child support for $450, but based off of this, you've been paying almost $700, sometimes $1,000 a month. So we're looking at right here, you paying $500 a month in child support. This shouldn't be a problem. Based off all these receipts, you've been kicking out more. So what's the problem? It's the simple fact that it's still putting them in a position of power. The mother is still going to get power over the domesticated relationship, regardless of whatever, unless you can prove, again, health, mentally, physically, they have been abused. They have been neglected. They have been severely deprived in all types of stuff. That's the only way. Because if you got a house and she got a house, y'all both got rooms, she can go to the child can go to school, everything like that. They're never going to rule in your favor because you have paperwork that the mother did some stuff to you. They're never going to do that. You don't have. So that's the why most guys, if guys knew that they had a 50% chance of winning a child, all you got to do is come prepared. You got 50% of the chance to win the case, my brother. 50%. Even the fools that aren't going to come well prepared, they're not even going to do everything the right way. They're going to take their dumb tail down there just because the simple fact, because they believe that they can win. All they heard is 50%. Oh, I just got 50%. Oh, my homeboy Tone just got finished winning the case with his children. I'm not saying that actually just happened, but I'm just saying, oh, Tone just won his case, so I'm gonna go down here, not knowing Tone was well prepared, had all these things and this type together, but it's the simple fact that he won, and it was a chance, a 50% chance that the mother could win it. Wasn't somebody got well prepared, even though he would have failed. Unlike Tone, he still would have took the chance. He still would have went out of his way to try to go because, hey, I have a chance to win. 85 to 90% of the time, the child is going with the mother, bro. That's not a winning percentage. And I'm sorry, most guys is not going to go out there and fight and lose 10,000 to 20,000 and to go in debt that you got to pay back that could have went to the child, but you in court trying to fight for the child. Instead of saying, hey, you know what? Let's go get these vegetation right. Hey, I'm not going to win. Split custody. I'll pay the child support. Screw it, because I'm not going to win. Hopefully later on when my child get about 11, 12 years old and they can speak for themselves, my baby will go to court and we can talk about coming to stay with daddy then. That's the only hope we got from there. Other than that, it's going to go no matter how well prepared in today's climate. Today. This is it. This we live in a patriarch, but this is a woman's world, man. They run this crap. They run this, brother. I'm trying to tell you. Don't ever get it confused.
Okay,
yeah, brother Clarence, we run the streets, man. That's what I'm gonna say. I said we run the streets.
Hey, you know what?
I'm being funny,
you know what? No. I'm trying to tell cats how to come out with better outcomes.
Yeah, I know what you said. I know what you mean.
Wait, let me finish. But if y'all are so hooked on the outcome already before you even attempt, okay, what can I do? I'm trying to tell you how to have a better outcome. But if everybody's already got their outcome already laid out in their head, then you're gonna get your outcome. You're gonna get your outcome.
That's not guaranteed, actually. Well, because I know what you mean.
If you already are moving,
you're saying if you already have it, but doesn't mean. But it might not go to. But here's my thing: it might not go to the way that you plan it out. Is what I'm saying.
No.
I've seen people make that mistake before.
You can't plan it out because there's too many moving parts to you can
variables
determine up front. Oh, this is how it's gonna go. Yeah. Only thing you can do is give yourself enough ammunition to at least plead your case in the best way possible. That's all you can do. But if you already got your mind made up, hey, no matter how I plead my case, I'm going to lose. What can I say? I'm trying to send you to the battlefield at least with a sword and a shield. And you say, hey, you got a chance. But if you go out there,
you got a chance.
I'm going to lose. I'm going to get my head lopped off anyway. I'm going to get your head lopped off. You know what I mean? That's the way it is.
Gladiator.
Right? I'm just telling you a better way. I'm just trying to tell you a better way to approach the situation. I can't say that you're gonna win. I can't say that you're gonna lose. In most
cases, yeah, because you don't know the outcome of what's going to happen. That's why I say it's like 50-50.
If you leave, you're probably going to lose. That's just the reality of that. Now that I agree with Truth. If you leave, well, for whatever reason, you're probably going to lose. If you're the man, especially. But if you can have some documentation, maybe that'll help squeeze the door back open for you to at least sit down and talk about custody. But if you go out there and you already said, hey, the woman is going to win regardless. Why even go to court? Just say, hey, mail me the paperwork when you get done, right? If you already know that the woman's going to win, why even go to court? Why even put a suit on and go?
I mean, if the thing is, honestly, shit, it's all, you know what, F it, it's all trash. It's all trash. It's terrible. I'm sorry, but
I love you, Truth. I love you, brother. I love you, bro.
I'm gonna be real. It's all I want to say F so bad. It's all freaking trash, bro. America sucks.
No, that's what I'm saying. We on the same page now. I'm saying I don't have no faith in the government at all.
I don't. I never ever will.
I don't
that's
think
why
I'm
if
gonna
I
win.
get married, it will be outside. It'll be outside this country.
Really.
To be honest, like if I get married in Japan, motherfucker, I'm getting married in Japan. I ain't bringing it here. F that. I'm gonna let them.
Hey, brother, post Miss Nicole Reed quote real quick.
Go ahead, brother.
Okay, then Marcus, man. Then Marcus, after you.
Yeah, I'm done. Yeah, no, I'm saying post Nicole Reed, blow Clarence.
Oh yeah, I think she said the one 739.
She said something very important. Read that, my brother.
You did.
Nicole,
okay.
Miss Nicole Reed.
Approximately 20 states. That one, that comment right there. That's the one.
All right, let me read that to you, guys out there. Nicole Reloaded. I'm glad to have you in the building. I should have shouted you out, Nicole. I'm glad to have you in the building. Approximately 20 states have that grant 50-50 shared custody time between fathers and mothers per U.S. national average. Men receive about 54% of the custody time that women are granted.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. 20 states, 50-50. I said if it's 50-50.
Damn, out of 50 shit.
That's the minority, right?
If it's 50-50 and it's minority out of 50 states, it's 20 states out of 50. Also, if it's just that little bit, look, we receive 54% of the custody time. Imagine if all states was involved, brother Clarence. This is what I'm saying.
Oh,
I hear you, man. I hear you.
This is what I'm saying. We would actually go. It would be in our favor, and then the guys that you're talking about that don't go out there, they would be so minute and small it wouldn't even be funny. Because guys like myself, I've been got my babies. I'm still working to get my kids right now.
Yo, my brother, truth. I wasn't laughing at you. Hannah said the same shit. I said she said 20 states. That's what I said.
All right, brother Marcus, help us bring some truth. You know, some light to this truth, man, because we don't. Yeah. You know, me, Truth, and Jay, we ain't got no sense, man. Come on, tell us. Tell us what's really going on.
We got sense. What are you talking about, brother Clarence? What are you talking about?
I'm enjoying the conversation. I'm just enjoying the conversation.
Truth is trying to help me, but I can't. I ain't got no sense. I can't. I ain't hearing him right. Something's wrong, man. Help.
How you guys doing? How you doing,
big brother? Good to see you, man.
How you doing, Marcus?
Good evening, Mark. Good evening.
Great 8-hour stream we had last night, right?
Yeah, man. Yeah.
God, that was wild.
I do. Shout out to that stream yesterday. I gotta agree with Truth, man, because like he said, 20 states is not the majority; it's still the minority. If you're looking at it from a numbers standpoint, they know the state, the system. They know that the men usually round up more numbers working, round up the more numbers, getting the money. They know it's going to be more in the balance of whether it's custody, whether it's child support, alimony, spouse support. 50-50 isn't really the majority of states. So I usually work on the general. I don't work on the minority of it. Is it cool that 20 states do that? That's awesome. But that ain't helping out the majority of men. And even in those 50 and in those 20 states, it's a 50-50 gamble. I believe that it should be to the person that is responsible, that is making the money, that has the house. That's why a lot of guys in Mexico, they buy their houses over there. Women can't destroy them in court. And then the legal procedure of it, even if a man has a U.S. business-based property over here across the border, the women still don't get incentivized by splitting the divorce. They stay together because it's about duty, responsibility. It's not about happiness, laughter, sadness, none of that, and yeah, I mean, I agree with you to some point, Brother Clarence, but majority of what I agree with is truth, man, because the things that I've seen, I appreciate what you're saying, brushing up on knowledge, going in there prepared, going in there with the, that will help. Absolutely, that'll help. But the courts are still going to be like, well, still going to come out of the guy's pocket.
So why go to court? If you know you're going to lose.
I tell guys not to involve the state.
Huh?
I tell guys not to involve the state.
Yeah, but I'm saying most of these women today are not going to not allow you to not involve the state. They're going to go get your child support or whatever, right? Especially in the court. There's no way to divorce somebody without including the state, right?
Yep.
Yes.
How are you going to? Why go to court? Like, why don't you just let her go to court? If she's gonna win anyway, why even go? I mean, according to you guys, why even go?
And a lot of guys don't go. A lot of guys don't go. They don't even show up.
They get creamed because they got this understanding that I've lost anyway. There's no reason to even try. That's my point. What mountain would you not climb to go get one of your children? If you knew one of your children was sitting on a mountaintop, you would at least try. Maybe the snow will stop you. Maybe the wolves will stop you. Maybe the bears will stop you. But what, you wouldn't at least try to go up there and get that baby off that top of that?
You know who I don't agree with on in this space? Not a lot for a number of reasons. But he made a great piece on the Peep Show. And this is why I don't get into all I don't like this person, I don't like that person, or this type of stuff, because there's valuable conversations.
Truth. Hold on one second. Shout out to Queen Anifa. Shout out to Queen Anifa. Glad to have you in the building, sis. All right, go ahead, man.
Salute to Anifa. Yeah, there are valuable conversations being had in different places that, a lot of foolishness. I know how to sift through the wheat. And TLA had a great explanation about how the court systems are set up, and he went directly in detail. This also coming from a person of me. I went through the court system because I had to pay child support for my children, both of my children. One of them I'm no longer on now, and the other one I'm still on. For whatever reason, you will have to ask her for whatever reason I'm on there. The other one seemed fit to say, you know what, you're right. We done got ourselves together. We ain't on no emotion tip, took me off. But for some reason, this one, no. That's here and there. TLA explained it perfectly, down to the T of how the systematic approach of how things operate in the court system towards a black man. Now, you said, let's talk the better black life. You are a pro-black ponderant. So when we go to there, Brother Clarence, we're talking about us. I'm not all for this, but I'm going to use this for this scenario.
Okay.
Us, black man, our face, we chocolate. Go to the court system in this world, knowing that it's stacked against us.
Mm-hmm.
My brother, we it's already in favor of the woman, and then the next factor is we're a black man, my brother. It's not going to work out like that. They only allow a certain amount of us to win just so it would look like it's partiality there, but it's not. That's all I'm saying. It's really a hoax.
I agree with you at the court system, in particular against us. We have some, we get the most pushback. I would agree with you with that. All I'm doing is trying to tell these guys out here, if you have to divorce, if you have to leave, arm yourself with as much weaponry as possible. I don't agree with the whole, I lost already before I even walked into the court. I don't agree with that. But I understand you guys been hearing that Manosphere song so long, y'all can't, it sounds so sweet. But the reality of it is that whoever leaves the children there, they're the ones that lose a lot of leverage in trying to get custody. That whether it's the man or the woman. And so I've seen both people lose. Like I said, my son got custody. The girl left. Then she tried to pull all these, her and her mama tried to pull all these moves to get custody. And they gave my son full custody because he was the better parent. But he had to prove it. He had to show up on time to court proceedings, call when he was supposed to call, try to mediate when he was supposed to mediate. I mean, he had to do a lot of stuff that the girl, because she's a street chick, she just wasn't, it wasn't that important to her.
And the key factor you need, Brother Clarence. Hold on. This last thing, because I want Brother Clarence to hear what he said. You said she left, right?
She did.
Okay. What does that show? If a mother that is probably the worst indictment a mother can have. That's not the worst indictment a man can have. That's the worst indictment on a mother, that she left the nest. Of course, they're going to what's the name now. They're going to look into it now like, hold up. You left the nest. Like mothers normally don't do that because they know like you said, the power is staying with the children. So if you're just going to just abandon your children, oh heck no, this is something that we need to look in further. If it's in our favor that if the mother, okay, if we have a situation where it's a chance the mother can leave the wait out, she might leave instead of us. Yes, if we have a chick like that, stay there until that crazy thing leaves. But we're talking about trying to win. We're trying to be like Jordan, ball in the hand, 5 seconds left. What's the majority of the chance of it happening? A mother leaving the nest or a mother staying in the nest to remain the advantage? Because either way, as long as she stay, she can get the man removed forcefully or eventually get on his goddamn nerves to the point where she can either beat him up, call the cops, or forcefully, emotionally get on his nerves to the point where he get out. That's something that actually what just happened, that's an anomaly. That's something that doesn't go according to plan. That's not normal. Yeah, that's not normal. So of course he won that. That's not normal. You probably hear that once in 100 years that a woman left her nest.
Yeah.
All right. So Marcus, something. I want Marcus to get his thing out before I answer you, True.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, how come a paternity fraud? That's a very flawed thing in the system.
Because
so
guys, the paternity fraud only.
I can speak on one case. I can speak on one case.
Go ahead,
one of the cases.
But before you speak on that case, Marcus, before you speak on that case, let me tell you why paternity fraud is even able to happen. Because men don't demand a DNA test at the live birth. That's why it can happen. Okay, Marcus, go ahead.
That's a fair point. That's a fair point. But there was one case, right? I don't know if I talked to you about it before, but man, woman, they met up. They kind of had like a little fling. They had like a little one-night stand. Friends benefits. I don't know how far it was, but I remember that. He goes and hooks up with her. Guy has to move to the state because he got a job offer. There was no title. They were not girlfriend and boyfriend. Moves. He goes to the West Coast. She stays on the East Coast. She keeps the baby. Time goes on. And then as the birth of the child happens, she must have committed that paternity fraud there on the documentation. Try to say, hey, he's the father, whatever. So she filed a subpoena or appeal to show up to court. She filed a report for child support. He got served in the West Coast. They're calling his phone, hitting him up, yada yada yada. They got him. Then back pay started piling up on child support on the guy. Then all of a sudden, they put a warrant out for his arrest. She tried to summon him to court in the East Coast where they had hooked up. He shows up. He remind you, warrant for his arrest because of the child support for not paying. He didn't even know there was a child out there that was his. He found out. He says, "Hey, this child isn't mine. This child is not mine." And so what happens? He goes to prison, right? About 6-7 years. 6-7 years he's in prison. They go to court, right? Lady shows up. The judge says, hey, I need you guys to bring documentation and show the paternity test, everything, the signing of the paper, everything. And then I guess the case with the district attorney or the prosecution, the defendant, they all did their homework. They did their thing. The guy shows up, the defendant, the alleged father. So that's not my son. And then I asked her, hey, show up with the subpoenaed form. No name of the father on there. No name. She was the one working at the facility where she could get the documents to forge them. Later shows up. They did a paternity test, a DNA test on the child. Was not even his. Went to prison for all those years. He had to pay the amount of money for that said child support while he was fighting the court as he got out of prison. I don't know about the consequence for the woman. I don't believe she got one, but exactly.
Okay, Marcus. Well, let me add a few things for because when I said earlier, I was I was not wild and I was serious. Like, truth is right, Marcus is right, brother Clarence, you are right to an extent. I do agree with you. And like I said, none of us are in contention with each other. I think it's just the wording of what we're saying. Like, I think we're trying to like pick out like this key phrase, take key instances, key phrases, and then we're just going after that one thing you simply just said. But I'm gonna be real. Honestly, I would burn these laws to the freaking ground and start from scratch. Until you make it fair, trust me, you expect the human race to go extinct. In my mind, that's where I see it going. And personally, and this is gonna really make people negative towards me. But guys, this is just my thoughts. I'm not saying I want the extinction of humanity. What I'm saying is I need birth rates to go down so low so that people can get some freaking reality in their brains. I needed to go so low to the point where nothing is ever being born, except maybe the cattle, the stuff we eat. That's about it. That's it. And then once ladies start understanding that, and they just start going to, honestly, they should burn the sperm donor banks too. To be honest, yeah, no, they should because remember, I don't know who said it. Somebody in here said it one time when I was here, where somebody said they can track down the man who donated the sperm and make him accountable. Yeah, burn that too. They're not getting anything. If they want to do it, then they're gonna have to try to do it like how an animal does, asexually.
I've already explained to you. I've explained to you guys.
Yeah.
Once you turn over possession of your sperm to the female, she can then use it for its intended purpose. Whether you want to be the father or not, you can now be DNA tested, and they can come into you and say, "Hey, you in the rears." I had a friend. We used to work out together. I had a friend. We used to work out together. He'd been married 20 years. He gets a letter in the mail. You owe $12,000 in back child support. I said, and so he was just telling me the situation. And he said, yeah, he that messed around with this chick one night, but now he owed 12 grand. He's trying to figure out, how am I going to do this? How am I going to work this out? 12 grand, but he don't even know if it's his child. But just the point that they said that they sent him the letter saying that he needs to step up and do it. What is he going to do? Is he going to just say, well, she's going to win anyway, so let me just walk away? Or should he fight? I say fight everything. Fight everything. Don't go into no fight thinking, hey, man, I have no chance in hell. Unless you're not doing, Let me finish. I had a teacher saying, hey, if you not working to win, you working to lose. So even though you may feel like, oh, well, because my question to you guys is, if you don't fight, then what should you do? Just go sit at home? Like, already the outcome. So you just say, well, I'm going to just sit at home and lose and not try to get custody and not try to set the situation up where you even got a chance to start talking about custody. I mean, I just don't see it that way. I see, hey, first of all, let me solidify my position on this. Like I said, if you turn over your sperm to anybody, once you turn it over to the sperm bank, they can turn it over to the woman, and the woman can use it for its intended purpose, and then you can be billed for this child. It can happen. There's no law saying that just because you gave your sperm to a sperm bank that they can't come to you for child support.
That's bullshit to me. I'm sorry, brother. I have to say that. That's bullshit to me.
It is bullshit, Jay. But
no, he's not saying it's not true, brother Clarence. He's not saying it's not true. He's saying
it's not true, but
he's saying how bad it is, and that's
bullshit. You cannot force a man to be responsible for that.
That's the reality. See, this
because he didn't physically do it. That's what I'm saying.
I'm telling y'all about the court system. This is the reality. I know you don't like it. I know we don't think it's fair and all this, but it's not even about it. What it is this is the reality. That's why you got to move and step in a way where you always conscious of the reality around you. It's not that I'm saying, well, the court, they just going to be sympathetic to you because you got this paperwork. No, they might not. I don't know. But you got a better chance with it than without it, in my opinion. You got a better chance on the battlefield with some weapon than no weapon, in my opinion.
I'd rather be on the battlefield.
And that's where I agree. I agree with how you saying it. How you saying go about it. It's the way it was the way you said it, and the way you also explain how you said it. It's just as simple. It's
all it is money, man. All they care about is money.
Hennifer said it best in the comment.
You just said it, brother Clarence. The reality of it, somebody can go into a sperm bank and claim child support off of that. That's actually my point.
That's my problem.
Look how in favor against the man it is. So if you go in there and jerk off, look how bad you jerk off, put in a cup, and next thing you know, a couple years later,
hey, you don't know how they get it, Truth. Maybe they give you some help in there. You don't know, do you?
Hey, I'm going by how I of course I don't know anything about it. I'm just going by how I heard. Yeah, that's how I heard. I heard it was magazines and
magazines like the old
do certain type of stuff. So you go and put that stuff inside of a cup and do that, and then next thing you know, you on child support. That's my brother Clarence. If that ain't a complete indictment of one-sidedness, it's nothing going to do it. And that's my point. You're not winning. You might have a couple of cases, like I said, it's going to be a couple of cases where people are granted, where men are winning. And again, it's going to be the people in favor, like Dwayne Wade and stuff like that. And those are going to be the ones just to make it seem like it's partiality. But just like you gave with the reality, you just said, you're going to child support for jerking off in a cup, bro. This is crazy.
Truth. Hold on. Truth.
That's crazy.
Brother Nuff. Brother Nuff said, Brother Clarence, I thought sperm donors are kept anonymous, so how could someone file a child support claim against them? Because now they have 23andMe. I think about two or three guys heard about got caught by that 23andMe, and once they found out who they were and the assets they had, they went in on them. So I'm saying that to say there's nothing that can protect you from that. Once that child
I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this, Brother Clarence.
I'm sorry. Pardon my
French. A lot of modern women were pissed off at that 23andMe stuff.
Big rig.
I really apologize to people in the chat and all that, guys. I'm sorry. When I hear stuff like this, I'm just like, somebody bring back the Salem witch trials. F this. Any chick that lies or any chick that think they can just do this, I'm not saying we burn them at the stake, but people who man, an example need to be made of something. You can't be just doing this. This ain't right. Like, I don't care. I don't care. It's just me and just run some dude's life. Like, trust me. You saw what happened to Joseph, right? In the book. Now, what if he comes back vengeful and just be like, become Pharaoh and he makes you a slave? How would you feel? How would you feel in response to that? I'm not going to feel bad for you. You got what you freaking deserve.
That's a great question.
You screwed somebody over. Now you screwing them over have repercussions, and this is the consequence of your choice.
And you wonder why men
that's the
go
lesson needs to be learned. You shouldn't be doing that. Because trust me, there's some vengeful, spiteful people out here. I know.
I'm going to tell you guys how the court looks at it.
Go ahead.
The court looks at it as, if you have the ability to provide, and you can provide, and this is your child, then you should be providing. That's how they look at it. If this is your child,
cool, but in that case, let the fucking kid stay with dad.
See, so now the only way to protect yourself from that is to don't do it, because you don't know what they're gonna do.
Absolutely,
you don't know what they're gonna do. So my advice is, if you're not prepared for that situation, don't do it. Just like I tell guys not to get married. Don't get married if you're not prepared for it. No, don't.
I don't disagree with you. I would say this: don't get married in America. That's what I would say.
I would say
that's what I would say. Get married in Hawaii.
You know, you got.
Technically, that's part of the states, but it's not.
Or make sure you choose certain state. Now,
we had a conversation, bro, Clarence, about Hawaii.
Yeah, make sure you choose certain states. That's one thing I'm starting to think about, like choose a certain state to get married.
Don't pick Texas. Don't pick Georgia. You're screwed.
Don't matter what state you get married in.
Oh yes, yes, it does, because a lot of the laws
Texas is biased as hell.
A lot of the laws fall in favor if somebody.
Let me finish.
Go ahead.
Let me qualify what I'm saying. It might matter. It'll matter as long as you're living in that state. But you saw what Robin Givens did to Mike Tyson. All she did was get on an airplane out to California and run truth. Right? That opened him up to half of his assets, right? So I'm saying, even if you marry somebody in Oklahoma, if they want to get on the plane and go file for divorce in California, what are you gonna do? You know what I'm saying?
Honestly,
so I'm saying there's a way you can structure your marriage. You can structure it so that you don't expose a lot of your assets, especially premarital assets. You don't expose them to if the marriage goes down, and you can set it up to where.
No. 100% agree about that. I mean, that's why you said it.
That's why I want to qualify what I was saying. True.
Okay. Yeah. No. Honestly, still take all the precautions. Like, for me, if I believe this, if you do a good job of, because you didn't do that with your wife currently, right, Brother Clarence?
No, I didn't know nothing, man. Yeah.
Okay. So. That's why it's important for us to make sure, and a lot of people say this. A lot of people say it's hard to vet, but it really ain't. If you get away from all the superficial things and focus on longevity, legacy, and purpose, it eliminates a lot of the stuff, because a lot of times it will drive a person that is superficial and that is temporary away. It will immediately drive them away, or they will either stay, but they will give you the answers needed that you'll see that this is only temporary and that they're not down for the long haul. You will get it that if your leg fall off, they will leave you. If you get into a wheelchair, they will leave you. If you go broke, they will leave you. You see what I'm saying? But you got to do your due diligence of getting to know the individual initially.
Yes.
That's why, again, it has been, I've been making sure I've been very patient. I've been making sure, not just as a cliche, but I have been making sure that I pray consistently. That my mind and my heart is in full, basically how it says to be sober-minded and vigilant.
Mm-hmm.
Your adversary, the devil, is a roaring lion, looking whom he may devour. Okay? I really believe that, and I believe he comes in all shapes and sizes, and he comes in the things that you desire as well. So that's why I'm constantly making sure that I'm prayed up, constantly making sure I do the right things, that my mind and my heart is clear, and I'm being patient to seek the thing that not only do I want, but that is pleasing to God's sight. And I'm talking about in a manner that we're going to conduct ourselves inside of this relationship. That's why it's taking me so long. I'm not playing with it no more, because I've made too many mistakes.
Right.
I understand that, bro. I think for a matter of me, it's just a matter of just knowing the person and getting like even now I'm seeing somebody, but she's not from America itself. She's from somewhere else, and she's a country girl more often than not, because she doesn't like city type. She doesn't like anything that involves a city, which I kind of like her mentality, because her mentality hasn't been tainted by city girl mentality shit. It's just more so she's down to earth, but I'm still getting to know her. We're still getting to know each other. And she's from Germany. But the thing is, for me, is just like I don't have the fear of marriage or divorce in my head when I'm dating somebody. I don't have the thoughts that people going in with like this. All I know is that law is trash, but at the same time, I'm not using that to define where like, oh, I should be scared and going with the thought that she might screw me over right now. I go in smart, but I'm not going in with like worry. That's the thing, is you guys got to differentiate between the two. You go with that mindset, you're already going in with bad. I have to say, you're going in with bad faith. It's just a bad poor work ethic.
Yeah, I don't care what anyone else say. I'm gonna go on Christian Mingle, and I'm gonna get me a good church lady who ain't gonna tell me nothing but damn state.
Marcus, you already married, so stop fronting, man. Stop fronting. I know you.
No, man. I'm not married. You got kids? Oh yeah. Well, how's your kids?
Who, me? Or you talking about
No. Hey, brother,
I don't have any kids.
Brother
You
Clarence,
got kids?
Yes, sir.
No, I
do
don't.
you see what Quantum put?
Yeah, I
No,
see
I
what
did
Carla
not.
put down.
I did
Yeah,
not.
she put out something
Oh
very nice.
Here,
my,
this here.
yes.
I let my daughter go with her dad at 13. She's 18 now and doing great. Best decision was letting go.
Hey, Quanty, sweetie, man, you have
Yeah.
no idea how dope you are. I love
Yeah,
you
you're a
just
dope
for
person.
that.
Thank you for doing
Just for that, because people just doesn't understand. And I clearly you see the value in what a man brings to their children of them being around them. It's certain things and properties that we provide that cultivates them going into their adulthood. I don't know what else to say. I'm just thankful for you. Thankful that you giving us that example. Because we need more mothers to be okay with this, to be less selfish, let it be about the child growing up to be the best person they can be. Like
And
I
here's
just
the other side of the stick. Here's the
goodness,
other
man.
side of the stick, y'all.
Woo!
Vitamin Q says same here, Quantum Love, but she got worse. So Vitamin Q let her daughter go, but the daughter got worse. So then I brought her back at 16. She's doing amazing now.
Okay, so the opposite happened to her.
Hey, you got to do what's best for the child.
Best for you. You do what's best for the child,
Right.
and
Now,
the ladies have to
that's-
vet the men too. So you have to do both.
That's the two. So what's the two different scenarios here?
Cake and cheesecake. That's how you. Those are two scenarios, bro.
One
It's
of
like one. I feel like when you're evaluating people, you have to do that. Like,
exactly.
You kind of have
this
to
is
like.
the thing. I'm not
bring out their
saying
vices.
I'm not an idiot to say that a child should go with an unfit parent. And a parent that's not going to cultivate them and provide the things that a man should provide, especially for a daughter. You see what I'm saying? Our first example for our daughter is to provide her for a template of the man that she should actually go to look for. You feel what I'm saying?
That's all.
Right.
If he's not providing that, and I'm not talking about, oh, he's okay, he's chilling, he's not harming her. No, if he's not providing purpose, an actual imagery of what she needs to have inside of a man, and especially if you have raised her to be a wife, no, he shouldn't have them. I would never advocate just for somebody just because they're I'm gonna put it like this, and I said this many times. Being parental guidance, family is much more than biology and DNA.
Right.
Well said.
Just because we are connected through blood, DNA, and biology does not mean you are a parent, and it does not mean we're family. And I'll leave it at that. I'm not one of them individuals. So I'm glad Vitamin Q, I mean, I don't know how to pronounce her last, but I thank you for at least trying. You're still a champion too.
Right.
I just need women to be okay with allowing the child and to be open the child to go try to stay with the dad for the sake of that purpose. I thank you for at least trying. You still are a champion as well. Thank you, man. Thank you
Boys
both.
in the hood. Boys in the hood.
All right, brothers. We've been going around and around and around, right? Trying to figure this thing out, right? Okay, so now let's start wrapping it up, man. Let's start getting some closing remarks in here so that we can help some people, man. Who wants to start out?
I'll go first. I don't mind.
All right, big brother.
All right, bro. Clarence. No, man, this is a great discussion, great topics, great points of view, opinions, and a lot of good advice, sage advice, especially from the OGs. Like always, and these conversations need to be had. Sometimes they might be uncomfortable, but they're necessary. The truth is never favored. And just keep on pushing, keep on trucking, like the Temptations say. But changes need to be made, though, as well. I will say that changes need to be made to make it more balanced. Make it at least a 50-50. That's all I'm looking at it. If you can make it a 50-50.
That's all we got to do, bro.
Yeah, that's it.
That's what I'm all for. I'm not down with this one-sided freaking nonsensical crap. And it's like you expect men to get married because of things like this? They're not gonna get married because of that crap. I'm gonna be real. I'm sorry, they need to change that. And if they don't, well, guess what? Whatever actions the good men out there take to either play in it or not play in it and go outside to go get what they got to get, that's cool. They're cool with that. They're cool with that. Because let's be real, I know cats who would rather live over there than come back here and get married. And they've already done it. I'll be another one. I'll just be another one of them cats that does the thing. Because I'm not. No one. I told Brother Clarence, and he heard me say it before. Ain't nobody can weaponize my own children against me, or think that I'll tolerate their crazy ass attitude. I was not born to deal with that. I don't accept. See, and here's another thing that I learned, Brother Clarence, too. You learn it from your parents, but guess what? People who ain't your parents. This is what I learned. Obedience ain't in my nature. I learned that from birth. Just being obedient for the sake of being obedient is not in my freaking nature. I don't give a damn what time period I'm in. The result would have been the same. And that goes for ladies too on me when I talk to them about that. And point number 2, y'all need to understand this. Don't think just because the law is in your favor that you're gonna meet the wrong one. You're gonna try him, and then when he knocked your teeth out, don't expect us to defend you because you put hands on him. That's me. Don't expect me to do that. I'm not gonna do that. You listen. We want hit quit you. I ain't gonna condemn him for that. He walked away after you knocked you out, right? You got what you deserve. You got what you asked for. You met with aggression. He answered back in aggression. And if he did try to walk away and you kept hitting on him and he knocked your teeth out, I still don't feel bad for you. I stopped caring a long time ago. I used to be, Brother Clarence, I used to be like how all these old cats used to be. Believe a woman no matter what, help her no matter what. Sorry, man. Reality kicked in for me. Got a real good awakening.
It's a dangerous precedent, man, to say you can believe everybody
Exactly.
just because they say it.
It's
a
indoctrination. Exactly. For us, listen, we should be okay with ladies touching us. Okay. So guess what? So if she punched me in my eye, you want me to just sit there and take it and be like, yo, Jay, you still a B because you let her touch you. No, and I can't win either way. I don't care about winning. I care about somebody put their hands on me. And listen, just because she's not built like my boy Rocky over here, don't mean she still can't hurt me. Of course she can.
Right.
Don't matter. That's my whole point.
Let me say this because it's my channel.
No, I got you. I don't promote hitting women.
We're not with women getting their teeth kicked out, none of that stuff. We're not with
that.
Yeah,
exactly.
I think he was, Jay was obviously, just what do you call that? Putting 20s on 10s. You know what I mean?
Exactly. That's all it is. I don't promote hitting her, ladies.
Trying to defend women.
I don't promote hurting them.
We're not going to run around trying to defend women that are creating their own issues. If you're
exactly, I'm not defending them.
It's different if you're an innocent person and something happens to you. But if you're out there creating these issues for yourself, then, it's going to be hard for somebody to try to run around you behind you like Minnie Mouse trying to, stop people from putting their hands on you when you're putting your hands on them. So if you're going to put your hands on a man, expect that a man's going to be able to put his hands on you. But
that's equality. Equality.
Wait, did you just say I'm a woman? Did you just say that?
Yeah, but I mean, that's what they say, right? But I'm a woman. You're not how can you be a man and put your hands on me?
How about
you be a woman and put hands on me?
How about we bring back due process, innocent until proven guilty, not guilty until proven innocent?
Yeah, they got to stop that nonsense.
I just feel like this, man. You know what I mean? I mean, if a woman is innocent, partying something, man, and the dude is pummeling her, then I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I'm not gonna.
I love you, Quantum Love.
But I mean, if I'm talking about, I know what's going on. But if I just walk up, I don't know what's going on. The only thing I would stop is if I think the dude's gonna kill it. But if he doesn't, if I don't think that's gonna happen, then
that's too much. Yes.
I'll probably just stand back. If he just slapping her, I might just stand back until I can see what's exactly going on because she might have done something to earn it. So
exactly.
She might have did him the same way. You know what I mean? So. Anyway, y'all.
I do agree in equal exchange, Brother Clarence. Before you close out, I want to say this. I don't want to cut you off, brother, but I do agree in equal exchange. If the B slap you, you don't give her a black eye. That's excessive force. She slap you, you slap her. Show her the difference. The one time, I'm like, after that, that's it. That's it.
I say if she slap you, restrain her. But you know what I mean.
But even then, they get marks on her. And then they say, "Oh,
the moment."
So see what I'm saying? Everything you can't win either way, but at the same time, if she gonna hit like a B, I'm gonna punch like an N.
I've seen women, bro. I'm a homeowner. I've lived on this block a long time.
Are you a homeowner, bro?
I've seen women. Yes, sir. I've seen people
That's what's up.
where the woman got taken to jail because the guy had marks on him. The man got taken to jail because the woman had marks on her. I've seen all this stuff happen. So that's what I'm talking about.
That's the first time I've ever actually heard a woman get taken away because the man had marks on.
Yeah. I don't know about other states, but in California, they'll take the woman in a heartbeat.
Oh, okay.
Just like that. They don't. They're not no more trying to walk up and figure out what's going on. They see marks on somebody, somebody's gone. That's it. Especially if you already called them out, because too many things have happened where they have left somebody in a situation and if they ended up dead.
The scales are being balanced again.
Yeah, exactly. So they just say, hey, you know what? Let's just take somebody. That way we show we did something. Right?
I'm gonna say this last thing real quick. I think if the moment a woman puts her hands on you, she's lost respect for you. And the relationship right there, bro. And relationship.
Yeah.
Quantum Love said it best, brother. I will say that. I know Truth wants to say something, but I can't remember what comment you should go to, brother. But she said it. She says, "I say men should have a way to defend themselves." Right here, that's the one. Exactly, sister. Exactly. They gotta learn. Listen, you were taught a long time ago to keep your hands fit to yourself. And my dad did tell me it don't matter. They put their hands on you first, son. You're entitled to defend yourself. Don't let them just kick your teeth.
I agree. Now I'm not disagreeing.
No matter what they are, man or girl.
People always say, "Well, do you believe in hitting women? What do you believe?" I don't believe in attacking women. I don't believe.
No, not attacking. Of course not. We're not talking about jump on her. We're talking about she's trying to come at us.
You have every right to defend yourself to the death. So I don't have no problem.
Actually, that's more. Yeah, that's more likely to turn him to make him turn out to be crazy from restraining it.
I wanted us to make the distinction between, just a woman trying to slap you around as opposed to a woman actually trying to do some serious bodily harm to you with a weapon or coming after you, in raised praise, that you have to defend yourself to the maximum. You and your right to defend yourself up to the maximum.
Also, get it on video. Get it on video.
Yeah. So salute to Marcus, Jay, and of course you, brother Clarence.
Thank you, brother.
Gracing us, allowing us to come and participate with you this evening. The conversations that you be having are much needed. It's not a whole bunch of goofiness. It's with us having real conversations to be relatable, to actually think from a conscious level, and even see how the side of emotions affect our decision making. I greatly appreciate these conversations. I think these conversations is what's going to foster change. So that's why I'm going to come over here and participate with you, my brother. These other panels need to follow suit and have these type of conversations. We need to get to a situation where we're coming together and unifying. Man and woman getting the family back together. I do highly recommend. I know a lot of us are different in culture, but I highly recommend that we have a relationship with God because it humbles us and put us in a selfless manner that we can consider other people. You see what I'm saying? Relationships is about giving. And a lot of people are coming into relationships looking for what they can take from another individual.
Receive. I get you.
Yeah. So these conversations that you're having, I think they're promoting unity. I think they're promoting how to handle things. Like I said, I 100% agree with you about the systematic way you need to handle things in order to do it the right way. So if we're talking about the right way, the exact way that Brother Clarence explained it, that is how you're supposed to handle it. Second thing about the vetting, 100%, we need to do a better job. I've said it, Brother Clarence has said it. We need to do a better job of men making the choice because we are the initial. We have the what is it called? We promote the rules of engagement. Okay, right. We start the initial contact and everything like that. So we have, in that instance, we have basically predominantly majority of the control to dictate which way we want to go now. And vetting needs to be proper. I have chosen to do a better job. I hope that other men, take it upon themselves to do a better job. And I think that our community will start to change as leaders, start to take more of that title and the responsibility that comes with being a man. Once again, thank you, Brother Clarence. I greatly appreciate you, and God bless you, brother. And God bless you too, brothers, the same, Marcus and Jay.
You too,
You
Truth,
too,
man.
man.
God
All
bless.
y'all too, man. You go in peace and make sure you take care of your family, man. Appreciate y'all, man. Thank y'all for coming up. Marcus, thank you for your service. Truth as always, man. I appreciate you, man. You know why? Because you always push me to open up and do even more explaining. Maybe I think that I have touched. And so I know some people might say, man, that brother Truth, man. No, I appreciate your pushback because it makes me, like, all the time while you're talking, I'm saying, okay, I need to do this better. I need to explain this better. And that's how I take it. I don't take it personal. Oh, Truth came against me. No, nah, bro. I just be like, okay, if Truth saying it this way, if I'm saying it in a way that'll make him be able to say this, then I need to think about it. So I appreciate it. All of y'all, take a lesson from that, man. Just because somebody puts your back on you, that don't mean it's a beef. That don't mean they don't like you. That don't mean it just mean they pushing you to be a better version of yourself, to explain yourself better. That's the way I took it, at least. Anyway, I appreciate you, Truth. Appreciate you, Brother Marcus. Thank you for your service. And Brother Jay, as always, Brother Jay brings the young brother into the forum.
What do I do?
We all get a thread together, man. I appreciate you, brother, because
Yeah.
you bring that young energy, that young man energy into the game, man. So we
Everybody stop copyright striking Brother Clarence. Leave him alone.
Hey,
Whoever is doing that. Okay, first I'm hearing of that.
brother.
Yeah, everybody got to stop
like
that.
I said, they don't copyright strike they buddy the lead attorney. So we'll see if they go back and do that. But anyway, y'all, don't pull y'all down, man, because I'm gonna close it out real quick, man.
Got you, brother.
5 hours for the old man.
Thank you, Quantum Love. In the comments, she made another comment to you. She says, "Yeah, I do realize that a woman can hit or push you the wrong way, and you can lose your life just like that." Yeah, as a massage therapist, I know simple points on the body to
oh yeah, she know them pressure points. She know the pressure.
Yeah.
I agree.
Nerves.
Yo, Quantum Love, what do you do for a living? This is the numbers.
Massage therapist. Shout out to all the massage therapists out there. Shout out.
I gotta make sure I don't date one now that I know about that now.
All right, and Marcus, you're supposed to email me, man. You haven't emailed me, so when you get a chance, man, you gotta email me, brother.
All right, let me put it on the private chat, or after you end the live, I'm gonna put it in the private chat.
Okay, right on.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm gonna put some in private chat for you too, because I want to have you on for a discussion, a topic session I'm gonna have next week.
Okay, brother. Okay, let me know, man. All right, thank you, sir. Appreciate you, brother. True. Thank you. Wow, y'all. Oh man. Now, I can tell you right now, this ain't your favorite boss, right? This ain't your favorite boss. This ain't your favorite uncle, right? Are they having these kind of discussions with you? No, they pushing the manosphere line. Hey, men are just men just they push it. Women are just so evil, right? They pushing the manosphere line when we trying to push the line. I told you what happened. Well, first of all, who all came in today? We have Brother Jay Takashi. If you haven't already subscribed to Jay Takashi, go over there, check out the chill session over there with Jay Takashi. Go over there, check out his content. If that's content you can get down with, then stay subscribed to him. We also have Brother Marcus. Shout out to the vets. Shout out to Brother Marcus came through. Strong performance as always. Same thing like Jay. Strong performance. I like to have a mixture of cats. We pushing back. See, and when you go to those other channels, you will not see all this pushback. I appreciate and I welcome the pushback. You know what I mean? And then we had, of course, Brother Truth's favorite. He always comes with the real, and he pushed back on me today, man. He would make me say, "Dang, man, I need to tighten up my argument. How can I tighten up my argument? I wasn't sitting back saying, man, why is he got something against me? No, I was like, man, okay, cool. Brother pushing me. How can I tighten up my argument? How can I tighten it up so he can't ask me nothing? I'm not leaving anything to chance, you know what I mean? And I like that. I appreciate pushback because I see it as respect, and I also see it as, brother, we just trying to bring the best out of you. That's how I see it. So I appreciate it. Just like when I used to work out in the dojo, and they would they would hit you hard or hit you fast, you know what I mean? And some people took it like, oh man, I seen one dude one day, man, black belt dude, man. I was a black belt at the time myself, but this dude was higher ranking than me. And so you know, now see, me, I used to get hit the most. Our teacher would hit me the most because when I first got in the dojo, they would hit me, boom, and I would go to him and complain and say, hey, how come they hit me so hard? How come they throwing me so hard? How come they throwing me way across the room? Why? You said they're supposed to just roll me out, and they throwing me way across the room. Why are they doing that to me? And he said, they can do whatever they want to do. You think somebody in the street is going to just say, oh, let me roll you down? No. He said, how you fall and how you land, that's your problem. They can do whatever they want to do to you. Guess what? Your little brother got to, and I went to the park and started learning how to fall, learning how to roll, learning how to, roll from, getting thrown for far distances, rolling out of that, rolling out of everything, right? Then I started learning how to take punches. See, when I first came in the dojo, I thought, oh man, I'm gonna be hitting people so quick, I ain't gonna never get hit. I've been in many fights, and I know that you get hit. You do get hit. So even having some knowledge, right, you still get hit. But the point is, I had to learn how to take punches, and big punches. So what happened was, whenever my teacher wanted to do something, he would call me because he knew he could do his worst to me, and I would still be standing, right? I'd be groggy sometimes because, he hit me straight across the face and the head and whatever, right? But they want you ready for it if you get in the street, right? So he would hit me, boom, right? So anyway, it was a higher ranking black belt than me. And so he wasn't used to getting hit like that because my teacher would usually save that kind of energy for me. So he hit this dude, boom! Boom! We all felt it, bam! Right? The dude just got off the mat, went and got his clothes, and walked right on out the door. Oh man! Oh wow, man, that was so funny, dude. We was like, "Where you going?" He didn't say nothing to none of us. He just walked out. But what's my point? My point is, you got to learn how to take criticism. You got to learn how to take criticism, and that's not. They wasn't. I used to think they was hitting me because they didn't like me, but what they was doing was trying to bring the best out of me. Because sometimes I wouldn't get down like I could. I know I could get down because I was so scared of how I would hurt somebody. But they would hit me, and then I got hit enough. I just started flowing on them, man. I would just start working with them, and they would ask the Clarence we looking for. That dude, that's who we looking for. But they had to whip me into it. They had to hit me hard enough to make me say, okay, I'm gonna give you a little more. I'm gonna give you a little more. But anyway, I had to not take it personally and understand they were trying to bring something out of me, and that's how I feel like Truth was doing for me, and I think that's what he was doing for me. But anyway, all the brothers actually, man, all the brothers, they pushing back. I don't take it like, oh, well, Marcus is pushing back, so he don't like me. No, I take it all like, okay, he's trying to bring something else out of me. Obviously, I left something on the table. He's trying to let me go get it. Let me go try and see what I left on the table. Same thing with Jay. Anyway, all of y'all, man, appreciate y'all. Okay, look, so like I said, we had strong performance. Truth came through, strong performance. Marcus came through, strong performance as always. Jay came through, strong performance as always. What do y'all think? Did we cover some of the topics? We didn't get to cover the chaos topics like I want to, but that's okay. We had an even better discussion. Ultimately, it was even a better discussion. And you guys in the chat, you guys really are, man. You guys, all of you guys, man, you guys do such a great job in our chat and making sure it's a safe place for everybody to say their own opinion, whether they agree with you or not. I appreciate that. I hope I am showing you how to do that by allowing people to disagree with me. You know what I'm saying? But you can see it ain't personal, right? I'm not gonna go out there and copyright strike nobody and nothing like that. Anyway, thank y'all for showing up. I don't know when I'm gonna do my next live stream, maybe Tuesday or Thursday. We'll see, but I appreciate everybody showing up. And if you can share, and let's try to teach some more people. Let's try to help some more people on the next live stream. Because your guys in the chat, you guys pass on good information as well. I may not catch it all the time, especially when I really start dealing with the panel. I don't catch it all, but I appreciate you. I appreciate every comment y'all leave out there. Every comment is important because y'all drive our conversations as well. All right, so y'all just as important as everybody on the panel as well. All right, y'all, that's it. I'll see y'all on the next live stream. Peace.